Death God, this grim reaper is not quite serious. Chapter 1 Boss Ayasaki. AD 1878. East Rukonga 62 district. Flowers withered. The sun was shining brightly, and the cool breeze rustled the leaves on the street. Two children wearing clean clothes were walking on the street enjoying the breeze, incompatible with the harsh environment around them. Ichimaru, hurry up, the registration for the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy is about to end, and I don't want to wait until tomorrow. A rather cute-looking orange-haired girl, wearing a white yukata, was jumping up and down in front. Behind her was a silver-haired boy with squinting eyes, walking slowly, sighing and then quickening his pace. That's Matsumoto Rangiku and Ichimaru-jin. Stop talking, it's a life-threatening situation. Those two children are not easy to mess with. As the two of them walked further and further away, some of the souls hiding in the dilapidated houses breathed a sigh of relief, while others looked greedy. Matsumoto, I told you before you went out, don't wear too good clothes. I can't guarantee whether you will be stripped naked by those souls when you walk on the street like this. The environment in District 62 is not comparable to District 1. The souls here are either bullied or extremely vicious. Rangiku pouted and said in a leisurely tone. I just went to visit District 1. This is the place where I have lived since I was a child. How could I not know? But this yukata was given to me by Jinayu. The street suddenly became extremely quiet, and the whispers stopped abruptly. All the souls looked at Matsumoto Rangiku standing there with envious eyes, still pouting, and suddenly realized that she was so lucky. Rukonga is the first destination of human beings after death. There are 80 districts in the southeast, northwest, and northwest. As the number of district codes increases, the security situation and living conditions in each district will decline, and the living environment will become increasingly harsh. The security and living environment in District 1 are ideal, and the food is plentiful. For the souls in District 62, it is no different from paradise. But this girl was able to stay there for a while and wear clean clothes. Their noses couldn't help but feel a little sore. Is this the world of rich people? Damn it, our whole family can't even make a living. I'm so envious. Boss, do you want to snatch her clothes? Shut up, who hired this newcomer? Miss Rangiku is the family member of Boss Ayazaki. If the boss knows what he just said. They subconsciously turned their heads and looked around to confirm that the person they were afraid of was not there, and then they let go of their worries. By the way, where has Boss Ayazaki gone? Asked the man known as the boss. I heard that people from District 63 are coming to grab the territory. The boss probably went to fight. It's been a day. It's very possible that Boss Ayasaka likes to bully the weak and fear the strong. The younger brothers all told what they knew about the situation. How could Boss Ayasaka be that kind of person? The boss suddenly stood up straight, his eyes were red with tears, and he shouted excitedly. He must be trying to protect our District 62. Damn it, Boss Ayasaka didn't take me with him for such an important matter. The younger brothers. Don't you have any idea why he didn't take you with him? You're as weak as a little chicken. If you hadn't known Boss Ayokaka so early and became his lackey, we would have f'd you long ago, and it would be your turn to be the boss. That's right. Boss Ayazaki, you don't regard us as your own. Let's go and help Boss Ayasaki. The boss immediately cheered and clenched his fists. With that said, the souls followed Matsumoto Rangiku and Ichimaru-jin and walked toward the 63rd district in a mighty manner. Bang! The next second, a ragged figure flew over like a cannonball, hit a big tree, and then slid down softly like a pile of mud, with blood flowing all over the ground. The souls were stunned for a moment, then cheered loudly. Boss Ayazaki. The man surrounded by a group of people in the distance has black hair and black eyes. He has a handsome face and a long body, exuding a strange elegant and wild temperament. Matsuki, I'm here. Rangiku shouted loudly and waved to the man. Listening to the girl's voice, Ayazaki Mizuki sighed and punched away a soul that rushed forward. This is Soul Society, one of the 3 realms in the world of Shinigami Bleach. 20 years ago, he traveled to this world and was born into a swordsman family. At that time, he was not in Soul Society, but in the current world, which is where humans live in the world of Shinigami. The first time he came to this world, he mistakenly thought that he had traveled to a parallel world similar to his previous life in the modern era. It wasn't until he saw the souls of the dead in the real world, monsters with holes in their chests and white masks, and weird men with swords fighting monsters, and then died of illness and came to Soul Society that he discovered that he had traveled to the world of Shinigami. Ranjaku and Jin standing in the distance are somewhat famous characters in Shinigami. At first, Ayazaki Mizuki knew that she was assigned to the 62nd district. She was very frightened. She carefully guarded against these souls all day long. After all, these areas with lower district codes were famous for their dirty environment and poor society. Public security is also not good. But over the past few years, he gradually discovered that this area was not as dangerous as he imagined. Unlike other time travelers, he does not have any chosen sun system or cheat, but his spiritual pressure is naturally higher than that of ordinary souls, and his perception and control of spiritual beings is more accurate than ordinary people. Without entering the Siridii, he naturally didn't know how to practice spiritual pressure. However, the only difference between the spirit body and the physical body is that the spirit body is composed of spirit seeds, so normal physical exercise can also have a cultivation effect. The foundation of swordsmanship laid during his lifetime provided him with a lot of help. Since 6 years ago, in order to save his life and not be bullied, he has trained and fought desperately, and finally climbed to where he is today. From an ordinary soul to the boss of the Huaku district, and even confident that he can pass the selection of Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy, Jinayu has experienced so many intrigues and bloody fights. He can't remember it all. But his spiritual pressure can prove that he has done everything. He became the boss of District 62 just for this power. Ordinary souls can absorb spirit seeds from the atmosphere and can survive without food, so food is extremely precious in Rukanga. A soul with high spiritual power like Genzuki is different from an ordinary soul. The souls in Rukanga's atmosphere alone are not enough to survive, so he needs food. He defeated all the opponents in front of him one by one, plundered their food and swords, ruled the area, became the boss of the souls, and let these younger brothers continue to plunder resources for him. Food can replenish spiritual power, and swords can equip yourself and your younger brother. The extra swords can be exchanged for money, and then the money can be used to buy food, and continue to plunder, and the cycle continues. Chapter 2, Blue Stream Gate. All this is just to maintain your own existence and make yourself stronger. It is precisely because of this experience that Jinayu has a wanton and indulgent attitude towards her desires. Matsumoto Ranjaku is a soul living in the flower-withered district. As a person with Shinigami qualifications, the spirits in the atmosphere cannot feed her. When she was about to starve to death, she met Ayasaki Makoto, who was collecting protection money on the street. Moon. Kid, what's your name? Jinayu felt that this scene seemed familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere. Ranjaku. Matsumoto Ranjaku. The petite body made a feeble voice. Jinayu didn't think much, and decisively used the food she collected to bring her back from the brink of death, in exchange for a future beautiful wife. Lord Aizen, are you interested in that person? Under the shade of the tree, a blind man with a brown faceplate and goggles looked at Jinayu, who was killing everyone on the street. Interested? No, that man is mine. He has helped me a lot with my activities in District 62. Aizen opened the document in his hand, which contained Genzuki's file. Name, Ayazaki Meihoki. Age 20. Origin, Living Soul. Responsible Area, East Rukanga District 62, Huigi. Lingwei, 17th grade. Evaluation, he appears to be kind, casual and extremely indulgent, but in reality he is cold and ambitious. Note, he has the qualification of deputy captain. Dongxian, this is the final inspection of him. After saying that, he picked up the pen and started revising the document. The Lingwei column has been changed to level 16, and the note column has been changed to captain qualifications. It seems that you are very optimistic about him. Do you want him to stand by our side? Tisan Kaname couldn't see it, but he could hear Aizen's attitude from his tone. 4 years ago, I first met him in Hawaku. His spiritual power at that time was not even 20, and he was an inferior soul. Aizen glanced at Meihoki's evaluation on the document and said in a calm tone. But 4 years later, his spiritual power has reached level 16, which is already the level of an ordinary soldier. The most important thing is that he is a living soul and lives in Rukanga. This kind of talent is too rare and should not be left here. So you let him enter Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy. Aizen has a gentle smile on his lips, and you can feel his kindness at a glance, making people feel good about him involuntarily. Yes, his talents should not be buried here. Siridi is where he should go. Janayu grabbed a soul by the neck, lifted him up, and looked at the big tree in the distance. He couldn't see anything, but he knew that someone was standing there looking at him. He was a little excited, not because he was about to enter the Jino Spiritual Arts Academy, but because he was one step closer to Hagyaku. After meeting Aizen in District 62 and being attracted by him, he has been here, hunting souls with Shinigami qualifications for Aizen and seizing their spiritual power. In addition to exchanging resources, he just wants to get close to Aizen and see if he can find an opportunity to obtain Hagyaku. After all, he was living in 1878. The Hagyaku experiment has not officially begun, it is a treasure that can manifest the thoughts in people's hearts. Aizen is still in the stage of collecting materials to make Hagyaku. And it will still be 100 years before integrating Hagyaku. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni is still the strongest Shinigami, and he is still going strong. There are at most 3 Aaron cars, Star K, Lily Knight, and Ulquiera. Waiwak has not yet invaded Soul Society, and Kurosaki Ichigo has not even been born yet. In this era, the war between the real Shinigami and the Quincy is still going on. The heirs of the nobles in the Soul Society are constantly fighting for power and assassinations. The hollow of Hueco Mundo has never given up on filling the hole in his heart. There is only chaos and fighting in the 3 realms. He doesn't have that many ambitions. He just wants to get a Hagyaku to increase his strength. Isn't this too much? Ignoring the blood on the ground, Ranjaku walked to Ayazaki Meihoki with a calm expression. She was already used to the scene of blood flowing everywhere. Living in District 62, they are destined to be unable to avoid this kind of thing happening. Janayu, let's go quickly, the selection for Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy is about to begin. Coming a little closer, Ranjaku jumped up and down, full of energy, and shouted loudly. Genzuki threw out the last enemy, hugged Ranjaku tightly, and raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. How could I forget? I just want to earn more living expenses before leaving. Janayu smiled and pulled Ranju's head. Although she is not a royal sister yet, she is really cute. It sounds like we can pass the test if we go there. Ranjaku puffed up her face and pushed her head against Janayu's chin with dissatisfaction. If you don't touch my head, your hair will be messy. I dressed up for a long time today. Genzuki burst out laughing and was carried on Ranju's shoulders. Little ones, take off their clothes for me, don't leave anything for them. Yes, Boss Ayasaki. The boys are very fast and skillful in their movements. In less than a quarter of an hour, more than 20 souls from District 63 who came to grab the territory were stripped naked. Genma only collected the money and walked in the direction of Siridi with Ranko and Jin. As you walk through the neighborhoods that are getting better and better, you can look up and see tall buildings, which are completely different from Rukanga in terms of luxury and grandeur. Just then, boom! Suddenly smoke and dust filled the front, and tall stone walls fell from the sky. A tall, rugged figure with short black hair walked out with a bright smile. "You are here to pass the Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy. I am the guardian of King Liu at the east gate of Siridai. If you want to enter, just wait here. After passing the test, you can say goodbye to this place." Wei Wan, who was holding a huge sword in his hand, glanced at the people crowded in front of the door, opened the stone door with a smile, and walked out of it a group of Shinigami wearing black uniforms, who should be teachers from the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy. Jinayu took the opportunity to squeeze out of the crowd, walked quietly to Wei Wan, and tugged on his sleeve. Wei Wan glanced at Jinayu's palm, put away the ring that appeared out of thin air, glanced left and right, and then took a step back. "Mr. Jinayu, why do you have time to come to District 1 to play? What business do you have this time?" "I'm not here for business this time," Jinayu said with a smile. "I'm here to take the Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy exam." "So you have finally made up your mind to become a Shinigami? With your Ryutsu, you could have taken the exam a long time ago. I really don't know why you had to wait so long." Wei Wan had a look of pity on his face. "But this way I won't be able to make extra money in the future. You, one of the 4 great masters of the Siridai, are so short of money. Don't mention the 4 gate gods. I'm just a gatekeeper. My monthly salary is just that much. My family always likes to compare with those noble ladies," Wei Wan said, shaking his head and shaking the coins in his hand. "You always don't go to the 3 treasures hall for anything, so this money must be used for other purposes." "What are you talking about? Who among us brothers is following whom?" Jinayu said, grabbing Wei Wan's shoulders. "Actually, I just want to make sure that this year's entrance exam should be no different from previous years, right?" Chapter 3 Examiner. "That's it? What kind of money are you going to give me for that? It's not like this." That's what he said, but after seeing Wei Wan, Jinayu put the money in his pocket, with no intention of giving it back to him. "Don't worry. Just like in previous years, I will test my spiritual pressure. It's actually very difficult to pass this test. In Rukanga, it's good to be able to solve the problem of food and clothing. There are not many people who can reach the highest level of spiritual power. If the admission requirements continue to increase, it is impossible for many people in Rukanga to pass the test." "That's right. Then I'll sign up first." After Jinayu finished speaking, he took out some money and gave it to Wei Wan. This guy usually helps him open doors. The nobles in the Siridai are used to living a good life, and some of them like some of Rukanga's rags. The 2 of them usually make a lot of money from this business. Not to mention that he also took this opportunity to meet many beautiful aristocratic ladies and so on, had some in-depth exchanges, and made a little money by the way. Of course, his standards for selecting service objects are as strict as training himself. Jinayu has nothing to say, she can only thank herself for such a good skin. Maya. After becoming a Shinigami, she stayed under the nose of the nobles, so she should be more restrained. Wei Wan thought so. But I can only think about it. I don't have the guts to say it out loud. Those nobles valued face most, and if they were ruthless they would even kill their brothers and sisters. No one would care whether he, the guard, lived or died. A few years ago, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, the head of the Tsuneyashiro family, tortured and killed his colleagues, assassinated the family heir, and finally killed his own wife. The leader of the Beijing orchestra reported him, and Chamber 46 sentenced him to several hundred years of house arrest. For the soul's lifespan of 2,000 years, a few hundred years is nothing. Jinayu, who unexpectedly got into a huge disaster, looked like she was fine and had a lively chat with the female examiner of Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy. "Examiner, after chatting for so long, I still don't know your name." The beautiful examiner was silent for a moment, and finally said slowly, "Yadumar Lisa." It turns out it's Lisa, the third seat. I heard that the captain of the Beijing band is very optimistic about you. I guess you will be promoted to deputy captain in a short time. Genzuki said with a smile. You know me. Don't look at me like this. In fact, I am in business and have some connections in the sci-fi. Janayu dug around in her arms and took out a stack of cards. This is my business card. Ayazaki Meioki, please take good care of me. Yadumura Lisa picked up a business card, Everything House. That's right, it's the Wanchai View. As long as the money is available, you can do anything. A charming smile appeared on Janayu's face. We have all kinds of services. We have all kinds of services. Lisa looked at Janayu, snorted coldly, put the business card away, and said calmly, Hey, I'm not interested in these services. As she finished speaking, Lisa seemed to feel ashamed, and an angry blush stained her face. This BD named Zhenyu actually said such a thing to herself. For Lisa, who had been reading gender education books for many years, it was simply impossible to refuse, accept. Not to mention, she came from the 8th Division this time with the mission of the Godai 13th Division to select talents. This was during the test of the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy in front of the public. If such a person can become a Shinigami and join the Godai 13, he must be well educated. Ayazaki Mizuki. The shouts coming from the Lingman interrupted the conversation between the two. I'm so sorry, Miss Lisa. It seems it's my turn. I'm going to do the test first. We'll talk next time. Janayu apologized and ran towards the spirit gate. Ayazaki Mizuki. It's me. Janayu took the form, which had his name on it, but the age and spiritual pressure columns were empty. This is his pass to enter Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy. Go over, it's your turn to test. Yes. Janayu walked to the spirit gate and saw Rangiku and Jin on the opposite side who had passed the test. This is kid who is testing age and spiritual pressure. Relax. Miss Examiner's eyes lit up. She put her hand on Meioki's back and reminded her. Genzuki shrugged easily and winked at Rangiku, causing the nervous Rangiku's branches to tremble. Ayazaki Meisuki's scores. The examiner lady swallowed and handed the form to the examiner on the side. Hey, Ui. You're not deliberately letting off the parents because of their good looks. That can't be so outrageous. Or is there an error in the test? The examiner on the side asked secretly in a lowered voice. Lustful girl. He cursed secretly in his mind. But he saw Ayazaki Mizuki's appearance, handsome and charming, yet he lied about his grades like this? Damn it, I'm obviously just a little bit worse than him. Why didn't anyone help me when I was taking the exam for Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy? I took the exam 6 times before I passed. The most important thing is that Lord Yazamaru over there has been staring at this kid. Not only was she the 3rd officer of Division 8, but she was also the eldest lady raised as a daughter by the captain of the Beijing band. This identity, it's exciting just thinking about it. Ahem, the leader of the Kai band probably didn't come. Ui glared at him, the light on her hand lit up again, then shook her head and smiled bitterly. The examiner next to him gasped. Ling Wei, 16th grade. There is no doubt that Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy has found a treasure this time. This is a Rukanga origin, not a descendant of the Shinigami who have been practicing spiritual pressure since childhood in the Siridi. It's unimaginable what heights a 20-year-old 16th level Lingwei can achieve after entering the academy and undergoing systematic study. He will at least be an official when he graduates. Did I hear correctly? It's spiritual power? Not spiritual power. I heard that graduates of Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy are generally 20th level spiritual power. You mean, this person will graduate before he even enters school? The candidates talked a lot, and the tone sounded a bit sour. Congratulations, you passed the test, go in. The examiner filled in the words Lingwei 16th grade in the form and handed the form to Jinayu. At this time, Yui carefully took a step forward, glanced at Jinayu who was standing there looking at the form, a hint of shyness flashed in her charming eyes, and whispered softly. Mizuki-san, this is my address. The examiner next to him was stunned for a moment. Teacher Yui, it turns out you are this kind of person, but now there are other students watching. Etc. What are you doing? Let go of that student. In public, teachers and students argue and argue. How is this inappropriate? This. I will be a student of the college from now on, and you will be the teacher. I will definitely have a lot to ask you for advice. While chatting, Jinayu took a piece of paper and said with a smile. He looked at Yui's pretty face, pinched her catkin and turned his head to indicate the direction of Siritii. Chapter 4 Entering Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy. The entrance test ended soon. There were less than 10 students who passed the test this time, and the total number of students in the 4 major districts of Rukanga, Southeast, Northwest, and Northwest was estimated to be less than 50. Under the leadership of the teachers, the students who passed the test in the East District crossed half of the Siritii and arrived at the White Way Gate in the West. What you enter is a huge, simple building, very much in the architectural style of an ancient private school. Inside the martial arts hall, a huge plaque hangs on the grey wall, on which the Hyuxia character Yuan is outlined with flying dragons and phoenixes. The predecessor of Mao Spiritual School was the Genji-juku of the Genryu School, and its founder was the famous captain of the Godei 13 Corps, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni. I don't know if the dean of Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy is Mr. Yamamoto's little fanboy. His shiny bald head is so dazzling in the light that Jinayu can't open his eyes. The dean was sitting on the main seat, looking old-fashioned and saying with great energy, "Welcome to the Shino Spiritual Arts Academy. I hope you can learn how to become an excellent Shinigami in the next 6 years of study." As he spoke, he looked at the 3 people in the audience, Jinayu, Ranjaku, and Jin, seemingly casually. These 3 are all geniuses, and if nothing goes wrong, they will stand out in the fiercely competitive Godei 13 team in the future. Genzuki glanced around the stage. There were not only ragged Rukanga students, but also well-off Siritii students. He also saw a familiar face. Aizen Suk, the deputy captain of the 5th Division, also serves as the special calligraphy instructor of the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy. It is said that every one of his classes will be overcrowded, and some students will even stand in the corridor to listen to Aizen's lectures. Her short brown hair formed into bangs in front of her forehead, and she looked gentle and elegant when paired with a loose-fitting death suit, lined with the white uniform of the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy. It's just different from the impression in the animation. At this time, Aizen is still not very old. He still looks a little more green and a little less calm, but he has begun to have the charm of a villain. As for Kokaki Sojun next to her, well, she has a girlish softness to her. He was weak, sitting there with an upright posture. His slender body made people afraid that a slight breeze could blow him down, but his aristocratic temperament could still be seen. Although he is only a few hundred years old, he still gives people a frail feeling that only those who are nearly 2,000 years old have. His body and bones are somewhat weak. They are all enviable guys. Jinayu felt a little emotional. Kokaki Sojun is okay. Although he is the legitimate son of the Kokaki family, one of the 4 nobles, and possesses the innate talents of the Kokaki family, he is too weak to fight. Aizen is a veritable genius, a monster-like genius. His talent is so high that he feels lonely because no one can compare with him, and his talent is so high that deep down in his heart he longs to be an ordinary Shinigami. This kind of talent is really too much. Zhenyu couldn't help but feel envious. He had managed to reach the 16th level of spiritual power from the lowest level, but Aizen had already begun to think about breaking the boundaries of Shinigami, which meant that he was probably a first-class spiritual power at this time. not to mention that he will really succeed in breaking the boundaries of Shinigami in the future, surpassing Yamamoto, the strongest Shinigami, and reaching a higher level. It's really enviable. However, it is obvious that Aizen was still quite young at this time, with the pride and innocence unique to young people. He hides his pride and innocence very deeply, but in the process of getting along with Jinayu, he will reveal it inadvertently. Feeling Shinatsu's gaze, Aizen maintained his signature gentle smile and winked playfully. "Jinayu, we will live here from now on, it looks pretty good." Ranjaku took the student uniform from the teacher, spread it out and touched it. "This is a fabric you can't see in Rukanga, and the best clothes in Rukanga are not as good as this uniform that every student has." She laughed happily. "Why do the souls of Rukanga enter the Shino Spiritual Arts Institute? Is it to become Shinigami and serve the nobles? Of course not, it is just to find a better life, a better way out. Even if you can't become a noble, being an ordinary Shinigami is still superior to others in Soul Society, and the living conditions are not comparable to those of Rukanga. Apart from anything else, the rich spirit in this atmosphere is completely incomparable to Rukanga. Except for a lunatic who likes to endure hardship by nature, who would think that his life is good. Besides, with a good environment and professional guidance from Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy, you can practice more efficiently. That guy Aizen really didn't lie to me." Zhenyu murmured to herself. "Is this enough?" He turned his head and said with a hearty smile. "This is not enough, it needs to be better." His current goal is very simple: it is temporarily impossible to participate in the Hgyaku experiment. Then he will get a good rank in the graduation examination of Zhenang Spiritual Arts Academy. It is best to directly become the chief officer. First, he can upgrade his class by one level and enjoy good times. The Rukanga boss is no longer worthy, he has become a samurai class, what's the point of being a gangster? Shinigami said something, how dare those gangsters not follow it? As for the work of providing services to all noble ladies and ladies, he thinks there is no need to give up. Next, teachers in each class will bring their students to the classroom. The bald dean's voice was loud. The martial arts room was silent for a moment. The teachers sitting in the front row stood up one after another, holding the famous list in their hands, and led the students towards the classroom. After arriving in the classroom, the teacher stood on the podium and explained to the students the learning content for the next 6 years. In this timeline, the Shino Spiritual Arts Institute has been completed, and the Shinigami training model is basically mature. The most basic learning content is the training of killing fists and moving ghosts and the knowledge of soul burial. Jean refers to Kendo, Shinigami's technique of attacking the enemy with a sword. Fist refers to white hits, Shinigami's technique of attacking the enemy with bare hands. Walk refers to the footwork of Shunpo and Shinigami to move the body quickly and instantaneously. Ghost is Kid, Shinigami's skill to transform spiritual power into various forms to attack. Soul burial refers to the Shinigami's ritual of sending the soul of the dead to the Soul Society, and it is also the basic work of the Shinigami. Genzuki is determined to study hard. Although Zankinzuki is the basis of academy study, it is very important for Shinigami's improvement in strength. Ryutsu alone is not enough. Only by practicing various abilities can one become a truly strong person. In a quarter of an hour, Kokaki Ongjun introduced the basic situation and learning content of the college to the students. After most of the students dispersed and the chat was over, Jinayu and the other two stood up and left, coming to the cafeteria. The nobles in Soul Society are not short of money, so Shinetsu, who is inferior to the noble ladies and sacrifices her life to gain wealth, can barely be considered a small rich man. Jinayu quickly selected a luxurious set meal for the three of them and filled a long table. Matsumoto Ranjiko showed her boldness, and her cheeks were quickly filled with food, swelling into a small steamed bun. In comparison, Ichimaru-jin was a bit petty. When he saw Meisuki and Ranjaku starting to eat, he moved his chopsticks, but the movements of his mouth were not slow at all. "Do you mind if I sit here?" Kokaki Sojun walked to the seats where the three of them were sitting. Looking at his students who were devouring their food with gentle eyes, he couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 5 The First Business. "Teacher Kang, don't you like eating these?" Genzuki raised his head and glanced at Kokaki Sojun who was sighing, and then glanced at the table next to him. There were several beautifully shaped food boxes placed there, containing a variety of beautifully shaped food. Unlike Ayazaki Mizuki and other low-class commoners from Rukanga, Kokaki Sojun is a serious noble, and he is the legitimate son of the Kokaki family, the four most powerful nobles in Seoul society. The gap cannot be made up by money. Compared with this great man, the lavish meal enjoyed by the three of them could not be called luxurious at all. Makatsuki-kun, you can call me Kokaki-sensei, or Aojun-sensei. Ao-sensei's name is wrong. Kokaki Aojun smiled kindly and handed over his food box. "Take whatever you want to eat." "Is this the perfect handsome man Kokaki Sojun?" Tuasashi. Not as serious as his father Kokaki Jinling, nor as cold as his son Byakuya Kokaki. Jinayu sighed secretly in her heart, and said sincerely, "You are really a gentle person, so we won't be polite." He moved quickly and took away a few pieces of wagyu beef, tuna sashimi, and high-end sushi. He looked so natural and did not regard himself as an outsider at all. Matsumoto Ranjiko looked at Kokaki Sojun's lunchbox and swallowed, but she was not as shameless as Genzuki, who would use her chopsticks with just a word. Ichimaru-jin sighed helplessly. He has long known that Ayazaki Meisuki is a social terror. It was because of his personality that he became his little brother in a daze while walking on the road. Unexpectedly, he did not restrain himself when he came to Siritai. Ichimaru-jin's narrowed eyes quickly glanced at Kokaki Sojun, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he found that the other person was not angry. Kokaki Sojun shook his head in amusement and looked at Matsumoto Ranjiko who was sitting next to Ayazaki Meisuki and looking at his food box. "Matsumoto, Ichimaru, you should also eat some. With your talents, it will be difficult to grow up just eating such a small amount of food. You will become excellent swordsmen who protect Seoul society in the future, so you must not waste your talents." As he spoke, he placed two food boxes in front of Matsumoto Ranjiko and Ichimaru-jin. After all, Ranjiko couldn't hold back and stretched out her chopsticks to the food box. Ichimaru bowed his head politely and pushed back the food box in front of him. "Thank you, Mr. Kokaki, I just ate these." "You kid have never eaten good food. This tastes the same as what I have eaten in this world. If you don't eat it, you will definitely regret it. You must try it." Before he could finish speaking, Ayazaki Mizuki picked up a grilled fish in the food box and put it in Ichimaru's bowl. "Oh, by the way, this is for you." Saying that, Genzuki took out a business card from his arms and handed it to Kokaki Sojun. "As long as the money is in place, you can come to me for anything." "I know, Wanchai-wu." Kokaki Kangchun looked at him with a half-smile. "The admissions teachers told me. It is said that there was a student who stuffed business cards into the female teachers in the examination room, claiming to provide all kinds of services, and it took away the souls of the female teachers. I am talking about you." Jinayu smiled shyly. "If nothing else, it should be me. In fact, I didn't expect that the demand from teachers would be so great." Then he changed the topic and quickly added, "But some of the service items are only for beautiful women, so don't think too much about it." "What kind of service only serves women?" Kokaki Ongchun put the business card in his arms, was stunned for a moment, and said with a smile, "Humph, you brat, but you should take less of this kind of work. Young people's health is important, must know moderation." "Do you know what I'm talking about?" "What do you know?" "I don't understand what you're talking about." Kokaki Aokun blinked at Jinayu with an innocent look on his face. Meisuki is even more certain that Kokaki Sojun knows what he means by service. "Okay, the joke ends here. Cookaki Ongchun smiled and waved his hand, saying, "After eating, go back to the dormitory and have a good rest. If you have time, take a look at the spiritual chain technique that was given today. You don't have a Zanpakut. This is the best way to practice spiritual pressure. The first class tomorrow is my Jeondeo class. Don't be late. Also, don't run around when it's dark. It's not peaceful in Siridii now." Genzuki seemed to have thought of something, and said to Cookaki Sojun, "Are the rebels so rampant now? Dare they attack the students of the Spiritual Arts Academy? Are you not afraid of Captain Yamamoto himself?" He gestured with his knife and made a chopping gesture. Cookaki smiled bitterly and said, "This matter is too involved and the situation is complicated. It is not something you students should worry about. What you have to pay attention to is your own safety. Leave dangerous matters to us." Seeing that Cookaki Sojun didn't want to elaborate, Ayazaki Mehoki didn't continue to ask. After all, their relationship wasn't that good yet. Cookaki Ongchun stood up slowly, packed the clean food box, and turned to leave. Genzuki took Ranjaku and Jin out of the cafeteria, completed a simple post-dinner walk with the two, and sent them back to the dormitory while walking towards the teacher's dormitory area. He wants to complete his first business at Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy. Early the next morning, Jinayu woke up from a big soft bed. The sunlight illuminates his resolute face, his tall nose, his eyes as deep as stars, and his long black hair hanging behind his back, highlighting his elegance with a hint of unruly temperament, which makes people want to stop. He slowly stood up from the bed and stretched his naked body. His perfect muscle lines added a bit of masculine charm. All in all, he looks handsome in every aspect. The spiritual pressure has become stronger. His keen perception felt the subtle changes in the spirit body, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After a fierce battle that lasted for nearly 2 hours last night, my spirit body and spiritual pressure became stronger after I woke up today. This is reasonable. First of all, it must be clear that the only difference between the spirit body and the physical body is that the spirit body is composed of spirit particles, and the physical body is composed of molecules. The body organs are no different. According to the biological knowledge mastered before Jinayu crossed over, the dopamine secreted in the human brain is closely related to the behavior of exercise. High-quality exercise can improve kidney function, increase cardiac output, increase blood pressure, and improve cardiac function. In the battles in the past few years, he had the feeling that his spiritual body was strengthened. This feeling was especially strong after using the spiritual power to condense the chain. Of course, being able to enhance spiritual pressure is mainly related to Jinayu's talent. His keen sense of spirit seeds allows him to sense and absorb spirit seeds while moving, which is something that ordinary people cannot do. "Jinayu, are you awake?" A numbing voice came from the bed, and a charming and rosy face was revealed under the quilt. You can faintly see blood stains under the quilt, which is proof of the bloody battle between the two. Chapter 6 Yongzhen Senluo. Yui's charming eyes looked at the tall man standing beside the bed, her expression full of satisfaction and shyness. She had never seen such a perfect man, handsome on the outside but wild and domineering on the inside. This contrast made her feel excited. Although last night was her first time due to her personality and work reasons, the charm of the man in front of her really made her unable to extricate herself. Jinayu came to the wall, picked up Yui from the small table and drank half a bottle of soju. After rinsing her mouth, she drank it all in one gulp and said with a smile, "Dear, I still have to go to class, you can continue to sleep." Although she calls her dear, when it comes to love, Jinayu doesn't have it in her heart. Maybe one day he will forget Yui. Although Yui-sensei is good-looking and her status is a bonus, the taste is really good. Jinayu casually picked up her uniform from the sofa. It was a kendo uniform, with a white shirt on top and blue pants on the bottom. The first class in the morning is Jeondeo class, which is also the way of swordsmanship. Kokaki holds a bamboo sword in his hand and demonstrates basic sword skills back and forth while slowly explaining the key points of the movements to everyone. Jinayu and the others sat on their knees on the wooden floor, with bamboo knives in front of them. The swordsmanship taught by Kokaki Aijun is very different from what Shinetsu learned in this world. Jinayu simply focused on 2 tasks. While listening to Kangchun's explanation, she used the spiritual power chain technique to practice spiritual pressure. Ichimaru-jin leaned forward and came closer. Jinayu, have you heard? It seems that someone will come to the Spiritual Arts Academy as a special lecturer in the next few days to give us kendo lessons. Take kendo lessons? So Mr. Ong will finally lose his job and go back to inherit the family business. Jinayu said with envy in her tone. He is really envious. Only those who have been a noble can know how wonderful it is to be a noble. I think that when he was still alive, he started to be lascivious at a young age, so much so that he overindulged in S**x and eventually fell ill from overwork. Now he is reduced to trying to please those noble ladies. It's not that I'm unemployed. The guest lecturers are just temporary lecturers. Do you know who it is? I heard from those noble young masters that he is a big shot. Jinayu raised her eyebrows and asked in a low voice, big shot? How big is he? According to those noble students, he might be a captain of the Godi I-13. Hearing this, Ayazaki Maya was slightly surprised. It is not unusual for teachers from the Godi I-13 to come to the Spiritual Arts Academy to give lectures. Aizen has been the calligraphy teacher at the Spiritual Arts Academy since he became the captain. But temporary lectures are usually given to graduates. When will they get such treatment in their lifetime? It seemed that the main points of this lesson had been explained. Kangchun stopped what he was doing and looked over. Ayazaki-kun, do you think my class is not good enough? How come? The teacher's class is very good, fascinating, interesting, lifelike, and soul-stirring. But I see that you don't seem to like listening to my lectures. Nothing, actually, it was actually Yin who came to talk to me. I was just trying to persuade him to listen to the class carefully. Ichimaru-jin's narrowed eyes opened a thin slit. Shine calmly took out a ring from his cuff and waved it in front of Ichimaru's silver eyes. That's right, I was the one who spoke to Jinayu-san first. Genzuki breathed a sigh of relief, but Kokaki Ongchun didn't let him go so easily. That's it, but it's wrong to talk in class after all, so let's punish Ayasaka-san and Ichimaru-san to help their classmates get a slap on the wrist. Can we get a zanpakuto? I don't know who asked the question, and the students' faces showed excitement. Shallow attack is Shikai's zanpakuto, which is Shinigami's sword. Of course not, I'm lending it to you to use to help you practice blade zen. You have to wait until you participate in soul burial internship after graduation, and then you will get your own shallow training. Of course, if you are talented enough and can inject your soul into the sword to know the name of the sword while practicing blade zen, then congratulations, you will get your own zanpakuto. While Kokaki Sojun was explaining the nature of the zanpakuto to the students, Ayazaki Meisuki and Ichimaru-jin brought 2 large bundles. Fortunately, the Shino Spiritual Arts Academy is a professional and technical education institution, and there are not many people with Shinigami qualifications, so the 2 of them can barely hold it together. Now each person takes a shallow attack, puts the knife on his leg, meditates in a meditative posture, and tries to control his spiritual power into the shallow attack, synchronize his thoughts with the shallow attack, and achieve dialogue with the shallow attack. Kokaki Sojun took the lead in demonstrating, sitting cross-legged on the ground and placing his zanpakuto on his legs. Jinayu followed suit, sat on the ground and put the knife away, closed her eyes, and tried to pour spiritual power into the blade. In an instant, he felt a suction force coming from the shallow blow, as if it was pulling on his soul, trying to merge with his soul. This wonderful feeling washed his soul and made him feel very comfortable, as if he had returned to his mother's arms. When she opened her eyes again, Jinayu came into a pure white space. The sun could not be seen in the sky. The white color covering the sky made Jinayu feel dazzling. The ground seemed to be made of unknown white liquid. His palms slapped on it, causing ripples, but he sat on the ground and did not sink. Looking up, he saw a katana stuck on the ground. It was estimated to be 1 meter and 2 meters long. The blade was long and thin, and the handle was white. There was a beautiful girl wearing a white kimono standing on it. This girl has the image and characteristics of a goddess, with the appearance of an angel and the figure of a devil. Willow eyebrows, big eyes, thin lips, plus a standard oval face, wide double eyelids, a high nose bridge, and long black hair. This is an enviable girl because all the beauty is concentrated on her. Jinayu was stunned for a moment. It's not because this girl is too beautiful, but because she looks like a game character named Tifa in her previous life. Who are you? Who am I? What are you talking about? It's me, Noise. Yongzhen Senluo. The confusion on Jinayu's face disappeared, and she looked at the girl with a smile, as if she was a friend she hadn't seen for many years. Yongzhen Senluo. The girl's voice was a noise in her ears. But it was the name that echoed in her heart. Like a dancing elf, the girl jumped in front of Jinayu, winked playfully, and said with a smile, "You can indeed hear me, but this is just the beginning. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to you calling out my real name." That day, the world turned into a mirror and shattered, and the girl's body began to turn into a point of light and dissipate. Jinayu ran forward, trying to catch the girl, but what she ended up grabbing was the handle of the knife. What's wrong with Jinayu? His DK is glowing. Mr. Kokaki, come and see what's going on, Ayazaki-san. Jinayu opened her eyes amidst the concerned words of her classmates. She stood up without knowing when, and the light blow in her hand turned into a samurai sword in the pure white world. My spiritual pressure. Before Jinayu could react, vast and terrifying spiritual pressure suddenly emerged from his body. Because the spiritual pressure rose so suddenly, he didn't even have time to control it, and it was released like a fountain. Chapter 7 6th Class Spiritual Power. Kokaki Sojun walked up to Jinayu, the expression on his face seemed to be frozen. In his shocked eyes, the spiritual pressure beam soared into the sky from Jinayu. Boom! The spiritual pressure beam instantly lifted the ceiling of the dojo, illuminating the eyes of everyone present. Several students with low spiritual pressure in the dojo were thrown away by this sudden and powerful spiritual pressure, and crashed against the wall. A college student flew out the door and was caught by a man with a black frame. This classmate, you should practice in moderation. Ah! Teacher Aizen, why are you here? I just finished class. What happened inside? No matter what, whether it was releasing the spiritual pressure or throwing the students out of the classroom, it was too much. Aizen adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and looked up into the dojo. In the dojo, Kokaki Sojun immediately released his spiritual pressure. The captain-level spiritual pressure of the third-class spiritual power firmly suppressed the spiritual pressure of Genzuki to prevent this spiritual pressure from harming other students. Through the exchange of spiritual pressure, he can be 100% sure that Shinatsu's shallow attack has transformed into a Zanpakuto, and the spiritual pressure at this time has reached the 6th level of spiritual power, which is only a thin line away from the 5th level of spiritual power. His first thought was to be happy for his students. But then, he fell into confusion. Ayazaki Mizuki entered school from Rukanga. It is clear from her resume that she was a 16th level spiritual power when she entered school. Now she has jumped directly to the 6th level. This level of spiritual pressure has surpassed most of the teachers. Even if you learn Shikai, you shouldn't be so exaggerated. Generally speaking, when a Shinigami learns Shikai, their spiritual pressure will increase by 1 level at most. Those with special talents can increase it by 2 levels. This is an unprecedented 10th level improvement. Aizen stood there, holding his glasses frame tightly with his hands. His whole figure seemed to have turned into a statue and remained motionless, staring at Ayazaki Mayuki with wide eyes. Without even noticing it, Mark's gentle smile gradually distorted, and the curvature of the corners of his mouth became wider and wider. From the perspective of the hospital student, the usually amiable deputy captain Aizen seemed to have turned into a ferocious demon in an instant. As a Shinigami born as a commoner, Aizen didn't know how to practice spiritual pressure before entering the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy. But because of his extraordinary talent, after he entered school and started practicing spiritual pressure, he reached the level of a top official in less than half a year, which is the so-called 6th level spiritual power. Even though he hid it well and no one knew about it, he was proud of it in his heart. The information of the outstanding students of the Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy in the past is all public, and it can be clearly known that no one can practice as fast as him. So although after several years of getting along, he knew that Ayazaki Jinayu's cultivation speed was very fast, but his starting point was too low. He never thought that Jinayu was a genius on the same level as him. He sometimes thinks that he may be born with a life at a different level than ordinary people. This thought often makes him feel lonely. For a certain period of time, he would always subconsciously look for someone who could stand on the same level as himself, and in the end he would only get disappointment. As a result, when he wanted to give up this idea, God played a big joke on him. This man's talent is no less than mine, he may be able to stand on the same level as me. Once this idea arises, it can no longer be stopped. For a moment, Aizen's mood was extremely complicated. He himself is not sure what he is thinking now. This man is too dangerous and should be eliminated as soon as possible. No, he may be just a flash in the pan, and he will disappear from everyone in a few years. Why should we take chances? The plan is approaching a critical stage, and any risks should be eliminated in time. In an instant, various thoughts disrupted his thinking, and Aizen couldn't help but take a deep breath. He thought that the existence of such a man might create resistance to his plot. But there was a feeling of relief in his heart. It turns out that I am not surprised, I am not living alone. It's not like there's no one on the same level as me in this world, this person is right in front of me. Let's observe for a few more years. Aizen took a few more deep breaths to calm down his inner excitement. In his heart, a long-awaited sense of expectation emerged, even if what he expected would bring huge risks to himself. "Teacher Aizen, are you okay?" the student asked worriedly. Aizen's eyes moved slightly, and he immediately put on his signature fake smile. "I'm fine, I just felt a little uncomfortable." "Ah, that's it. I'm going to tell you, teacher, why did your expression look so scary just now?" "I'm fine. You can go to the 4th division as soon as possible. Have you seen everything?" Looking at the nodding deans, Aaron smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, the teacher will leave first." "Teacher King, are you okay?" Jinayu finally controlled her spiritual pressure and waved her hand in front of Kokaki Sochun. "I'm fine." Kokaki Ongchun responded, looking at Ayazaki Mizuki in a daze. For the first time, Renzin learned Shikai, the spiritual pressure of the top chief. This is still the second day after enrolling in Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy and the first day of formal teaching. This is too exaggerated. Even his brother-in-law, Kokaki Hibiki, who was hailed as a genius rarely seen in hundreds of years and is now the captain of the 1st Special Forces, was not so exaggerated when he first entered the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy. His eyes rarely showed excitement, as if he saw a rising star. This child may become a pillar of Soul Society in the future. Although his broken body is of no use, if he can teach a Shinigami who can protect Soul Society, he will be living up to his father's teachings. Thinking of this, Kokaki Ongchun smiled even more happily, but this smile no longer had the usual aristocratic demeanor, but revealed a hint of stupidity. Jinayu shook her head, coughed twice, and pulled Kokaki Sochun out of the fantasy world. "Ao-sensei, as you said before, if you inject your soul and know the name of the sword, you can get your own Zanpakutte. Then I don't need to return my Zanpakuto to the Shino Spiritual Arts Institute, right? He inserted Yongzhen Senluo into the scabbard, hung it on his waist, and rubbed the handle of the knife. Even if I say I want to pay it back, you won't be able to pay it back, right? Seeing that Genzuki had no intention of returning it, Kokaki Sojun shook his head and laughed. This is natural, it belongs to your Zanpakuto, but after class you still have to come with me and report to the Spiritual Arts Academy. Long live the teacher! Jinayu jumped up happily, let's go quickly. When he watched Shinigami in his previous life, he fantasized about having a Zanpakuto. Now that I finally got what I wanted, I can't face it calmly. You brat, sit down first, the class isn't over yet. Aizaki Mizuki is now a 6th class spiritual power, but he is still easily pinned down on his seat by the thin Kokaki Sojun. Is the battle of Shinigami the battle of Ryutsu? The teacher who looks so weak actually has such strength. Genzuki gritted his teeth. Aizaki-san knows quite a lot. Kokaki Aokun said with a smile, but don't underestimate the teacher. Although the teacher is not good at fighting, he is also a 3rd class spiritual power. You still have a lot to learn. Chapter 8 Reflect. Genius, this is real genius. The Dean of the Spiritual Arts Academy looked excitedly at the portrait of Yamamoto President Yanase Shigakuni on the wall of his office, and shed tears of excitement, and his bald head suddenly became brighter. Not only Aizaki Mizuki, but also Kokaki Sojun couldn't help but narrowed his eyes. Captain Yamamoto has a soul in hell, and our soul society can still prosper for another 2,000 years. Jinayu, who was drinking tea at Mimi, almost choked to death. Her face showed that she was having a hard time holding back her laughter. Master Dean, Captain Yamamoto is still alive. Kokaki Sojun raised his hand hesitantly. I know, this is not about to die, isn't Captain Yamamoto too old? The Dean coughed twice and said with emotion. After working so hard for Soul Society for so many years, someone can finally take care of his old man's worries. Kokaki Sojun was stunned. The Dean was cursing the captain just now, but he changed his tune so quickly later, and he was just telling lies. He remembered that the Dean was not like this before. Could it be that Jinayu stimulated him too much and stimulated him? It should be like this, otherwise the explanation would not make sense. It cannot be that he is too happy and his true nature is exposed. Aizaki-kun, come on, let's go to the sword dojo and let the Dean see your shikai. The Dean grinned with what he thought was a kind smile. It's a pity that his old face has nothing to do with good looks, and it can't make Jinayu feel friendly at all. This smile can only stop the child from crying at night. Jinayu smiled, followed the Dean and Kokaki Sojun to the sword dojo, exhaled a turbid air from his mouth, glanced at Ranjaku and Jin who were waiting for him outside the door, and shouted slowly. Reflect, Yongzhen Senluo. Aizaki Mizuki slowly pulled out his Zanpakuto. There was a piece of white silk attached to the handle of the knife, and a cross-star blade ring was connected to the white silk. He inserted his fingers into the blade ring, gently moved his fingers, and the blade rotated and danced. Shikai's form change has indeed increased his spiritual pressure to 3 times its original value. Is it a direct attack type Zanpakuto? The Dean stood up slowly, stroking his long-grown beard with his broad palm, leaning forward slightly, observing carefully. His smile remained the same, without any loss. Although the direct attack type Zanpakuto is relatively simple in terms of attack methods compared to the Kid type, this can be compensated for by other means. After being the Dean of the Spiritual Arts Academy for so many years, I finally met a genius who is rare to see in 1,000 years. This kid might be able to compete with Captain Yamamoto and Captain Kenhachi no Hana of first generation. One day in the future, this kid will become a pillar of Soul Society, and the world will know that I was the one who discovered this genius. Thinking of this, the Dean couldn't help grinning and showing a silly smile. Seeing the gradually unrestrained smile on the dean's face, Ayazaki Meisuki and Kokaki Sojun suddenly felt helpless in their hearts. Jinayu looked directly at the dean who was wandering in front of him, and said calmly, "Master Dean, this should be enough, right? No problem, this Zanpakut will be yours from now on." Jinayu sheathed her sword. Stroking her beloved sword, her eyes flashing with light. Only he knows what the true power of this knife is. The three of them chatted for a while, and then Jinayu and Kokaki Sojun were sent out personally by the dean. Kokaki Sojun followed Jinayu, and when he stepped out of the teaching building, his steps paused. "Ayazaki-san, you must be extra careful in the days to come." Jinayu looked at Kokaki Sojun, who looked worried and said nothing. Kokaki Ongjun thought for a while and said, "Today's Seoul society is not as peaceful as it seems. The power struggle among the nobles is getting more and more intense. All the major factions are frantically expanding their power, just to increase their voice. Even the Kokaki family is not immune. What those nobles lack most right now is a talented young man like you. If you are outstanding, you will undoubtedly come into their sight. Once you accept the solicitation of those nobles, you will become a knife in their hands, and you will not be able to decide your own destiny. For them, swords are weapons, and they are just weapons. If they are damaged, they are scrap metal that should be discarded. No matter where they end up throwing it, they don't care. And if you join a certain faction, you will undoubtedly become a thorn in the side of other factions. They will never be merciful to their enemies. Those of us in high positions are so dirty. You should have a bright and brilliant life, and don't get stuck in this disgusting quagmire just for temporary pleasure." At the end of the sentence, Kokaki Sojun showed a self-deprecating smile. In fact, being in the whirlpool was not what he wanted, but being born into the Kokaki family, one of the four nobles, he was destined to be involved in it. He hated this reality from the bottom of his heart, but there was nothing he could do. "Teacher Kang, you are a good person." Jinayu shook her head and said seriously, "Don't worry, I'm not interested in the wealth sent by the nobles. My only idea now is to practice well in the Spiritual Arts Academy." This is Jinayu's true words. He has a lot of interactions with nobles, and he has a general understanding of the current situation in Seoul society, even if he has a thorough understanding of it. If you are attracted by the nobles during peacetime, you may be able to make a prosperous life by joining them. But the Seoul society is too chaotic now, and family heirs are dying in droves. A Rukanga commoner like him who joins the nobility is simply seeking death. Even though he is now a 6th level spiritual power, among the killers trained by the nobles, he really can't be said to be very powerful. Seeing Genzuki's serious expression, Kokaki Sojun breathed a sigh of relief. The colorful world is charming, and money and beauty are all that is needed for those nobles. However, Jinayu's firm expression and words should be able to resist such temptation. After bidding farewell to Kokaki Sojun, Ayazaki Mizuki walked to her dormitory. "Today's spiritual pressure has increased too much, so I don't have time to go to Ui-sensei for some exercise. He must be proficient in spiritual pressure, and by the way, he can use Blade Zen to chat with Yongzhen Senluo." There are 3 types of dormitories in Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy. One is the collective dormitory, where male students usually live in a dormitory of 6 people and female students in a dormitory of 4. Another kind of single room, this kind of dormitory is usually allocated to higher qualified college students so that they can have a good cultivation environment. This is the dormitory of Jinayu and the others. The last one is more like a mansion than a dormitory, with a private courtyard and a servant. If you want to stay in this kind of dormitory, you not only need to pay money, but also need noble status. Entering the dormitory area, Jinayu was surprised to find that there was a teacher waiting for her, and she changed her dormitory to a mansion area. All I can say is that geniuses are given preferential treatment no matter where they are. Chapter 9 Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shigakuni. "Jinayu, I'm here." Matsumoto Ranjaku couldn't hide his excitement as he looked at the new star of the Spiritual Jutsu Academy, who was sitting cross-legged on the sofa with his hands stroking the Zanpakuto. A puzzled expression soon appeared on his face. It was clear that Zanpakuto had only been in possession of Zanpakuto for less than a day, but the relationship between the two was unusually good, so good that she felt a little subtle. She knew that Janayu had always wanted a Zanpakuto, and she also knew that Janayu would definitely love it once she got it. But she never imagined that a Zanpakuto could make Shinetsu fascinated. "Janayu, did you bring me here just to show me this? I'm going to be angry." She puffed up her face angrily and reached out to pat Janayu's face. "I'm standing right here. Although I haven't bloomed yet, this is no reason for you to make a knife." As if to keep this sudden vixen away from Janayu, she deliberately sat in Janayu's arms. "My dear, it's me you like, right? I really didn't expect that Ahine Mori's pure face and conservative clothes could hide such a graceful figure. It's really great. Ah, that's right, Ranjaku, it's you I like." Genzuki, who was still murmuring absent-mindedly, suddenly jumped up, his erratic eyes immediately became firm, and he hugged Ranjaku's slender waist with both hands. "Matsuki, you won't do anything excessive to the Zanpakuto, right? The Zanpakuto is an extension of Shinigami's soul, and he and Shinigami have a different body and the same heart." Ranjaku glanced at Maya with disdain. "Of course I know, but Yongzhen Senluo's situation is a bit special." "Special? What can be special? Isn't the relationship between Shinigami and Zanpakuto like this? I don't know how to explain it. I can only say that she is not me." "Nonsense." Ranjaku couldn't accept this statement at all. It was completely different from the one in the textbook. She gritted her teeth and said, "You're not looking for excuses for your strange behavior, are you? Don't think I don't know. You lie a lot. You used to lie to me about going out to collect debts, but in fact you went to find the wife next door. I promise I'm telling the truth this time, and I have a bottom line, okay?" Janayu slapped her chest and said indignantly, "After all, doing that kind of thing to yourself is too weird no matter how you think about it." Matsumoto Ranjaku looked suspicious, then seemed to realize something and froze there. An incredible thought came to her mind. If this Zanpakuto is independent, can she really? Impossible. What can a Zanpakuto that doesn't even have a physical body do? Isn't Shinetsu afraid of pain? Janayu stretched out 2 fingers and touched her forehead, comforting. "Okay, if you don't understand, don't think about it. I don't even understand it myself. Just practice with peace of mind. You see, you won't grow taller if you are so lazy and don't exercise every day." Ranjaku slowly lay on Janayu, her petite hands hugged her tightly, and their bodies were inseparable. A vague sense of urgency burst out from her heart, and she suddenly wanted this body to grow up quickly. Seeing the increasingly solemn expression on Ranjaku's face, a chill suddenly arose in Janayu's heart. Siritii, the first team building. The dean of the Spiritual Arts Institute stood in front of the gate, excitedly explaining his intention to the team members guarding the gate. A Shinigami entered the team building to announce, and not long after, the dean was invited inside. He has been the dean for hundreds of years, but the first team building is really not something he can just enter. After all, although Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni was the head coach of Genji-Juku back then, the Shinu Spiritual Academy is now an educational institution independent of the Godei 13th Division and does not belong to the 1st Division. On the road leading to the Captain's Lounge, patrolling Squadron Shinigami can be seen everywhere. Occasionally, we can see the messenger of the lighting team of the 5th Division of the 2nd Division suddenly appearing and disappearing suddenly. When the dean was walking on the road, the Shinigami along the way would salute him, and he would return the salute with a straight face and a nod. The Shinigami of the Godei 13 are basically graduates of the Shino Spiritual Arts Academy, and these Shinigami can be counted as his students. The dean walked across the courtyard, took off his shoes in front of a room, and stepped on the wooden floor inside. He walked to a porch, cleared his throat, and said loudly, "His Excellency the Captain, the Director of the Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy, Sato Kajito pays his respects. Come in." A vigorous and serious voice came from the room. "I'm sorry." The dean nodded respectfully and pulled the gate of opening to enter. This is a small room with swords hanging on the wall and a wooden tea table in the middle. Various exquisite tea sets are placed on the tea table. Behind the tea table, an old man with a calm appearance and a slightly kind attitude was sitting there quietly. His narrowed eyes opened a slit, and he had a head with 2 long scars on his forehead. He had the same hairstyle as the dean, and he was wearing a death tyrant uniform with a large white feather fabric on the outside and a feather fabric on the inside. Beijing purple. Inside the diamond-shaped thick black line frame on the feather fabric, there is a big 1 character. This old man is none other than the captain of the 1st Division, the captain of the Godi I-13, the strongest Shinigami in the millennium, Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shigakuni. Your Excellency, Captain. When he saw the old man for the first time, the dean knelt down on one knee without hesitation. Only an elderly Shinigami like him knows how ruthless the kind-looking old man in front of him was when he was young. Why are you here? I found a genius in the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy, a very good genius. He completed Shikai on the first day, and his spiritual pressure level reached the 6th level of spiritual power. The dean deliberately emphasized the word excellent and took out a document from his arms and handed it to Yamamoto. This genius name is Aizaki Meisuki, and this is his information. Soon, along with the sound of the pages turning, the dean's heart beat faster and faster. Is he willing to graduate early and join the Godi I-13? Hearing this, the dean was slightly startled. Why would the captain ask such a question? Aizaki Mizuki has only been in school for 2 days. Today is her first class. Although she is extremely talented, basic training has not started yet, so it is too early to graduate. The main thing taught in the Spiritual Arts Academy is technology and knowledge, which is not something that can be learned naturally if one has high spiritual pressure. Now that he is graduating early, no matter how talented Aizaki Mizuki is, he is still a blank piece of paper. It will be difficult for him to learn all the knowledge and skills he needs to learn when he joins the Godi I-13. After all, the job of the Godi I-13 is, to put it bluntly, a professional job where you get paid to do things. Each Shinigami has their own thing to do, and which team member can concentrate on teaching students like the teachers of the Spiritual Arts Academy. Unless you are a noble and have received elite education since childhood, whether it is running a family, Shinigami skills, or power struggles, you have learned everything you should learn anyway, and graduating early will have no impact. Fortunately, his position as Dean of Hundreds of Years was not for nothing. He had done enough homework before coming and had already thought of all kinds of problems. Chapter 10 I do. He has no intention of graduating early. Well. Yamamoto stared at the dean and slowly said, "What's the reason? Could it be that those nobles acted so quickly, and Aizaki Meisuki had already accepted the invitation from those nobles as soon as he learned the information, so she didn't want to join the Godi I-13? As the actual controller of the Godi I-13, the largest violent group in the Seireidii, Yamamoto is loyal to the royal family and maintains aristocratic rule. This is a well-known fact, and it is also the reason why the nobles dare to mess around under his nose. He firmly maintains the discipline of soul society and naturally does not need to cultivate or expand his own power. The only reason for recruiting Aizaki Mizuki is that he does not want this genius who surpasses Kirako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukitake to participate in the meaningless and dirty things of the nobles, and become a consumable material for the nobles from a rare genius in 1,000 years. So which family is wooing Aizaki Meisuki? The ambitious Tsuneyashiro family? The Kashomioji family who wants to be among the 4 great nobles? Still. Yamamoto looked at the teacher's column in the file. Or is it the Kokaki family represented by Aijun, who lives near the water and is on a first-come first-served basis. If it was the Kokaki family, it would be acceptable. Although the Kokaki family was forced to participate in the power struggle, Kokaki Jinling was not only his old friend, but also a model of nobility, so it should not destroy him. The Seattle family could barely see past it, and their methods were relatively mild. But if he followed the Tsuneyashiro family, Aizaka Meihoki would be really ruined. He thinks his abilities are insufficient and hopes to continue studying at the Spiritual Arts Academy. The dean swallowed and said nervously. It seems that he has no plans to leave the Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy in the short term. He clearly felt that the atmosphere in the room had become cold for no reason. Isn't anyone from the nobles contacting him? The dean immediately understood what Yamamoto was worried about and breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, Commander-in-Chief, I've been paying attention to Aizaka Meihoki since he entered school. The only people who have had close contact with him in the past few days are 2 teachers and 2 friends from the same area as him. I understand Mr. Kokaki as a person. He would not do anything outrageous. As for the other teacher, her relationship with Maya Aizaki is very pure. The dean nodded. Well, pure spirit relationship. Yamamoto leaned on his seat and remained silent for a long time, seeming to be thinking about something. The dean walked to the tea table, picked up the tea set on the table and poured tea for Yamamoto. It could be seen that he was already very skilled. After an unknown amount of time, the dean stood a little bored, and Yamamoto suddenly said, "Since that kid likes to study, let him come to the team building once a week from now on, and I will personally teach him how to become a qualified Shinigami. I'll let the lighting team inform the kid, you go back first." The dean was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes showed excitement. What are you going to do by personally teaching Aizaka Meihoki? Letting him join the first team should not only study, but also have the meaning of inspection and protection. After the inspection, is it possible? What might happen next is so beautiful that the dean can't even think about it. Why don't I have such a talent? If I had such a talent, it would not have been him, Sasakaibe Kojiro, who was taken under the command of the captain back then, but me, Sato Kaito. The dean sighed in his heart and left the captain's lounge. I want to confirm for the last time, student of the Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy, Aizaka Meisuki, if you are willing to go to the first team to study. I do. Looking at the messenger of the writing team, Jinayu immediately gave an affirmative answer. That was Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, the strongest Shinigami in thousands of years, a true hexagonal warrior, standing at the top of the Shinigami in all aspects, and there was nothing wrong with learning from him. It would be difficult to find a better teacher in Seoul society than him. Plus he's in charge of the Godi I-13. If you can have a good relationship with him, you can avoid a lot of trouble. At least you don't have to worry about those nobles coming to cause trouble for you. Watching the writing team's messenger leave, Jinayu returned to the dormitory. As soon as they entered the door, Matsumoto Ranjaku put down the snacks in her hands and hugged her directly. Jinayu, was Team Lighting looking for you just now? That's right, Captain Yamamoto asked me to go to the first team building once a week, and he will guide my training. Jinayu had nothing to hide, and she never thought about hiding anything. He hoped that the news would spread as widely as possible. The more people who knew about it, the less trouble he would have. You mean, Captain Yamamoto has accepted you as his disciple? Ranjaku Matsumoto said excitedly, riding on Meihoki's body and swaying. You didn't say you wanted to accept me as a disciple, you just guided your practice. Jinayu lay on the sofa and straightened Ranjaku, who was swaying from side to side, to prevent her from falling off the sofa in too much excitement. Ranjaku sat upright, pondered for a moment, looked puzzled, and said, That's, the captain's extracurricular tutoring. Jinayu felt that this statement was a bit strange, and it reminded him of Teacher Ui. After poking Ranjaku's cute little face, he nodded and said, That's pretty much what it means. There seems to be no difference between this and a disciple. You should be regarded as Captain Yamamoto's unnamed disciple. Ranjaku remembered the story that Genzuki told herself. There were many types of disciples in those large sects. This situation should be among the anonymous disciples. If you have the guidance of the captain, can you become very strong soon? Then can I be lazy? Of course not. You must not be lazy in your cultivation. Jinayu sighed. Ranjaku, why do you think I brought you to the Shino Spiritual Arts Academy? I know, because Jinayu is a lolicon and can't live without others. Jinayu pinched her forehead and said with a headache. There are reasons for this, but it's not entirely right, because I have full control. Wait, that's not what I'm talking about. Actually, the main reason is that there is a bad guy with a human face and an animal heart hidden in Rukanga. There is something in your body that is very important to him, but he doesn't know the importance of it yet. Just in case, you must practice hard. Because strength is the capital of survival. Having said this, Genzuki became more serious and pressed his big hand on Matsumoto Ranjaku's chest. This petite body hides a part of the Soul King's body, which is what Hyaku needs. He believed that Matsumoto Ranjaku had the fingertips of a Soul King, so his talent would not be any worse. The night became silent. In the huge mansion, Genzuki and the young Ranjaku were lying on the sofa, staring at each other, speechless for a long time. Growing up in Rukanga, Ranjaku was treated with cold eyes and dislikes, and never had a good meal. She could never imagine that a person with nothing like herself could possess something that a big bad guy thought was important. Chapter 11 Big Shot. Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy. Outdoor Training Ground. The sky is bright and the breeze is blowing. The empty training ground was filled with dust. There are rows of targets placed on the edge of the training ground, and further away is a line of blue kid barriers, covering the entire training ground. Many students from the Spiritual Arts Institute have already started regular kid training here, but from time to time they glance at the figure in the center of the training ground. Jinayu was wearing a blue and white Spiritual Arts Academy uniform and was pointing her palms at a target in the training ground. O King! The mask of flesh and blood, the eternal treasure, the thing that soars high and bears the name of mankind. The heat and strife, rolling south across the sea, march forward. Had S-31 red cannon. Along with the chanting, the spirits quickly gathered in the hands, and finally turned into flames and flew out. Boom! There was a roar, and then the ground began to shake. The smoke dissipated and the target disappeared, leaving only a charred hole in its place. This is the scene that the students of the Spiritual Arts Academy saw. Ayazaki-san is really amazing. I haven't even figured out ballet yet, and Ayazaki-san has already started practicing the red cannon. When the hard-trained college students saw this scene, although they had mixed feelings in their hearts, they still had to admit Jinayu's talent. Generally speaking, souls born in Rukanga have not received Shinigami education since they were young because they are far away from the Seireitei, so their training progress is naturally not as good as that of students from noble families. Except for Kid's extraordinary talents, most of Rukanga's graduates could not catch up with the progress of the nobles' graduates. But they didn't expect that Zhenyu, a guy with a chaotic private life, besides being fast in spiritual pressure training, had such a high talent as Kid. Tisk, that's it. Kid is nothing. Shinigami relies on Zanpakuto. In the afternoon, there is Zanpakuto class. I am definitely no worse than him in swordsmanship. The noble disciples had disdain on their faces, but their tone was a bit sour. In fact, they were also a little shocked in their hearts. You must know that most of them are still practicing Hat S12, subduing fire. No wonder the elders in the family let them have more contact with Ayazaki Meioki. This guy is indeed too exaggerated. After they observed for a while, Jinayu had completed another red cannon. Do you want to train together? Genzuki patted the dust on his body and smiled at Matsumoto Ranjaku and Ichimaru-jin who were walking towards them. Jinayu smoothed his long hair, and sweat flowed down his handsome face and white neck, slipping in from the collar. The aesthetically pleasing picture was so impactful that the female college student watching secretly from a distance was firmly attracted, and she put her hand into her pocket to count her pocket money. Teacher Ui, who teaches kid, also shook his eyes and thought, "You really can't blame me for being mentally weak at the beginning." She has been a teacher at the Spiritual Arts Academy for almost 100 years, so of course she is not so superficial. She never thought that one day she would be seduced by beauty. Mainly because I have never seen a man like Genzuki in Seiridai. Mr. Kokaki, who is known as the perfect handsome man, is not as good as him. She thought of the bald dean, and then looked at the male students next to her who either looked unhappy or pretended to be cool. Comparing this comparison, Jinayu seemed to be more beautiful. However, she did not forget the purpose of coming here. This kid is really the treasure of Shenyang Spiritual Arts Institute now. Teacher Ui, what's the matter? Ayazaki-san, today's kid class is over. Ui said with a smile, you should take a good rest during the break and adjust your state. This afternoon's Zando class will be very helpful to you. Jinayu's eyes sparkled. It seems that the big shot coming this afternoon is indeed very big, and his swordsmanship is not low. Teacher Ui deserves to remind himself. I understand, Teacher Ui, let's go first. Genzuki bowed to Ui and left the training ground with Matsumoto Rangiku and Ichimaru Jin. The three of them finished their meal and rested in the dormitory for 2 hours. Jinayu wore the Yongzhen Senluo according to her usual habits and hung it around her waist. There is another kendo class this afternoon, but this time it is a special class and the lecturer is a big shot. A bigger figure than Kokaki Sojun, the vice-captain of the 6th division, he is at least captain level. Most of the students in the class are most interested in kendo. Zanpakuto is the standard equipment of Shinigami. As long as they are a little enthusiastic, they will concentrate on learning kendo. Of course, although Genzuki got his own Zanpakuto and even learned Shikai, he still took lessons seriously in order to hone his sword skills. However, after waiting for a long time, no teacher came to class. Just when Ayazaki Mizuki couldn't help but start to wonder if this big shot was Kurako Shunsui, a figure slowly walked into the classroom. Seeing this figure, Jinayu was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes widened in shock. This big shot is indeed big. There is no one bigger than her in the field of kendo. Not only Ayazaki Mayon, but all the students in the academy showed surprise when they saw the figure walking into the sword dojo. She has a delicate face, a gentle and peaceful smile, long black hair parted in the middle, tied into a braid hanging down her chest, and a white feather fabric lined with grey cherry color. Captain Anohana of the 4th Division. A Noble House student couldn't help but scream in surprise. Team 4. The expressions on the faces of many Rukonga-born students turned into disappointment. After all, in their opinion, the captain is indeed a big shot in the Seiridai, but everyone knows that the 4th team is the medical team. There was only one student in the class, a student from the Tsuneya Shiro family, who sat in his seat tremblingly, not daring to raise his head. Genzuki knew that the Tsuneya Shiro family controlled the history of Seoul society and understood the performance of this academy student very well. Anohana Retsu's original name is Anohana Yasunryu. He is not only the first-generation Kenpeki, but also an unprecedented villain in the history of Seoul society. It is not an exaggeration to say that he kills people like crazy. While the students in the hospital were talking quietly, Anohana Retsu looked at everyone and showed a gentle smile. Good afternoon, fellow students. I am Anohana Retsu, captain of the 4th Division of the Godai 13. Originally, Captain Jushiro was supposed to teach this kendo class, but due to physical reasons, he was unable to come, so I took the class instead. Please rest assured, as the captain of the Godai 13, in addition to Kaide, I also have some knowledge of kendo. First generation Kenpeki has a slight understanding of kendo, so will we be unable to get started in Kendo after practicing it all our lives? Before the formal teaching, I would like to know what the students have learned in the previous courses. Uzawa walked up to Jinayu, smiled, and said, "This classmate, are you willing to help me?" There was obviously a gentle smile on her face, but the moment she spoke, Ayazaki Mizuki felt a biting chill rush straight to Tianling Gai. Jinayu realized something, but had no time to think about it anymore. "Ayazaki-kun. The first time we met, he called me by name, and he was definitely talking about me. I'm extremely happy." He stood up suddenly, looking like he was ready to die. Chapter 12 Sparring. Anohanaretsu smiled and nodded, as if the aura that made people fall into an ice prison just now had nothing to do with her. "Very good. Teacher likes good children like Ayasaka-san the most. Come and stand here." She took a step back, leaving a space for Ayazaki Meioki. Fortunately, the so-called assistance is just to demonstrate what he has learned. Anohanaretsu is on the side to analyze and explain the key points of each movement along with his movement changes. Under the guidance of Anohanaretsu, the students stood up one after another and danced with the bamboo swords in their hands along with Genzuki. In this life, Jinayu started practicing kendo since she was a child. After coming to Seoul society, he not only used swordsmanship to exercise his body, but also used swordsmanship to kill people, so he became very proficient in practicing basic sword moves. In fact, he felt that it would be better if Anohanaretsu came to Jino Spiritual Arts Academy this time to teach kite instead of kendo. After all, the fourth team is the medical team and has the most girls among the Godi 13. Even if you are a bench officer, you can live a happy life. It's a pity that kite class won't start until next semester, and he doesn't know what his talent is in this area. If you have talent, you must practice hard. Anohanaretsu glanced at the kendo of other students, and finally his eyes returned to Ayazaki Mizuki, and he never looked away again. "Anohana-sensei, Kukaki-sensei taught us this, can I go back?" Genzuki sheathed her sword, bent down and said respectfully. Jinayu's respectful attitude surprised Uzuka slightly. But the more this happened, the less she wanted to let go of the genius in front of her so easily, and she even had the urge to bully him. "Ayazaki-san, you did a very good job. But I think your swordsmanship still needs improvement. Let's have a sparring session and find out where the problem lies. This can also help other students discover their own shortcomings." Before Jinayu could react, Uzawa had straightened up and raised the bamboo knife in his hand. "But you are the captain. We only use the swordsmanship you have learned, no spiritual pressure." Jinayu sighed, knowing that there was no way to avoid it. If this woman was not satisfied, this woman would not be willing to accept it. The moment he picked up the knife, his aura suddenly changed, and he instantly turned back into the boss of the flower-withered area. In the eyes of Mao's Hiwa, he is like a sword unsheathed, with its edge clearly revealed. Their clothes were fluttering, and the breeze outside made the windows creak. "Tsunoya Shiro-san, do you think Ayazaki-san can win?" a young college student asked Tsunoya Deroya, who had his arms crossed. Luan Yat, who put away the bamboo knife, sneered and did not answer. "Winning is not possible. To be more precise, it should be the extent to which the so-called first genius of Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy will be tortured." Jinayu held the sword with both hands, the tip of the sword reached Uzuka's throat, and looked into her eyes. In his opinion, Uzawa's action of holding the knife with one hand was full of loopholes, but he knew that it was all an illusion. As a master of swordsmanship, Anohana is familiar with the swordsmanship of all schools in Seoul society. He has mastered all kinds of swordsmanship, and it is not difficult to change sword moves. On the contrary, it was Ayazaki Meioki's meticulous sword moves that truly fell into the inferior category. After looking at each other for 2 or 3 seconds, Ms. Hiwa suddenly moved. She stepped on the floor suddenly, and instantly she was in front of Ayazaki Meioki, chopping from top to bottom. Crack! I saw Aizaki Mizuki's knees sinking slightly, and the muscles all over his body tightened. He tilted the bamboo sword in front of him, and the two swords intersected and made a loud collision sound. Call out! As the bamboo sword was retracted, Ms. Hiwa waved her arms and body, followed by a series of straight cuts, thrusts, and upward cuts. The astonishing force pushed the bamboo knife, and the shadow of the knife left a trail of afterimages in the air, slashing towards Jinayu, and struck at Jinayu at an extremely fast speed. Jinayu retreated while constantly resisting from all directions. For a time, crackling sounds continued to sound in the sword dojo. The shadows of the sword were like a gust of wind and rain, one after another. The students watching the battle at the edge of the sword dojo all gasped, their eyes blurred, and they couldn't see where the sword came from and where it was blocked. In less than 10 seconds, the two sides had already exchanged dozens of moves. Different from modern kendo, Shinigami practices Zando for the purpose of actual combat. Every sword he makes goes straight to the opponent's vital point. The students in the college practice sparring during the Jandeo class, and various accidents often occur. Even if protective gear is worn during sparring, many students will still be injured and sent to the infirmary after the sparring session. With Ms. Hiwa's strength, such an accident would naturally not happen. But today, she didn't care whether such an accident would happen. Apart from Ten's hero Kairanji who joined Team Zero, she is the most Grandmaster Kite in Seoul society. A mere skin injury can be cured casually. Seeing that Aizaki Mizuki easily blocked the first wave of attacks and could counterattack him, Anohanaretsu nodded imperceptibly. Although she put a little water in it, it has to be said that Aizaki Mizuki's basic skills are very solid, and she still works hard in the practice of slashing. It can be seen that she has killed people before. It would be great if I could keep up this kind of effort. Anohanaretsu raised the corners of his mouth, feeling happy in his heart. In this case, as a kendo teacher, it's not too much to test the limits of your students, right? In the blink of an eye, she crossed a distance of several meters, and in an instant she was in front of Jinayu again, stabbing the latter's head with the tip of the knife. There is no unnecessary movement, showing one's own strength to the extreme. Seeing the sluggish look of Meisuke in front of him, who seemed to have failed to respond to his offensive, Anohanaretsu felt a little disappointed. After all, he is not as good as that child. She could already imagine the ugly scene of Jinayu being hit by her own knife and then falling to the ground unconscious. Pity. The knife drove straight in and hit Jinayu's hooded forehead impartially, causing waves of white air to appear. But the disappointment on Yuajiwa's face suddenly disappeared. What a good boy! Not far away, the students who stood up excitedly and were ready to carry Jinayu to the infirmary were also stunned on the spot. Ranjaku and Jin sighed, and what came into view was Maya's slightly helpless face. He held the handle of the knife in one hand and the blade in the other. He tilted the bamboo knife in front of his forehead and blocked the powerful and heavy blow. Anohanaretsu narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly. Aizaki-kun, do you still have some energy left? The teacher is very happy. Saying that, Ms. Hiwa waved her bamboo sword again, attacking her body, and the force became a little weaker. Aizaki Mizuki wanted to slap herself in the face, if she had known she would just lie on the ground and admit defeat. Now Uzuhawa's offensive is fast and fierce. If you don't pay attention, you may have to lie in bed for several days. The students in the dojo became nervous, and the two of them were clearly showing off their skills. Matsumoto Ranjaku and Ichimaru Jin frowned slightly. As Rukanga origins, they have also participated in battles, and their current intensity is obviously aimed at taking human lives. If Anohana fails to control her power, she may hurt Aizaki Meisuke. Bang 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 bang. The two men kept waving their swords, and neither of them had any intention of stopping. Chapter 13 You Can't Lie to Me. Nian Flow, One Sword Flow, Shinto Flow, Yin Flow. Whether in the real world or in the Seoul society, sword skills from various schools from ancient times to the present are at your fingertips. This is the woman named Anohana Retsu, no. Anohana Yachiryu. The bamboo swords like a violent storm turned into countless sword shadows and enveloped Aozaki Mizuki. The bamboo swords that could easily break rocks were caught by Jinayu one by one, and fell on his bamboo swords, but they were unable to make him take even a step back. All kinds of sword skills have no effect at all. Not only is it useless, the opponent can even decipher his own sword skills and use his own sword skills to counterattack. Aozaki Mizuki's figure stood there motionless, and Anohana Retsu's mentality changed. She changed from a teacher to a challenger, and Aozaki Mizuki became a stronger person who accepted the challenge. How is this possible? Anohana Retsu stared blankly at Genzuki's nonchalant expression and the abyss-like calmness in her eyes, and an incredible thought suddenly came to her heart. Could it be that, with the same strength and speed, I am not as good as him? Kendo is a killing technique. This technique is designed to maximize the user's ability to display their own strength. He suppressed his speed and strength to the same level as Aozaki Mizuki, but not only was his sword skills learned by the opponent, but he was also suppressed by the opponent. What a monster this is! It's so delightful. Aozaki Mizuki was also a little excited. Anohana Retsu in front of him was not only fighting with him, but also deliberately helping him correct the hidden problems in his swordsmanship through sword moves. Under Anohana Retsu's semi-guided sparring, his swordsmanship is improving by leaps and bounds. Genzuki realized this, and couldn't help but look at Anohana Retsu with a hint of passion. If I can have more swordsmanship discussions with her, I will definitely become stronger. At this time, Anohana Retsu saw Mizuki suddenly smiling at her. Aren't you going to attack? Then it's my turn. Sensing Aozaki Mizuki's gaze, Anohana Retsu was stunned. The pleasure was completely released from the depths of his soul, spreading into his limbs and bones, and his whole body was trembling with excitement. What a good boy! In such a battle, he not only did not retreat at all, but also showed an expression of excitement because of the battle. What a good seedling! I really hope to see him grow up soon. What kind of pleasure can he give me by then? It's really exciting. Be careful, Anohana-sensei. The moment the voice sounded, the corners of Jinayu's mouth raised slightly, revealing a weird smile. This smile seemed a bit cold, vaguely revealing a joyful look, but also seemed to hide a hint of madness. As the mood became high, Aozaki Mizuki's attacks became more and more intense. Various styles of swordsmanship appear in his hands, no different from those used by Anohana Retsu. The attack and defense between the two lasted for another full half-minute. Whoosh! A rough bamboo knife stabbed at her from bottom to top with lightning speed, and her pupils dilated crazily. Simple sword skills are used to the extreme in Jinayu's hands, and her own speed and strength are fully utilized through skills. The angle is so tricky, it's impossible to guard against it. Under the disbelieving gazes of the students, under the dull expressions of Tsunoya Shiro and Luanya, under the excited gazes of Ranjaku and Jin, and under the increasingly crazier smile of Anohana Retsu, the tip of the bamboo sword stopped less than half an inch in front of Anohana Retsu. Jinayu paused and took a breath. Then, the bamboo knife tapped her forehead lightly. Ta! The sound of the tip of the knife colliding with his forehead sounded. Jinayu took a step back, made a gesture of sheathing the sword, and then bowed in salute. It's a pity, I couldn't fight to the end. After a brief silence, Uzuhawa put down her bamboo sword, her whole head slowly lowered, and she stared at Jinayu in a daze. Everyone was silent and stunned, and the sword dojo fell into a death-like silence. The sound of the knocking was not loud, but it made the students feel deafening and echoed in their minds. What did they see? As the captain of the Godi I-13, she actually lost. Even a discerning person could see that she didn't use her full strength, but if she lost, she would lose. Ba bang bang! The silence was only temporary, and applause soon poured into my ears like a tide. At this moment, everyone present looked at this scene excitedly and clapped their hands. This who can do this kind of thing in the Academy's era? He is probably the only one in the entire history of Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy. This student left a mark in the history of the Spiritual Arts Academy, and they were all witnesses of this feat. Aizaki Mizuki. Sato Kaito, who hurriedly came to see this scene, also changed his expression. When he heard that Anohanaretsu came to class instead of Jaishur Yukatake, he rushed here as soon as possible. He was afraid that Anohanaretsu would lose control and go crazy, ruining the good seedling he was optimistic about. But this good seedling once again rearranged his cognition. Teacher Uajawa, are you okay? Shinzuki is now more concerned about Anohanaretsu in front of her than herself. After Anohanaretsu was knocked, she kept touching her forehead with her hand and stood there stupidly. This mental state is obviously abnormal, or too dangerous. Even though he just defeated Anohanaretsu, if Anohanaretsu didn't suppress his own power. No one present today, including the dean of the lightbulb who stood at the door with a giggle and his head glowing, could not escape. Anohanaretsu came back to his senses, licked his lips, showed a gentle smile, and looked at Genzuki with admiration in his eyes. Teacher, it's okay. Maya-kun, keep up your hard work. Teacher is looking forward to the day when I can fight with you with all my strength. But I don't like fighting at all. You don't have to hide yourself in front of me. I know you are this kind of person. You can't lie to me. Your swordsmanship is for killing people. I can feel it. This woman doesn't listen to anyone at all. Zhen Yu sighed helplessly. He did kill a lot of people, and his swordsmanship was honed from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, but that didn't mean he liked killing people. This is just a means of survival. He will not regard killing as the pleasure of life. Matsuki-kun is really amazing. Anohanaretsu blinked and said in a louder voice. Please give me your advice in the future. Did Aizaki-san receive an invitation from Captain Anohana to join the team? But he has never learned kite. This is a genius, it's really enviable. At this time, the students who had recovered from the shock raised their heads and stared at Jinayu, their eyes full of envy. This is not an invitation to join the team, it should be an invitation to fencing. After hearing Anohanaretsu's words, Genzuki immediately understood what she meant, and a wry smile appeared on her face. Compared to you, I'm really not that powerful. He said with a smile, and then looked down at the cracked bamboo knife in his hand. Chapter 14 Greed for Life and Fear of Death. Anohanaretsu was so petty that he broke his bamboo sword with just a slight touch. If the target of that spiritual pressure was myself, well, I should have been lying on the ground. It's really good. It's fun to compete with Maya-san. Anohanaretsu turned around and walked towards the distance of the sword dojo. The warm-up is over, we now officially start class. Jinayu? He looked confused. The fight just now, I hit you, can you give me some face? Oh, it was my knife that broke, so it's okay. Just when the students were feeling deeply at Anohanaretsu's generosity, bursts of heart-stopping sounds suddenly came from not far away. In the sword dojo, the air was constantly vibrating. They seemed to notice something and looked up. The scene that greeted their eyes made their minds go blank. In the center of the sword dojo, the amiable Captain Anohana just now pulled out his zanpakut. The blade is more curved than other zanpakut, and the cold light creates waves of air. The students in the hospital looked at Sato Kaito with helpless eyes. As the Dean of the Academy of Spiritual Arts, he certainly could not shrink back when faced with the expectant looks of the students. I saw him straightening his clothes, with a resolute and righteous expression on his face, and walked towards Anohanaretsu. Teacher Anohana. Is there something wrong, Mr. Dean? Anohanaretsu concentrated on swinging his sword and made a few splashes at him. Sato Kaito, who wanted to retreat, looked back, and the eyes of the students gave him infinite power. Captain Anohana, I actually confirmed that the teacher of the next White Hits class is on leave. Do you think you have time to help with the get out of class? Things that are greedy for life and afraid of death. The students were suddenly furious, and their eyes felt like they were going to swallow the light bulb. Dean Sato Kagedou had no expression on his face, secretly sighing at his own wit. Although Anohanaretsu and the captain are both ruthless people. But it's completely different. As long as you don't take the initiative to provoke the captain won't bother to care about you. But even if I don't provoke Anohanaretsu, she might kill me. You little guys know nothing. But, I'm not good at white hits, what should I do? Then let's change it to a Jandeo class. That's okay. I happen to have time. Let me take over the next class as well. Then, after this class is over, everyone doesn't need to take a break. The two classes will be held consecutively. This sentence reminded Janayu of her high school days in her previous life, and the teachers should be very pleased. After hearing Sato Kagedou's words, several bad-tempered and aristocratic deans had rolled up their sleeves and were ready to rush out and beat him at any time. Fortunately, the good, law-abiding students represented by Shifunjin Yoshiro took action in time and caught them before they made mistakes. Taking advantage of this time, Sato Kaito used Shunpo directly to leave the sword dojo. Anohanaretsu pointed his sword at everyone. The sharp edge he had during the sparring session with Genzuki faded away, and his gentle temperament reappeared. Dear students, the Jandeo class continues. You have almost learned the basics of kendo. There is no point in continuing to learn tricks. So the next teaching will be a little special. From now on, please all students to practice with me one by one. I will test your level in this way and find out the problems for you. The faces of the students in the college froze. From the fierce fight between Ayazaki Meioki and Anohanaretsu just now, they have seen how strong she is, and they will not underestimate her anymore. The only question they were thinking about now was how they could survive the upcoming sparring. The shining Zanpakuto was really a bit scary. Let's start with the classmate sitting closest. Before the students could react, Anohanaretsu was already smiling and looking at a white-haired student wearing a blue and white school uniform. Ichimaru-jin was stunned for a moment, and under the encouraging eyes of his classmates, he picked up his bamboo sword and walked over. The two of them went through more than 10 moves, but there was no blood and flesh flying around and heads separated as expected. Ichimaru-jin simply flew away. Looking at the boy who stood up slowly from the ground with a dull expression, Anohanaretsu looked at him approvingly. Your basic skills are very good, and your ability to adapt to changes is also very strong. You have the shadow of Ayasaka-san, but his swordsmanship requires too much talent and is not suitable for you. You still have to continue to explore your own path. Blind imitation is not advisable. Ichimaru-jin glanced at Genzuki, who was flirting with Ranjaku, and bowed slightly, "Thank you for your advice." Seeing that Ichimaru-jin was safe and sound, and hearing Anohanaretsu's comments about him, the students all expressed surprise. It seems that Captain Uzawa is really teaching them a lesson, rather than killing people and silencing them. There is also Ichimaru-jin, the guy who always follows Ayazaki Meioki. I thought he was just a follower, but I didn't expect him to be praised so highly. They don't expect to be able to compare with Ayazaki Mizuki, that is a real monster. The words "there are shadows of Ayazaki-san" are already high praise in their eyes. Then Matsumoto Ranjaku walked up with a bamboo sword in his hand, and after 4 or 5 moves with Anohanaretsu, he was defeated. Your sword-swinging posture is not standard enough, and your grasp of details is lacking. Your daily sword-swinging practice is not focused enough, but your footwork is very good. As the saying goes, 3-point sword technique and 7-point footwork. You did a good job with that. Matsumoto Ranjaku showed a surprised expression and secretly glanced at Ayazaki Meisuki. When she was practicing her sword swing, she did occasionally like to be lazy, and even Kokaki Sojun didn't notice this. Ayazaki Mizuki's swordsmanship is very powerful, but being a teacher and using it yourself are two different concepts. Unexpectedly, after a few exchanges today, the problem was discovered. Looking at Jinayu's cold eyes, I'm afraid my butt is going to suffer again. Matsumoto Ranjaku hurriedly bent down, thank you for your advice. As the students went up one after another, they all failed quickly without exception, but they also received very targeted guidance. Under the nervous gaze of the students, Anohanaretsu folded his hands on his chest and nodded slightly. Dear students, today's special lecture ends here. It's an honor to spend time with you in these 2 classes. And I look forward to having the opportunity to teach you again next time. After saying that, the gentle and beautiful captain gave Zhenyu a meaningful look and slowly walked out of the sword dojo. Looking at Anohanaretsu's back, Ayazaki Mizuki helplessly shook her head, always feeling that the days to come would become very troublesome. Ranjaku, after school, let's go back and practice some more. If Captain Uajawa didn't say anything, I wouldn't have known you dared to be lazy. This time I will be one-on-one with you for extracurricular tutoring. Matsumoto Ranjaku nodded with a sad face, okay. Although I want to be lazy, it's a different matter if I'm with Maya Ayazaki. Chapter 15 The True Power of Yongzhen Senluo. After stealing the show in the kendo class, Ayazaki Mizuki's life has not changed much. She still attends classes at the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy and the first team's dormitory as usual. Except for kendo lessons. According to Sato Kaito, Kukaki Sojun believes that he has nothing to teach Ayazaki Mayuki in the way of kendo. Therefore, the Spiritual Arts Academy specially invited Anohanaretsu, captain of the 4th Division of the Godi I-13, to serve as Ayazaki Mayuki's personal tutor for one-on-one tutoring. In this regard, Ayazaki Mizuki said sincerely that as long as Captain Anohana doesn't get drunk and accidentally chop off his own head during class, everything else is fine. In her free time when she is not in class, Ayazaki may either compete with Matsumoto Ranjaku and Ichimaru Jin, or compete with teachers and noble ladies. Anyway, you won't fall behind when you practice left and right. The days passed like this. Soon, the Spiritual Arts Academy became lively, and it was time for the annual soul burial internship period. On this day, the 6th generation will go to the real world for internship, and those who pass will become the coveted Shinigami. It doesn't matter whether it's an internship or not. Ayazaki Mayuki is concerned about another thing. On this day, it was the day when Sukaizen, the deputy captain of the 5th Division, showed Shikai to the students. It was also the day when Jinayu decided to unlock the true power of Yongzhen Senluo. Speaking of which, Vice Captain Aizen is too approachable. He actually demonstrates the power of the Zanpakuto at the Spiritual Arts Academy every year. Ichimaru-jin hesitated for a few seconds before expressing his confusion in a confused tone. In the center of the training ground, Aizen-suk stood there, with the same gentle smile on his face as before, and slowly raised the Zanpakuto in his hand. Maybe he just wants to help more students understand Zanpakuto. Ayazaki Mizuki's face was expressionless, but his eyes never left the Zanpakuto in Aizen's hand. Aizen did this purely because he took one step and saw 100 steps. Let the students who will become Shinigami see your Shikai, and you can complete hypnosis at any time, avoiding accidents beyond your control in the future. Jinayu's senses are very keen. When he entered the training ground, he found that Aizen's eyes would always glance at him from time to time. He is self-aware that he is not strong enough, his brain is not as smart as the other party, and he is not qualified to play tricks in front of the other party. How to get along with this big boss? Ayazaki Jinayu has done some analysis. Aizen is too smart, no small tricks can escape his eyes. At this time, the more you do, the more mistakes you make. What he thought was a seamless plan may be full of loopholes in his eyes. Recognize yourself, be obedient, and don't think about any conspiracy before you have the strength. Only then will you be qualified to live. What's more, with Agent Senra here, the opponent's Shikai may not be useful to him. Jinayu rubbed the handle of her favorite knife, and Yongzhen Senluo also responded with shock, as if to encourage him. Kaika Suijutsu. Aizen pointed the sword downward, and the Zanpakut sank into the ground like a fish entering a deep pool. Ripples appeared on the ground. In an instant, the training ground was filled with fog and water surged. The students only felt that their vision became blurred, and the positions of the students around them changed. Shatter, Kaika Suijutsu. With a low shout, the students rubbed their eyes and the illusion disappeared. Aizen smiled and explained his Zanpakut abilities to the students. Refract light through weapons and water flow, causing enemies to kill each other. It's all deceptive rhetoric. After doing all this, Aizen walked farther and farther under the gaze of everyone. That evening, Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy dormitory. After completing her training, Jinayu simply rinsed her body and walked out of the steamy bathroom. Looking at Yang Zhensen Luo placed next to the clothes, he was a little lost for a moment. He pulled out his Zanpakut and murmured. Reflect, Yang Zhensen Luo. This is the first time that he will use the true power of Yang Zhensen Luo. Yang Zhensen Luo was hanging in the air, the tip of the knife facing down. Kaika Suijutsu. Jinayu looked at Yang Zhensen Luo, who remained unchanged, and raised the corner of her mouth. It is normal that there is no change. Kaika Suijutsu's Shikai originally only had this ritual action. The moment he shouted Kaika Suijutsu, he already knew that Azen Senra's power had changed. She can use Kaika Suijutsu's abilities. This is the true power of Yang Zhensen Luo. A Shikai that can imitate other Zanpakut. Shikai can be switched when used, but cannot be superimposed. The strength of Shikai is determined by its own spiritual pressure. The condition for imitating is that you need to witness the Shikai process with your own eyes. How student Ayazaki Mizuki will come to the first team building for classes the day after tomorrow. Just when Jinayu was about to perform Blade Zen, an old voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Jinayu was startled, and then recovered. It was a message sent to him by Yamamoto using Kid. If nothing else, the one used should be Bakut 77 Tianting Kong Luo. This old man is serious. He has to choose to send a message at this time. Don't you know that young people at this time are very fragile? Jinayu sat cross-legged, placed Yang Zhensen Luo on her lap, and frowned. As he entered Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy and was taught by the best teachers, he has gone further and further on the road of being a hexagonal warrior. Anohanaretsu taught Kendo and Kid, Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shigakuni helped him consolidate Kendo and Kid, and taught white hits. Among the 4 basic abilities, cutting, boxing and ghost all have the best teachers, and the rest is walking. Shunpo's studies were not neglected. Anohanaretsu and Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shigakuni were both very good teachers. But Grandmaster is one thing, and Majiki knows very well that the best of Shunpo is Yoryuki Shifunjin, who will be called Flash Goddess in the future. The relationship between him and Yoryuki Shifunjiyuan is not deep, and Yoryuki has not yet become the captain of the second team at this time, so it is still unknown how strong he is. What Genzuki has to do now is to make full use of the current resources, learn what he can learn, and enhance his strength as much as possible before becoming Shinigami. Having 2 good teachers to help him means that he can avoid many detours. On this basis, improve personal strength as much as possible. Before obtaining Hagyaku, improving the 4 basic abilities of Ryutsu and Shinigami is the best way to improve your strength. Genzuki thinks that he is not a talented monster like Aizensuke, nor is he a naturally powerful idiot like Kurosaki Ichigo, so he has to work harder than anyone else in training. According to Genzuki's judgment, no one among the chief officers of the Godi I-13 should be his opponent. Of course, excluding those Laolu who deliberately hide their strength. And when the spiritual pressure reaches the 5th level of spiritual power, even without using Eternal Senra's special ability, his strength will reach the level of invincible spiritual pressure at the same level. He is getting closer and closer to this goal. Yes, Jinayu is taking an extreme path. Absolutely powerful at the same level. Powerful without any shortcomings. Desperately powerful. Chapter 16 Tsunoya Shiro Family. The leapfrog battles that were necessary for the protagonists in various novels in previous lives were not within the scope of Jinayu's consideration. Leapfrogging is difficult to achieve in the world of Shinigami. The foundation of Shinigami's combat power is Ryutsu. No matter how superb the skill is, it is meaningless without Ryutsu. Of course, Old Man Yamamoto is not included in this list, his Zanpakuto is too supermodel. Until his death, his spiritual pressure did not surpass the Shinigami level, but the destructive power of the Zanpakuto was enough to destroy the world. Aizaka Meisuke doesn't know how his talent compares to Aizen. But he believes that with the talents recognized by Anohanaretsu and Yamamoto, and their words and deeds, he will one day be able to reach the ultimate level of Shinigami. Dong dong dong. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Jinayu casually put on a yukata and walked over to open the door. Matsuki-kun. The one outside the door is none other than Ichimaru Silver. Captain Anohana sent some kendo classics. Jinayu nodded and smiled. Sorry to trouble you. Ichimaru-jin then gestured to the 2 Division 4 soldiers behind him, and soon they walked into the dormitory carrying boxes of books. Kaka. The wooden boxes were delivered to the dormitory one after another. The 2 Shinigami from the 4th Division looked at Genzuki with admiration and left respectfully. How is Rangiku doing now? Jinayu was not afraid of getting dirty. She sat down on the wooden floor without changing her expression, flipped through a sword manual in the wooden box, and asked casually. Ichimaru-jin looked at the clean floor and seemed to be thinking whether the floor had been wiped clean or sat on. Hearing Jinayu's question, a strange smile appeared on his face and said, I don't know what kind of stimulation she received. She is currently training at the sword dojo. Jinayu was stunned for a moment, and then she stopped laughing. It seems that little Rangiku has finally grown up. But then I thought about it, Matsumoto Rangiku's reaction was normal. She has a desire to make progress, but she relaxes too easily. It is normal for her to work hard when she is forced by her own stick. But Jinayu, the nobles sent people to look for me again today. Are you sure it won't have any impact if you continue like this? Jinayu half squinted her eyes. My situation in the Spiritual Arts Academy cannot be hidden from the Godai 13. As long as those nobles don't want to drag me into trouble, they won't touch you. Captain Yamamoto and Captain Anohana taught me personally. In fact, to a large extent, they wanted to protect me. Ichimaru-jin was silent for a moment. I always feel that your situation is too dangerous. I guess the Godai 13 team will find out something soon. Jinayu smiled and shook her head. Ichimaru, don't think too highly of the captain and Captain Anohana. They are not as stupid as you think. They know my details clearly. Human life is the least valuable in their eyes, let alone a fight between Rukanga gangsters. It was a fight for survival. The captain would not blame me for such a thing. As for the matters between me and the nobles, it is not something that the captain is willing to take care of. Jinayu paused, then changed the topic and said. I heard that Captain Aizen came to see me recently. Ichimaru Silver replied. Yes, he came here when you were taking kendo class. It is said that he hopes that you can consider joining the 5th team after graduating from Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy. Jinayu sneered. If Captain Aizen comes to see me again next time, tell him for me that I will seriously consider his suggestions, but I have to follow the advice of the captain. Aizen is still collecting the spiritual power of souls with Shinigami qualifications and is in the early stages of making Hugyaku. In the original plot, in a few decades, he will attack Shinigami and start virtualization experiments. Now is the time when he is short of manpower. He should let himself graduate from the Spiritual Arts Academy as soon as possible and obtain Shinigami status. It doesn't really matter whether he goes to the 5th team or not. After all, which division he will join after graduation still depends on Yamamoto's wishes. Yamamoto may not care if ordinary people join the team, but no matter what, I am half his student. Ichimaru-jin nodded, then hesitated and hesitated. Anything else? Jinayu glanced at him. Ichimaru-jin considered his tone and said slowly. Tsuneya Shiroluan also sent someone just now to invite you to his mansion. He won over several classmates in the class, and the Tsuneya Shiro family expanded very quickly. It is said that several families who opposed the Tsuneya Shiro family were seriously injured by the rebels. He took a deep breath and looked solemn. A classmate with a noble background said that the rebels are related to the Tsuneya Shiro family. Many classmates took it as a joke, but I think this matter is not simple. Tsuneya Shiro family. Upon hearing about this family, Jinayu was stunned for a moment, and then a strange expression appeared on his face. Whoever goes against the Tsuneya Shiro family will be attacked by the rebels. It's strange that the two have nothing to do with each other. No wonder old man Yamamoto specially transferred Kokaki Zyonghi to the 1st Special Force as the captain. To deal with the Tsuneya Shiro family, one of the 4 great nobles, the Kokaki family, also one of the 4 great nobles, was dispatched. Very reasonable. The Tsuneya Shiro family wanted to expand their power. The Kokaki family is the model for all Shinigami, and is responsible for maintaining and enforcing the rules of Soul Society. The existence of one party will definitely hinder the other party from achieving its goals, and the contradiction between the two is irreconcilable. Old man Yamamoto is indeed an old monster who has lived for more than 2,000 years. Although he limits himself to the rules of Soul Society, he also knows how to use the rules to act. If it is not convenient for you to take action, let the nobles fight with the nobles. That's right, the Tsuneya Shiro family may. Ichimaru's silver words were unclear, with a hint of fear. Jinayu smiled and pointedly stated. Aren't they just a bunch of guys whose brains have been damaged by power? Now they are showing off their claws like a bunch of mad dogs, biting people everywhere. Ichimaru-jin glanced at Genzuki, although through the 2 years of getting along with him, he had long known that Genzuki was a wanton and lawless guy. But the latter mocked the 4 noble Tsuneya Shiro family in such a contemptuous tone, which still made Ichimaru-jin very helpless. You are quite calm. He sighed helplessly. Although the rebels have been suppressed by the Godai 13, if the Tsuneya Shiro family wants to take action against us. Now Tsuneyashiro is also using the banner of Tsuneya Shiro family to win over classmates and expand his power in the Spiritual Arts Academy. If he takes a liking to us, it will be really difficult. If we keep refusing, we might be killed to scare other monkeys. The rebels don't care whether we are students or not. His expression was a little troubled. Matsuki, do we need to inform the Godai 13 about these things? Jinayu pondered for a moment. The Tsuneya Shiro family is indeed troublesome. You must know that there are many lunatics in this family, especially the head of the family, Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata, who is the lunatic among lunatics. If you don't take Yamamoto and Anohana seriously, you may do something out of line. Leave this matter to me, who doesn't have a backstage anymore. When encountering trouble, Jinayu remembered the kindness of cheap teachers. Chapter 17 Teacher. 2 days later. Jinayu put on a clean school uniform and took Izenmora with her. As soon as she arrived at the captain's lounge of the first team, she saw Yamamoto sitting there with a kind smile and a comfortable expression, constantly sipping tea. It was clear that he was beaming with joy after knowing that he was coming. Jinayu smiled when she saw this. She couldn't help being popular. Good morning, Your Excellency, Captain. He said hello. Good morning, go to the dojo and get the knife. Yamamoto responded with a smile, immediately stood up, walked into the sword dojo, and took down a bamboo sword from the shelf. Oh! Jinayu suddenly shivered and took down a bamboo knife from the shelf. Don't slap me in the face. He assumed a defensive posture and held the bamboo knife in front of him, mainly covering his face. Ah! After a dozen moves, Jinayu let out an embarrassing scream, flew several meters away, and fell to the ground on his back. Yamamoto slowly put down his bamboo sword, showing a somewhat disappointed expression. The move I just made didn't use much strength. This kid has been with me for almost half a year, so why is he still so inexperienced? Yamamoto didn't feel any distress at all. Compared with the anger this kid usually made him, his ability to hold back his murderous intention was the result of years of self-cultivation. After thinking for more than 10 seconds, he nodded and said, "I have a general understanding of your situation. In less than half a year, my spiritual pressure reached the deputy captain level, which is very good. Although you have high psychological expectations, your talent still exceeds my expectations. Your Zanpakuto has improved very quickly, and there is nothing left to teach you about swordsmanship. Next, I will teach you the combat skills of combining the Zanpakuto with spiritual pressure." Aizaki Mizuki stood up quickly like a carp. "No, Your Excellency, Captain, I just broke through to the 5th level of spiritual power yesterday. If you don't congratulate me, forget it. I'm so injured that I'm lying on the ground. Your first thought is to teach me a lesson." Seeing the uninjured Maya, Yamamoto had veins popping out on his forehead. "I also brought you a gift. You actually treat the students like this. It really chills the students' hearts." Aizaki Jinayu sighed, groped for a long time in his arms, and took out a cloth bag. This old man is so irritable that it is difficult to be his disciple. Yamamoto took the bag with a cold face and was surprised to find that it was filled with tea leaves. "And it's my favorite tea." He coughed lightly, pretending not to care, and put the bag on the table. "Since your Zanpakuto is a direct attack type, then first learn a move similar to the kid type. Whether it's a Shinigami or a Hollow, they more or less have some special abilities. Unless you have a strong body and powerful spiritual pressure like me, it is very dangerous to fight an unfamiliar enemy in close combat. Your Excellency, Captain, I know you are very powerful, but it is not good to boast so much." Under Shinatsu's gaze, Yamamoto quickly raised his bamboo sword and then swung it down violently. A silvery white chop was released from the sword, flew backwards against his side, and struck the dummy that kid had strengthened countless times. The next moment, an incredible picture appeared. I saw that the dummy was cut vertically and divided into two, with neat cuts. "Is it cut crookedly?" Yamamoto curled his lips and said in disappointment. Seeing this scene, Jinayu was stunned. "Your Excellency, Captain, please stop scaring me. Also, was that Crescent Moon Chong just now?" Crescent Moon Celestial Confrontation. Yamamoto looked at him slightly surprised. "I didn't expect you to know the Shiba family's moves. It seems that you have a good relationship with the Shiba family, but this is not Getsugaten Chong. Business relationship is just an ordinary business relationship." Zhenyu waved her hand. "As you know, Konhee is young and has to manage the family and support his younger brother at the same time. It's not easy. I just used my good quality of being willing to help others. There is purity between us." Yamamoto snorted angrily. He knew exactly what kind of virtue this boy had. In some respects, he was an enhanced version of Kiriko Shunsui. The key was that he was even worse than Kiriko Shunsui. If this kid hadn't had some strength, he would have been chopped into 8 pieces in Rukonga. He said slowly. "The move just now is called sword pressure. The principle is to use the spiritual pressure on the Zanpakuto to attack the enemy. It is a relatively common fighting skill of Shinigami. Next, I will explain how to use this move. You must remember it." Yamamoto took his time and explained to him the techniques of using the sword pressure. "Do you remember everything?" "Remember." Jinayu instantly restrained her frivolous attitude and said respectfully. Yamamoto nodded happily. This is why he is willing to teach Aizaki Meihoki. He usually behaves frivolously and behaves lazily, but when it comes to cultivation, no one is more diligent and conscientious than him. Genzuki tried several times and successfully transferred his spiritual pressure into the Zanpakuto. However, he waved it for a while, but it only made Yang Zhensen Luo shine brighter and brighter, and the spiritual pressure overflowed from the blade. It was impossible to release the spiritual pressure in the form of a slash. In this regard, Yamamoto didn't say much. He just said that he had done very well and no one could achieve this level just after contacting him, and asked him to practice more. You can go back. You must learn it within this week. If you can't learn it, I will let you taste it. Jinayu did not leave, however. She walked to the tea table, poured tea, and said flatteringly, "Teacher, put it away quickly." Yamamoto took the tea. As long as this brat calls him teacher, it means he is up to no good. Who knows what trouble he will get into this time. Sure enough, I can't hide anything from the teacher. Actually, what I want to say is the Tsuneyashiro family. They have been harassing me recently, and I heard that they are also related to the rebels. I'm afraid. Jinayu, don't talk nonsense. How can the rebels be related to the four nobles? He glanced at Jinayu seemingly casually. Yes. But the rebels are indeed getting more and more rampant. Anyway, you go back first and leave this matter to the Godai 13. Thank you, teacher. Don't worry, I will never forget your kindness. 100 years from now, I will definitely take care of you until you die. Saying that, Jinayu raised her head slightly, showing a moved expression. His expression is sincere and sincere. Yamamoto will definitely be extremely touched that he has a disciple who values love and justice. Yamamoto took a deep breath, and then roared, "Get out of here, or I will let you taste the taste of both bones now." After saying that, without waiting for Ayazaki Meisuke to say anything else, Yamamoto directly kicked him out. Bang! Looking at the closed door of the sword dojo, Jinayu shook her head, feeling a little unhappy. Yamamoto, an old man, wastes his innocent heart in vain. During the 1,000-year bloody battle, I would not let him die. Just as he was about to go back, Ayazaki Meisuke's expression suddenly changed. A voice sounded in his ear. "Matsuki-kun, can you explain what's going on with my tea tree?" "What kind of tea tree?" "I don't know." Ayazaki Jinayu was shocked. When he turned around, he saw a white-haired middle-aged man with a mustache smiling at him. Ah! Chapter 18 Black Cat. "Jinayu, what's wrong with you? You can't open your eyes during class. Did you practice too late yesterday? You have to pay attention to your health while practicing." Looking at Ayazaki Meisuke with a pair of dark circles in front of her eyes, Matsumoto Ranjaku's face was extremely solemn. Jinayu glanced at her, waved her hand and said, "Don't worry, I spent the night learning tea tree planting techniques yesterday. It's not a big deal. Captain can still plant tea trees." Rangju was a little confused. "It has nothing to do with the captain, it was Vice Captain Sasakaibe who taught me," Genzuki said with a bitter smile. "I just picked some tea leaves, but I actually deprived myself of it all night. I have to file a complaint with Yamamoto next week. I won't accompany you during today's training. I'll go back and take a nap first." Seeing the tired look on Genzuki's face, Ranjaku nodded. "Okay then, have a good rest." After the voice fell, the two parted ways, and Ayazaki Meisuke walked towards the dormitory area. As soon as he opened the dormitory door, his expression suddenly changed. There was an extra pair of shoes at the entrance, a pair of shoes that did not belong to Ayazaki Meisuke's gang. Ayazaki Mizuki glanced around and moved quickly, moving against the wall while scouting the enemy. As he was walking, he suddenly felt something furry rubbing against his leg, and at the same time a rough voice sounded from underneath him. "What are you doing? There's a ghost." Jinayu was suddenly shocked. "Lower your head." Then he saw a black cat giving him a human smile. Zhenyu was startled when she saw the black cat that suddenly appeared. This is not an ordinary black cat, but a very cute black cat. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that this cat can talk. Since his cultivation, he has been taught by the best teachers, and his spiritual pressure perception is outstanding. Not to mention ordinary Shinigami, he can detect even a stealthy and mobile police team approaching. But now, the talking black cat was at his feet, and he realized it. Although there are all kinds of strange creatures in the world of Shinigami, he has never seen a black cat that can talk and can easily get close to him after living in Siridae for so long. Well, there is only one truth. Shifunjin Yoryuaki. The cat was a little surprised, and his voice became softer. Do you know me? I don't know you, but my classmates from Sifenjayuan have mentioned you. Classmate from Sifenjayuan. Shifunjin Yoshiro. That guy really tells you everything. When it comes to Shifun Yoshiro, Shifun Yoryuaki is a little helpless. Her younger brother is too dull and scheming. When she came back to her senses, she found that Ayazaki Meisuke had arrived in the living room not far away and was carefully inspecting each room. She quickly followed. Don't worry, there is no one else here except me. Shifunjayu and Yoryuaki gathered around Ayazaki Meisuke and asked with curious eyes. If you're right, this is Ayazaki Meisuke's dormitory. You are wearing a Spiritual Arts Academy uniform, with a zanpakut hanging on your waist, and you are so good looking. You must be the genius Ayazaki Meisuke, right? Ayazaki Jinayu sat on the sofa with two pieces of clothing next to her and nodded. I am Maya Ayazaki, are these your clothes? That's right, this secret technique has just been completed. I haven't figured out how to change clothes together yet. Yoryuaki looked up at him. After getting the answer, Jinayu touched her chin. In other words, you are lying naked in front of me now. Yoryuaki tilted his head, thought for a few seconds, and said excitedly, how is it possible? The cat's fur is the clothes, so I am wearing clothes now. Jinayu glanced at Black Cat in surprise, and saw a shy expression on his face. Is it because you are still young, so you are not as unrestrained as you will be in the future? Looking at Jinayu with her eyes closed, she asked strangely, what are you doing? Of course I'm going to sleep, I'm almost exhausted. I came here specifically to protect you, and you just want to sleep. Yoryuaki said angrily. Protect me? Are the Sifenjayuan family willing to let the eldest lady protect me? I think you sneaked out to play. How do you know? Shifunjayuan Yoryuaki was stunned. No, I am a member of the secret mobile team. I heard the captain's order and came out to perform the mission. How can I sneak out? Okay, I know you are very powerful. Jinayu gave her a pitiful look. But a cat can't protect me. You can use this time to secretly change back and put on your clothes. I won't peek. Why do you feel like Yoryuaki is a bit silly now? It's a pity that I didn't install kid surveillance camera in the room, otherwise it would be a different scene. Shifunjin Yoryuaki. Just now, she saw someone sneaking towards this dormitory, and the first thought in her mind was that this person was a good prankster. Originally, she planned to scare her by turning into a cat, but she stopped when she saw the school uniform on Ayazaki Meisuke and the zanpakut at her waist. A student of the Spiritual Arts Academy, zanpakut. Putting the two keywords together, she instantly guessed the person's identity. Ayazaki Mizuki, a Rukanga civilian born in this world, obtained Shikai less than half a year after entering the Spiritual Arts Academy, and received personal guidance from Captain Yamamoto and Captain Anohana. Yesterday, Captain Yamamoto confirmed that he has reached the vice-captain level. This dormitory should be his dormitory, but I don't know why he looked like he was a thief when he went back to his own dormitory. After thinking about it, she simply showed up to scare Ayazaki Meisuke and see if she could observe anything while taking advantage of the chaos. It turns out that this guy simply didn't sleep well. Isn't it true that the captain is teaching students not to be allowed to sleep? Seemingly seeing Yoryuaki's doubts, Ayazaki Meisuke cheered up. Yoryuaki, you haven't been to the backyard of the first team's building in the past 2 days, have you? Yoriyuki was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "No, I have been to the front yard." "That's right." Ayazaki Meioki showed a comfortable expression, licked her lips, and said slowly. "Yesterday I went to study with Mr. Yamamoto, and I saw his favorite tea leaves when passing by the backyard. I, Ayazaki Mizuki, have always respected my teachers and would never hide such a good thing secretly, so I gave the tea as a gift to the captain. I didn't sleep last night all because this guy Sasakaibe Kojiro bullies the weak and fears the strong." The last sentence, Jinayu said, was filled with indignation. Old man Yamamoto drank tea. "Why are you looking for me? Why are you looking for him?" Yoriyuki watched Ayazaki Meisuki talking nonsense seriously and couldn't help laughing. This guy seems to be quite interesting. When Yoriyuki was observing Mayu, the boy was already fast asleep. Yoriyuki patted Meioki's cheek with a cat paw, but Meioki suddenly frowned and still didn't wake up. Asleep? This guy's vigilance is too low. What if I just lied to him and actually came to kill him? I didn't know how to be on guard and actually fell asleep like that. Chapter 19. Are you shy? She was about to say something when she saw Ayazaki Meisuki suddenly sit up. Someone is coming. As soon as Meisuki finished speaking, Yoriyuki felt the Ryotsuo approaching nearby. She looked at Ayazaki Meioki in surprise. As the heir to the Shihoan family, Yoriyuki has been trained in stealth maneuvers since he was a child, with spiritual pressure detection being a top priority. She has always felt that among her fellow Shinigami, no one could surpass her in investigative abilities. But just now, Ayazaki Meioki noticed that someone was approaching, obviously faster than herself. This guy really can always surprise people. In the distance, the voice of the patrolling teacher can already be heard. "Vice Captain Omida. Did you see any people or animals approaching here?" "Report to the deputy captain, I didn't see it." Omida didn't seem relieved after hearing the teacher's answer. A few seconds later, he reached out and knocked on the door of Ayazaki Meioki's dormitory. "Miss? Are you here?" Shifunjayu and Yoriyuki's face darkened. "Oops, it's Nozomi-jin, why did that guy come here?" "Zizi-jin. Head of the Omida family, deputy captain of the 2nd Division, Omida Nozomi, damn it, it's impossible to retreat by stealth maneuver. You did sneak out." Jinayu rubbed her eyes and said with a smile, "You talk about retreat, are you fighting?" "Almost, this is a war for freedom." Zhenyu sneered. "War should be played out of amusement. You go and deal with it first while I put on my clothes." "Why should I help you?" "No, wait a minute." Ayazaki Mizuki was stunned. Yoriyuki had returned to his human form and pushed him towards the entrance. "You'll be dead if you dare to look back." As if sensing Yoriyuki's change, Maya smiled. "Oh, are you shy?" "It's ridiculous, how could I be so shy because of something like this?" While Jinayu smiled, she stretched out 2 fingers and stroked the air in front of her. Following his movements, an invisible spiritual membrane slowly unfolded, completely covering Yoriyuki. Seeing this hand, Yoriyuki's eyes lit up. As a covered mobile member, she can see Chujiao at a glance. The one used by Maya Ayazaki is Bakud no 26 Bent Light. Bent light is a kid that creates a layer of spirit membrane to cover the object, using the distortion of light to cover the object to achieve the effect of invisibility. This move is of little use in the Shinigamis keen on sword fighting, so few Shinigami specifically learn it. Not to mention that someone like Ayazaki Meioki, who completely gave up singing and releasing, could still be so perfect. The more Yoriyuki looked at it, the more satisfied he became. This talent is perfect for adding stealth maneuvers. With superb techniques for detecting spiritual pressure and ingenious concealment of kid, the only drawback is that the face is too recognizable and easily attracts attention. But it doesn't matter, you will wear a mask when performing stealth maneuver missions, just cover your face. Ayazaki Mizuki walked to the entrance and opened the door. A tall man 2 meters tall walked in. The strong man has a brown haircut, a tall build, an arrogant expression, and a string of thick gold chains hanging around his neck. Janayu looked directly at the other person, and suddenly felt the aura of the nouveau riche rushing towards her face. The strong man asked, "Ayazaka Shinetsu? It's me, do you know me?" Janayu asked doubtfully. "I am Omida Nozomi, the deputy captain of the 2nd Division of the Godi I-13. The reason why we are here is largely because of you," Omida Zizhigen said with a hearty smile. "For you, Captain Yamamoto specially asked our 2nd Division to add patrols around the Spiritual Arts Academy." "I see. No wonder the Spiritual Arts Academy has so much powerful spiritual pressure today. It's really troublesome for Vice Captain Omida. Have you noticed? He is indeed the captain's disciple. What's wrong with you?" Janayu glanced at the busy 2nd Division team members behind Omida, and asked without changing her expression. Seemingly amused by Maya's excellent acting skills, Yoriyuki gave him a mocking smile. "Omida Zizhigen, we are looking for someone. Have you seen a crazy weirdo in the dormitory?" "Crazy weirdo?" Janayu glanced behind her. Yoriyuki, who was hiding in the bent light, gritted his teeth and waved his fist. "How dare you say that to me? You will have a better time after I become the captain." Janayu said, "No. It's strange, someone clearly saw the eldest lady coming this way." He suddenly looked sharply and walked towards Ayazaka Meioki. Yoriyuki was like a frightened cat, his whole body tensed up. Ayazaka Janayu thought of something and raised the corner of her mouth. At this moment, he sobered up a lot. Not only was he not nervous, he even felt that it didn't matter if he was discovered, it might be interesting. To put it bluntly, Yoriyuki had nothing to lose if he was caught, but the development of things might be interesting. Seeing Ayazaka Meioki's gloating look, Chiffon Yoriyuki rolled his eyes. As the two watched, Omida walked a few steps to the shoe cabinet. On the shoe cabinet, there is a pair of familiar shoes. He stretched out his hand, picked up the pair of shoes and was stunned, his eyes became sharp, and he lost his voice. The eldest lady left home at night, sneaked into the private residence of the students of the Spiritual Arts Academy, and then... He was slightly startled, and seemed to think that this guess was a bit outrageous. "After all, my eldest daughter is also the princess of the 4 great nobles, the Shifenjai Yuan family. How could the future captain of the 2nd Division sneak into the dormitory of the Spiritual Arts Academy and plot against the students?" But when he thought of Yoriyuki's daily performance and looked at the appearance of the person in front of him, Omida felt that it was not impossible. "Janayu-kun, the eldest lady didn't hurt you, right?" He looked at Janayu with pity. "How little confidence do you have in your eldest lady?" "No." Janayu shook her head. "You have indeed seen her," Omida said firmly. "Damn, I was fooled. I didn't expect that this guy with thin eyebrows, small eyes, thick lips, and a rough appearance could be so sinister. Ayazaka-san, you probably don't mind me searching your dormitory." Omida Zizhigen rubbed his hands and said with a smile. "You also know that the rebels are rampant now. The eldest lady has a distinguished status. If she encounters danger, she will be in trouble." Genzuki sighed, glanced behind him, and gave Yoriyuki a wishing look. "Vice Captain Omida, please." Omida did not call the team members, but walked into the house alone and began a careful search. I don't know what method Shifenjai and Yoriyuki used. Even Ayazaka Meioki couldn't find her location. The moment Omida Nozomi entered the house, the bent light cast by Genzuki was cancelled. But they still couldn't see Yoriyuki, and they couldn't even feel the spiritual pressure. Omida searched the dormitory inside and outside, even the toilet, but in the end she couldn't see even half a person. Chapter 20 Good Place. There are indeed traces of the eldest lady's activities, but no one can be found. Has she already left? After saying that, Omida looked sharply and decided to set off immediately to search the surrounding area. Shifunji and Yoryuki didn't even have time to take away his shoes, so he probably hasn't gone far yet. At present, the rebels are eager to jump over the wall and act without any scruples. Shifunji and Yoryuki has a distinguished status and must not be allowed to run around outside. She must be found as soon as possible. Under the gazes of Aizaki Mizuki and Shifunjin Yoryuki, Omida Nozomi quickly left the dormitory. After confirming that Omida Nozomi was far away, Shifunji and Yoryuki breathed a sigh of relief, and then said angrily, "It's all your fault for ruining my reputation." Aizaki Jinayu said cheerfully, "It's obviously your own fault, how can you blame me? Besides, do you still have a good reputation?" The corners of Yoryuki's eyes twitched slightly as he remembered what Omida Nozomi said. Jinayu said with a half-smile but not a smile, "Why, you don't accept it? How about I call Omida back and ask him to tell me, is your reputation good or not?" "Ahem, no need. I have a lot, so I won't argue with you." Yoryuki folded his arms and pretended to be generous, shouting. Aizaki Mizuki didn't dwell too much on this topic and said lazily, "Omida searched the whole house and couldn't find you. Where were you just now?" Shifunji and Yoryuki raised his wrist, "See if you have this silver bracelet? This can hide your spiritual pressure. And this cloak on me makes me invisible without kid." As she spoke, she twisted her body triumphantly. "Our Shifunji Yuan family is called the God-given weaponry fan, and we have a collection of many magical weapons. These are just the two most insignificant ones. I thought, who made this cloak? Do it. This is a magical weapon. How can anyone make it?" Shifun Yoryuki shook his head in amusement. "That guy Kisuk likes to tinker with gadgets, but most of the things he makes are useless." "Kisuk?" Jinayu became interested and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. "If nothing else, it should be Urahara Kisuk. This guy is one of the creators of Hagyaku." "Urahara Kisuk, he is my childhood sweetheart." Yoryuki raised his eyebrows, as if he had discovered something interesting. "What, are you jealous? How is that possible? How long have you and I known each other?" "No, we don't even know each other." "Who says we don't know each other? You just helped me deceive that guy Omida. Now we not only know each other, but we are also accomplices." Yoryuki smiled. "Don't pretend, your expression has given you away. So is this woman completely living in her own world at this stage? Although I do have small thoughts, what I was thinking just now is not at all like this." Jinayu realized that her innocence had been lost by Yoryuki's words, and she twitched her lips. "What you said, I think you should leave quickly. I don't want to be beheaded by your childhood sweetheart while sleeping in the middle of the night. That guy Kisuk is an idiot who only knows how to play pranks. He won't be jealous of you." Yoryuki laughed proudly and said, "Jinayu, after you graduate, come to the second team." "What's the benefit?" Aizaki Jinayu glanced at her and smiled. "In a few years, I will take over as the captain of the second division." Yoryuki thought for a while. "I will make you the third seat immediately." Aizaki Mizuki was silent, stretched out his hand from his sleeve, put it on Yoryuki's forehead, and then put it on his own forehead. "I don't have a fever either." "Why are you talking nonsense?" Shifunjin Yoryuki blushed slightly. "I almost forgot about the other party's strength. Let alone the chief officer, the vice captain will become a leader sooner or later." She tried hard to recall the information about Aizaki Mizuki. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she came closer and said, "Our second division has many beautiful girls, and there is also a petite and cute child who will join the team soon. He is so cute that even I am a little moved. He is your favorite type. If you come to the second division, I can introduce you to them." "Petite and cute? My favorite type? This is slander, a naked slander. What if it spreads and other types of girls don't like me? It's really too much." "Captain, please let me join the 2nd Division." Aizaki Mizuki's eyes were sincere. Yoriyuki teased, "Do you really want to join the 2nd team?" "Through fire and water, Captain." Janayu held her hand, her expression as sincere as possible. "Very good, I will accept you." Shifunjayu and Yoriyuki acted generously and confidently, and held his hand tightly in anticipation. "When I become the captain, I will grant you 3 seats. You have a good rest today and I will pick you up tomorrow." "Pick me up? Where to go?" Zhenyu was startled. Yoriyuki smiled and said, "Don't you like to practice? I have a place that you will definitely like. See you tomorrow." Yoriyuki ducked and came to the window, disappearing into the shadows as the night darkened. Janayu shook her head, closed the window, and then returned to her room and fell asleep. Unknowingly, the crescent moon sets quietly and the sun gradually rises. In the early morning, the sun shines down like spring water, and the rising sun puts a layer of gold on the antique buildings. Aizaki Mizuki stared blankly at the cute and petite girl, seemingly attracted by her softness. "The sun is shining on your butt, why don't you get up and get ready for class?" Janayu lifted the cute little loli from the bed and looked around, trying to find something to wear to pretend she still had a sense of shame. He found some clothes on the ground and helped Matsumoto change into his school uniform. Under Yoriyuki Shifunjin's troubles, the secret mobile members of the Reinjitsuan are not just 1 or 2 teams. The 2nd Division almost sent nearly a quarter of its troops to squeeze into this small spiritual academy. There is no doubt that Janu's spiritual academy is the safest place in the Siridii besides the area where the Godii 13 is stationed. The normally deserted Spiritual Arts Academy can now be spotted by the investigating police team within a few steps. The members of the 2nd Division have also been trained, and they are all very good at hiding. Except for the captain and vice-captains who come to the Spiritual Arts Academy to serve as teachers part-time, almost no one can detect them. After the news got out, Tsunayashiro and Lewin also stopped attending classes, fearing that they would lose their lives if they didn't win over them. Aizaki Mizuki didn't care about these nonsense, all he thought about was Yoriyuki. To be precise, it was the place she said was conducive to cultivation. It was getting dark slowly, and the lights on the roadside were turning on one after another. When Genzuki returned to the dormitory, Yoriyuki had been waiting for a long time. "Where are we going? Where can it really help my practice?" "Just come with me, I guarantee you'll like it." Shifunjayu and Yoriyuki felt a little guilty and quickly covered it up. "Oh, I was shocked, I thought you... What do you think? Don't you still believe me? Could it be that this lady, the future head of the Shifunjayuan family, would lie to you?" Shifun Yoriyuki raised his fist in a threatening manner. Chapter 21 Training Ground. Aizaki Mizuki and Shifun Yoriyuki walked through half of the Siridii and came to the foot of Shuangshao Hill. You won't know if you don't look at it, but you will be shocked when you look at it. The underground of Shuangshao Hill has been hollowed out by 2 bold guys, and it is filled with all kinds of training equipment. It should be used as a training ground. Damn it, Yoriyuki, she was the one who proposed building the training ground, why is it that I'm the only one working on it? Shifunjayu and Yoriyuki was happily taking his little fanboy to visit when he heard the complaints of a lazy man. The man has short, light yellow hair and military green eyes, and he looks listless. That guy is my accomplice, Urahara Kisuke. Yoriyuki pointed at the decadent yellow-haired man, and then raised his voice. Ah, why did I hear someone talking bad about me? Is Kisuke being lazy? How is it possible? Haven't you seen how happy I am? Urahara Kisuke waved the shovel in his hand and dug while laughing. Shinzuki leaned closer and asked, What are you digging for, Mr. Urahara? I want to dig a big pond and use it as a hot spring. Urahara Kisuke replied. Why not use kid? Aren't there barriers arranged outside? Janayu was a little confused. Urahara Kisuke smiled and explained, well, the large-scale kid movement is too loud, and the barriers on the outside can easily be revealed. I see, Mr. Urahara is really cautious. Genzuki nodded. Urahara Kisuk seemed to notice something was wrong and moved his hands. By the way, who are you? You don't know me. Only then did Genzuki realize that Urahara Kisuk didn't know that he was coming, and looked back at Shifunji and Yuryuaki. Didn't you tell him? Shifunji and Yuryuaki scratched his head and said with a smile, I forgot to mention it, but it doesn't matter, you guys had a lot of fun talking. Seeing Yuryuaki pretending to be dumbfounded, Genzuki couldn't help but laugh. Then I'll tell you for myself. Hello, Mr. Urahara Kisuk, my name is Maya Aozaki. Urahara Kisuk was stunned for a moment, and looked at Yuryuaki, who smiled with pride. Kisuk asked carefully, the captain's disciple, Aozaki Hoki. I should be the Aozaki, but I am not the captain's disciple. Jinayu smiled and said. Did Mr. Urahara build this underground training ground? It's really amazing. It has all kinds of training tools. The key is that it's very large, so you won't be constrained when fighting. Just like Shunpo, the training venue is large enough to practice better. Many details are easily overlooked when trapped in a small room. Urahara Kisuk also understood somewhat, so Yuryuaki just shared the fruits of my labor. Yes. Yuryuaki said simply, without any sense of guilt about appropriating the fruits of other people's work. Just kidding, I came up with this idea myself. Urahara Kisuk is only responsible for physical labor. Do you know what intellectual property rights are? Yuryuaki added, no need to be polite to me, Maya. You can use this training ground as you like. If it is damaged, Kisuk will be responsible for repairing it. However, until Kisuk improves a better protective cover, it is best not to use kid with a size above 70 use. I understand. Aozaki Hoki's eyes changed again when she looked at Shifunjin Yuryuaki. He has already begun to think about how to arrange time to practice here in the future. This training ground is very complete and can train more than just Shunpo. He asked sincerely, then can you practice with me? You are really interested in me, Yuryuaki said with a proud smile. You are so straightforward, it makes my heart flutter. No, I want to secretly learn your Shunpo and Ryutsu concealment skills. It's best if I can spar with you once a week. The captain said that my talent is pretty good and I won't trouble you for a long time. Shifunji and Yuryuaki admires her very much. Jinayu's psychological quality is the best she has ever seen, and he doesn't care about her teasing at all. You must know that many female soldiers in the 2nd Division could not resist her offensive. There are rumors that the captain likes him very much and even wants to accept him as his 3rd disciple. It is not without reason. Although I don't like the word stealing. Shifunji and Yuryuaki waved his hand, but since you are so honest, I will reluctantly agree to it. Have you forgotten that I built this training ground? Urahara Kisuk raised his hand and said slowly. Thank you Mr. Urahara, we can practice together. Jinayu naturally has ulterior thoughts in her heart, but some things can be worked on slowly, but the opportunity to learn Shunpo from Flash Goddess cannot be lost. But Yuryuaki Shifunjin was moved when he heard this, and Urahara Kisuk's eyes also lit up. After a long time, he said happily, Aozaki-san, you don't need to thank me, just forget about training. You are still young and need training more than me. With this child around, Yuryuaki won't bother him and he can be lazy. Yuryuaki has a playmate, Maya has someone to practice with, and he can also be lazy. It's a win-win-win. I'm a genius for coming up with such a great idea. Okay. Genzuki raised the Zanpakut, pondered for a moment, and asked, can I start practicing? Starting so soon? Urahara Kisuk asked curiously, why don't you visit more? The captain asked me to learn sword pressing within a week. Jinayu shook her head, yesterday, I wasted a whole day because of a certain young lady. If I can't learn it this week, the captain will treat me to a bone. One bone? Is there such a food in Seoul society? Shifenjin Yoryuaki was amused by him, glanced at him, and said in a disgusted voice, "Oh, I understand, are you okay with this? Can't you tell?" Jinayu looked at her short body expressionlessly and said nothing. She looks very young, and her body is petite but surprisingly strong, and there is no lack of weight where there should be flesh. Shifenjayu and Yoryuaki hugged his chest and laughed. "I'm disappointed, white hits is also my strong point." Unable to see Yoryuaki's proud face, Jinayu's eyes subconsciously fell on Urahara Kisuke. "Fortunately, there is someone who is not as good as me. Mr. Urahara is too thin." Urahara Kisuke accepted the criticism without hesitation, and deliberately showed off his thin arms and legs, as if to say, "I like to be lazy, so I'm not a suitable candidate for discussion. You can go find Miss Yoryuaki." There was a hint of satisfaction in his eyes, and he turned and left. "Kisuke, this guy knows how to be lazy." Yoryuaki shook his head, looking like he hated iron. "Come on, let's go over there and compete. It's just time for me to see how powerful the first genius in the history of the Spiritual Arts Academy is." Looking at Urahara Kisuke leaving, Jinayu didn't know what she was thinking and pursed her lips without answering. Yoryuaki said angrily, "Isn't your boy a man and woman? How is that possible?" Jinayu came back to her senses and quickly denied it. "It doesn't look like it to you, so you are looking down on me." Shifenjayu and Yoryuaki snorted twice. "It's just sword pressure. I have learned it a long time ago. After the competition, I will teach you step by step. That's all." Chapter 22 Cultivating Genius. Midnight. The film covering the training ground flashes at a fixed frequency, which is a sign that the protective cover is functioning normally. The training was very quiet, with only the occasional sound of swords clashing. Aizaki Mizuki stood on a boulder, holding his Senra up with one hand, breathing heavily. Opposite him, Shifenjayu and Yoryuaki is holding a short sword, looking relaxed and comfortable. Urahara Kisuke found a place with a wide view, lying on the ground and watching the show lazily. The sound of collision came from far to near, like the sound of brisk music. The frequency of sword collisions began to increase, and the intersection of figures became higher and higher. The battle didn't end until one of the parties was hit in the abdomen by a palm from the other party, flew several meters away and fell to the ground. The fluctuation of spiritual pressure ruffled Urahara Kisuke's short hair. "I lost." The shadow covered Jinayu's handsome face, and what came into view was the energetic short-haired girl showing him a healthy smile. Looking at the girl's triumphant expression, he was not discouraged at all. There was nothing he could do about it. The other party looks young, but in fact he is over 100 years old. He is a genuine captain-level strongman, which is not something he, a 5th-level spiritual power student from the Spiritual Arts Academy, can touch. "Zhen, you can't do it, I need to practice more." Shifuyu and Yoryuaki stretched out his hand, took Meisuki, and walked slowly towards Urahara Kisuke. A man and a woman were walking in the rock forest. There was no wind and the dust fell lightly. "You were too cruel. I almost thought I was going to die with that slap just now." Jinayu touched her belly unsteadily and gritted her teeth. "It hurts, be gentle. I'm showing mercy, otherwise you wouldn't be as simple as lying on the ground for a while." Shifenjayu and Yoryuaki grinned and put one of Meihoki's hands on his shoulder. "You are too fragile, what kind of injury is this? Did you see that lazy guy in front of me? He once lay in bed for 3 days during a sparring session with me, and he's still bouncing around now. No wonder he doesn't want to play with you." Maya Aizaki sighed, "I regret it a little bit." "Jinayu-kun, you can't regret it. I managed to escape with great difficulty." Urahara Kisuke found a fan somewhere and blew the wind while watching the show. He felt very uncomfortable. Listening to Urahara Kisuke's sarcastic remarks, Maya rolled her eyes at him. Shifenjayu and Yoryuaki curled his lips, punched him on the head, and smoke curled up. Stop talking nonsense and quickly take out the little pill you invented. I know, don't be so angry. Urahara Kisuk put his hand into his clothes, took out a small medicine bottle and handed it to Maya. Here is this for you. Take one pill every hour to help your body recover quickly. Ayazaki Mizuki took the medicine bottle, poured one pill into her mouth, and sure enough, she felt the pain slowly subside. Urahara Kisuk touched his chin. He had been thinking about it for the first time since he learned the identity of Genzuki. A student of the Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy, before entering school, he hung out in Rukanga, an area code in the 60s, and established a firm foothold. He stood out on the first day of enrollment and became the first genius in the history of Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy. After establishing close contact with the two captains, he also became closer to Yuryuaki. How could such a person be so naive? There was a hint of worry in his eyes. No matter how you look at it, there are too many mysteries about this man, and being involved with him is definitely troublesome. He glanced at Shinzuki, who was rejuvenated and praising him, and Yuryuaki Shihoan, who was chatting and laughing with him. Forget it, after all, it was the person recommended by the woman. Observe him for a while. If there is danger, stay away from him no matter what. Thinking of this, he raised the corners of his mouth and felt a lot more relaxed. But at this moment, a bad premonition arose in his heart. Ayazaki Jinayu suddenly turned her head, looked over to him, and handed out the medicine bottle in her hand. Seeing the medicine bottle, Genzuki suddenly thought of Urahara Kisuk's abilities. In fact, this man can do many things besides making hagyaku. His talent can be used to make hagyaku, but it would be a waste just to make hagyaku. It can be used in other ways. Urahara Kisuk felt a chill in his heart. He felt that the eyes of the other party looking at him were filled with an unspeakable desire, and he felt an emptiness in his heart as if he had lost something. He still doesn't understand that he is drifting away from his favorite life of fishing. Okay, Xiao Jinayu, let's go, don't forget our business. Shifunjayu and Yuryuaki patted Genzuki on the shoulder and pulled him away. In the sword dojo, Ayazaki Mizuki told Yuryuaki Shifunjin the key points that Yamamoto told him the day before yesterday, word for word. Hearing the sword pressure taught by Yamamoto, Yuryuaki showed a thoughtful expression. After a while, she nodded and said, as expected of Captain Yamamoto, the method of using sword pressure taught by him is very detailed, and even I have overlooked some details. This move is indeed very important for Shinigami who has not yet awakened his Zanpakuto, and his Zanpakuto is a direct attack type and lacks attack capabilities. Before I developed Shunku, this was the most commonly used combat move. What kind of ability is instant coax? Jinayu pretended to be confused. Yuryuaki paused, hesitating whether to tell the truth or not. Looking at Jinayu's sincere expression, he waited for a moment and finally said, "This is a fighting technique I created because my Zanpakuto is not suitable for fighting, so I combined White Hits and Kid to develop this secret technique. To practice this fighting technique, you must have Grandmaster Kid and White Hits. I will teach you when I have the opportunity in the future. You are not qualified yet. Don't aim too high. Practice your sword pressure first. The captain's fist will not be easy to bear." Jinayu nodded and said nothing more. Not qualified yet. When these 4 words hit his ears, he sighed slightly, feeling both disappointed and relieved. He has been exposed to these for too short a time, and he has practiced well in all aspects, but compared with the top experts in these fields, he is still far behind. Would I hurt him too much? Yuryuaki raised his head slightly and could see Ayazaki Mizuki's disappointed expression. As she watched, her eyes gradually lost focus. And then suddenly became slightly absent-minded. If Jinayu bothered to look up, she would find that the girl's attention was entirely on herself. Jinayu didn't dwell too much on her low talent problem, nor did she want to infect her negative emotions to others, so she smiled and said, "The captain did say that I still need time to settle down. I will work hard. Let's continue practicing sword pressure. You really scared me to death just now. I thought you would be in ruins with just one word. If the captain knew that his precious student was crippled by me with just one word, he would still have to fight me. Yoryuki was stunned for a moment, a state of mind that was close to pity suddenly shattered, and his smile turned into a dumbfounding one. He calmed down for a long time before he said with a smile. But you are still a natural talent in cultivation. Even if you don't have this extraordinary talent, I believe you won't be far behind. Chapter 23 Fireworks. Jinayu said very calmly, maybe. In short, I only know that this world is very dangerous, and I must improve my strength. Regardless of whether my talent is good or bad, it is not a reason to give up. Well said, I really like you more and more. Yoryuki chuckled, it's not like that guy Kisuke, who doesn't want to practice even if he has talent. Aizaki Mizuki was even more calm, Mr. Urahara does have talent, but it's probably not entirely because of laziness, but rather lack of interest. He is quite interested in doing scientific research. Those kinds of medicines and training ground equipment cannot be made without spending time. Hearing this, Shifunji and Yoryuki nodded, his eyes became brighter and brighter, and he accepted this statement. What you said makes sense. She has been with Urahara Kisuke for many years, and she knows a lot about Urahara Kisuke. This guy is indeed a genius, and he has many inventions and creations. In this way, Urahara Kisuke is usually lazy entirely because he is not interested, and inventing is what he really likes. Captain Hikifune Kiryu of the 12th Division likes to engage in scientific research and encourages his team members to actively use their talents. Then when you become the captain, you might as well recommend Kisuke to the 12th Division. It happened that there was news in the family that Captain Hikifune Kiryu had developed a new technology and might be promoted to the 0 Division within a few decades. With Kisuke's talent, there might be a chance to reach captain level before then, learn Bankai, and become the captain of Division 12. While thinking about it, Shifunji and Yoryuki planned the future for Urahara Kisuke in his mind. Suddenly, a sense of pride that her child is finally growing up arose spontaneously, making her straighten her back unconsciously. I have to become the captain as soon as possible and send Kisuke to the 12th Division. Shifun Yoryuki said to himself. Not far away, Urahara Kisuke's heart skipped a beat. Even though he knew Yoryuki was just acting on a whim, his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Jinayu's expression turned serious. She was silent for a moment, and said slowly, it's better to ask Mr. Urahara for his opinion. After all, no matter how much you say, it's still for Mr. Urahara. Urahara Kisuke's eyes were sore and he pressed his lips tightly. I can no longer remember the suspicion I had about Jinayu just now, and a more touching emotion lingers in my heart. No need, I have been with him for many years and know him better than you do. He must like the 12th Division. A strange look flashed in Shifunji and Yoryuki's eyes, and he was silent for a while before speaking. Kisuke kept some research secretly at home. He thought I didn't know about it. After a few seconds of silence, Yoryuki smiled and said, this is definitely not a prank. He will definitely be happy. Urahara Kisuke remained silent. Although I like to be lazy, I have to admit that I am really interested in this aspect. I don't know how long it will take you to become captain, so focus on the present first. Jinayu smiled, did we go astray again? Didn't we agree to help me practice sword pressing? If this happens, I will go find him. Mr. Urahara helped. No, I haven't been a teacher yet. Don't even think about leaving. Genzuki stood up to leave, but Yoryuki held his arm. At night, under Shuangshu Hill, two young men less than 200 years old stayed up all night studying the Shinigami's fighting skills. Early the next morning, Jinayu successfully released the sword pressure. After covering the sleeping Yoryuki with a piece of clothing, he found a place where no one was around, pulled out the Izen Senra from his waist, and waved it continuously at the surrounding rocks. Waves of blue spiritual pressure, like sword energy in martial arts novels, shot out from the blade, cutting off the surrounding rocks. After inspecting the gap in the rock, Jinayu nodded with satisfaction. Chiffon Yoryuaki is indeed a good teacher. In one night's teaching, he not only answered his various questions and demonstrated the use of sword pressure, but also helped him guide his spiritual pressure and experience firsthand how to perform spiritual power when using sword pressure. Tisk. Looking at the crazy girl who had been sleeping soundly all night, Jinayu helped her tidy up her clothes and murmured imperceptibly, "It's a pity, she's so beautiful." Although he said it softly, Chiffon Yoryuaki still heard it clearly, but he was not angry, but laughed. There was something interesting and charming in her smile, and her expression was quite like the look of aristocratic ladies when they first fall in love. Yoryuaki is used to teasing others for fun. When she joined the second team in her 20s, she often teased the female team members. I don't know how many team members were fascinated by her. It's just that as I grow older and my mentality becomes more mature, I have become more restrained. But she has always teased others, so no one dares to tease her. Except for Urahara Kisuke, men only regard her as the eldest daughter of the Shifunji family, and women may not regard her as a woman. Time passed by, and she could no longer recognize what kind of person she was. Listening to Jinayu's words was really refreshing. I vaguely thought of how I dressed up in those years. Really, except for my parents, no one had complimented me on my beauty for a long time, and I vaguely thought that I had really become a weirdo. Jinayu shrugged and said, "What kind of sweet dream did this have? It would be great if I could smile so happily. I wish I could always be so happy." He spoke sincerely, and there was an indescribable sense of envy in his tone, and he didn't know what he was envying for. Shifunji Yoryuaki's smile grew thicker. He carefully opened his eyes a little and looked at Genzuki playfully for a while. To be honest, this guy is really good looking and quite interesting. Originally Yoryuaki Shifunji movements were casual, but now his posture became a little lazier. He hugged his clothes tightly and showed off his perfect and exquisite body unscrupulously. Jinayu glanced at the graceful curve, quickly turned around and left the training ground. "Kisuke, what do you think of that child?" Yoryuaki opened his eyes and asked. "What can you tell in one night? But the first impression is not bad." Urahara Kisuke's voice sounded from behind the rock. Shifunji Yoryuaki sat up, put on his coat, and said with a smile, "Yeah, he is indeed the man that Kyokaku and I like. It's great that you can have such an evaluation." Urahara Kisuke shook his head speechlessly. If it weren't for this relationship, they would never have met. Shifunji Yoryuaki sat opposite Urahara Kisuke, making tea with his bare hands and adding a cup for him. "Now that I think about it, I should have opened my eyes just now and kissed him. His expression would definitely be wonderful." "They will definitely sue you for harassment." Urahara Kisuke scratched his hair while drinking tea, "and Kyokaku might stuff you into the fireworks tube so that I can see the cat-shaped fireworks. There's a high chance that that little guy won't sue me for harassment, and maybe he'll be happy to see it come to fruition." Shifunji Yoryuaki narrowed his eyes and walked out of the passage. "Besides, watching fireworks is quite fun, isn't it?" Chapter 24 Battle. Along the familiar road, Ayazaki Meioki came to the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy wearing a black cloak. This is the god-given weapon lent to him by Chiffon Yoryuaki. As soon as he got closer, he noticed something was wrong. There seemed to be a smell of blood in the air. Ordinary Spiritual Arts Academy students may not be able to detect it, but unfortunately, Jinayu has killed many people and is very familiar with this smell. He hid his figure, jumped onto the roof, and could feel the violent collision of spiritual pressure from a distance. A trace of surprise flashed in Ayazaki Meioki's eyes. There are Shinigami fighting, and lots of them. This place is only a few streets away from the Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy. Who would be so bold? Looking down, I saw two waves of Shinigami on the street, fighting fiercely. The Shinigami leading the teams on both sides have the level of high-ranking officers. Looking at the clothes of both parties, Maya immediately concluded that it was the Shinigami of the Godai 13 who was fighting the rebels. But why? How dare the rebels come here? This is the Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy. There are not only civilian students, but also many noble children. If you hurt them, there will undoubtedly be public outrage. The Tsunoya Shiro family is strong, but those family elders are not fools, and they shouldn't make enemies of the family like this. Ayazaki Mizuki pulled up her hood and couldn't help but think of Shifunjin Yoriyuki. Is it really for her? She does have this value. But aren't the Tsunoya Shiro family afraid of completely angering the Shifun family? You shouldn't be afraid. Recalling his past life memories, he came up with this answer. In the original work, Yoriyuki Shifunjin was forced to leave Soul Society, and the captain of the second team was not inherited by the head of the family Yoshiro, but Sui Feng. In fact, some problems can be seen. After all, for thousands of years, the position of captain of the 2nd Division and commander-in-chief of Covered Mobile has been inherited by the Shifunji Yuan family, and there has never been any accident. However, things have changed in Yoshiro's generation. No matter what the reason is, it shows that the power of the Shifunji Yuan family is weakening, so that the position of captain cannot be kept. Ayazaki Mizuki carefully observed the situation on the battlefield. Immediately afterwards, he discovered that there were 2 more people hiding in the dark, observing the battlefield not far away. The 2 were dressed in black and their faces could not be seen clearly, but Jinayu quickly guessed their identities. After the battlefield entered a state of chaos, one of the men in black wrapped kid moved his feet, and suddenly appeared on the battlefield. The sword flashed, and a rebel fell under his sword before he had time to react. Who? Seeing the man in black suddenly appearing on the battlefield, several Shinigami screamed in surprise. The people present were all professional Shinigami from the Godai 13 and the rebels, and even high-ranking officers were present. This guy suddenly appeared and killed a Shinigami instantly. No one noticed before. What kind of strength is this? Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on him, the man in black chuckled lightly and held his zanpakut behind his back, with the tip of the knife facing down. There was no word of liberation. But Shinzuki knew his shikai was complete. Aizen. Seeing this action, he immediately recognized the identity of the man in black, and the identity of the man in black hidden in the dark was self-evident. Besides Tisan Kaname, who else could it be? He has practiced this movement many times in private and will never go wrong. Reflect, Yongzhen Senluo. Agent Senra completed the shikai while still in the scabbard, and at the same time switched to the power of Kaika Suijutsu. He held the hilt of the knife tightly, glad in his heart that Aizen Senra's shikai didn't make much movement and would not attract attention. Success. There was no change in the scene in front of her, and Jinayu suddenly felt secretly happy. The Godai 13 Shinigami and the rebels looked at Aizen in shock, then turned to look at their teammates around them. This sight made them break out in cold sweat. The comrades who could have been trusted with their backs turned into enemies who wanted to take their lives. A Zanpakuto with space capabilities? This thought came into their minds. With almost no hesitation, driven by the instinct of many years of fighting on the battlefield, he quickly raised his Zanpakut and slashed at the enemy beside him. For a moment, the cry of killing resounded through the streets again, blood and flesh filled every corner of the battlefield, and then turned into spirits and dissipated. As the battle continued, Genzuki was surprised to find that there were actually 2 deputy captain-level Shinigami hidden among the rebels. Aizen walked among the crowd, and from time to time he would gently swing a knife, slashing at the Shinigami who were blocking the way, ending their fragile lives. His goal is very clear. Ordinary Shinigami cannot satisfy him anymore. The chief officer and vice captain are his goals for this trip. In less than 10 minutes, the streets were littered with corpses, and the corpses of the Shinigami slowly turned into spirits and dissipated. In Seoul society, only the strong are worthy of leaving corpses. Seeing the enemies that kept falling and reappearing, the chief officers and vice captains of both sides of the war almost collapsed. Genzuki, who was lying on the roof, widened his eyes and watched nervously as Aizen walked gracefully on the blood-stained streets, harvesting the spiritual power of one Shinigami after another. The severe pain caused the Shinigami to cry out. They instantly felt that their strength had been drained, and they could not even maintain their spiritual bodies. The seemingly powerful vice-captain level Shinigami was killed by Aizen before he had time to react. Maya couldn't help but swallow. The impact of what I saw with my own eyes was stronger than what I imagined in my mind. The spiritual pressure of the two vice-captains was a level higher than my own. Soon the wailing on the ground disappeared, and only one person stood calmly on the battlefield. Whoosh! Aizen didn't waste any time. He waved Kaika Suijutsu with his right hand, shook off the blood on the blade, and put it into its sheath. He looked around, then moved his feet and disappeared. Jinayu lay on the roof, motionless. After nearly a quarter of an hour, she slipped from the roof and came to a small alley. Thinking back on the battle, a sense of urgency arose in his heart. Through the battle just now, Jinayu saw something. Ordinary Shinigami are no longer qualified to be experimental subjects. Only Shinigami above the chief officer level will be taken seriously by Aizen. When this happens, there are two possibilities. First, Aizen's experiment has entered a higher stage, and the original experimental materials are not enough to continue the experiment. Second, contrary to the first possibility, his experiments made no progress, so better experimental materials were needed to cultivate Hagyaku. Jinayu prefers the second possibility. Aizen didn't get Ranjaku's soul and didn't know the existence of Soul King's fingertips. In other words, Hagyaku's thirst has not yet been filled, and he urgently needs to find experimental materials that can satisfy Hagyaku. Genzuki leaned against the wall, thinking of Matsumoto Ranjaku, and suddenly wanted to return to the Spiritual Arts Academy. After all, he was not born into this cruel world. Even if he warned himself over and over again not to be soft-hearted, he could not be truly ruthless. He cautiously leaned down to the wall, stretched out his head and took a peek at the battlefield to make sure it was safe. Then he stood up, patted the dirt from sitting on the ground, and used Shunpo to disappear. Chapter 25 White Hits Lesson. Back at the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy, Aizaki Mizuki breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Ranjaku, who was peacefully attending class in the classroom. Aizaki-san, skipping class is not a good habit. A brand new ruler gently patted Jinayu on the head. Teacher King. Jinayu slowly turned her head and asked awkwardly, "Why do you have time to come here? Did you forget? This is my history class. Come in quickly, the class is still going on." Kokaki said angrily, but he did not blame Jinayu. Genzuki entered the classroom and saw that Kokaki Sojun had no intention of punishing him. He sat in his seat and returned to his usual lazy appearance. Ichimaru-jin held the thin history book and read intently. Ranjaku is multitasking, sometimes looking at herself, sometimes reading, and sometimes looking at Kokaki Sojun. Shifonyo Shiro still looks dumb, which makes his brother-in-law Aizaki Meioki inevitably worry about him. As for Tsunayashiro Luanya, who likes to form cliques in the class, except for his seat, nothing else is there. It is said that he was taken away by the 2nd Division to cooperate with the investigation. I don't know if he can come back to class intact. Among the people that Maya knows well, the one who has changed the most is Kokaki Sojun. This man, who is serious and responsible at work and always has a gentle smile on his face, would be distracted from time to time in class today, and then frown, as if he thought of something worth worrying about. Jinayu shook her head. The grievances between these nobles are too complicated and dangerous, and it is really not something that ordinary people like him can afford to offend. Forget it, I'm not qualified anyway, so I'd better protect myself first. If he was strong enough, it would be easy to say, but it would be impossible for him to participate now. Kokaki Sojun can't even handle it. What can he, a 5th level spiritual power deputy captain, do? In the next few days, Ayazaki Mizuki has been practicing sword pressure and learning shunpo and ryutsu concealment techniques from Shifonyor Yuaki. After a great battle, Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy ushered in a brief period of peace. When Jinayu went out secretly, she never encountered a big fight again. The strange thing is that Urahara Kisuk didn't come to the training ground this week, and he doesn't know what he is busy with. On the weekend, Jinayu came to the first team building as usual. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni was leaning on a cane, with his back to the door, looking enigmatic. Very high quality. Zhenyu sighed. This old man is very good to me, but he has never taught himself to show off. As we all know, from a metaphysical point of view, in the world of Shinigami, fashion value is linked to strength. How is your sword pressure training going? Hearing the footsteps behind him and the sound of crutches hitting the floor, Yamamoto slowly spoke. I have already mastered it. With the encouragement of the captain, how can I not be serious? Genzuki quietly ran to Yamamoto's side. Sure enough, I saw the old boy raise and lower the corners of his mouth, and glanced at himself. Come out and take a look. Yamamoto snorted coldly and turned around slowly. Ayazaki Mizuki didn't waste any time. He pulled out the everlasting Senra and raised his hand to strike with a sword from the air. The blue slashing spiritual pressure instantly tore the air between the two people and came to Yamamoto. Seeing the roaring sword pressure, he looked a little surprised. He stretched out a finger and touched the end of the sword's spiritual pressure blade. Stab it. A slash that can cut off boulders. Even if it touches Yamamoto's fingers, it won't even hurt him, it won't be able to move even an inch, and it won't even leave a white mark. Yamamoto stretched out another finger, his index finger and thumb exerted force, and cracks began to spread from the contact point of the sword. Kaka! It collapsed without causing any waves. The sword crushed it and turned into spirit particles that dissipated without leaving any traces. Looking at Genzuki holding the Zanpakut, he was silent for a moment and said slowly, It's very good. I didn't expect that I could train to this extent in just 1 week. Ayazaki Jinayu smiled and said, The captain taught me well. Sit down and drink tea. Yamamoto walked to the tea table, nodded slightly, and motioned for Ayazaki Mayuki to sit down. Ayazaki Mizuki sat down on the chair, frowned, and realized something was wrong. Except for the first time they met, when had this old man been so kind to me and even offered him tea? When something goes wrong, there must be a monster. Has the scandal between me and Aizen been discovered? It shouldn't be the case. Aizen has every plan. Even if I make mistakes, he can't make mistakes. That's other things. What else have I done? Those noble ladies and ladies came here? Jinayu stopped drinking tea and looked at where Yamamoto was. The scene seemed to be in slow motion. I don't know whether Yamamoto attacked first or Genzuki confessed first. Seeing the well-behaved look on Shinzuki, Yamamoto laughed. You have done such a big thing and now you don't have the guts to admit it. Even the eldest lady of the Sifenjai Yuan family dares to take action. He looked at Jinayu and said, Tell me, when did it start? Jinayu also reacted, 3 years ago, that was my first time. Yamamoto was slightly startled. He thought it only started this week, but he didn't expect it to be so early. Do you know what the consequences of doing this will be? Jinayu's face changed instantly, and she said with tears and snot in her nose, They said they would take care of everything, so I don't need to worry. Teacher, this is not my fault, you must make the decision for me. They? Who else knows about this? Jinayu sniffed and shook her head pitifully. After a few minutes of silence, Yamamoto sighed, Well, no matter what you did, this matter must never be told, especially the Shifunjai Yuan family. What does the Sifenjai Yuan family have to do with them? Jinayu was stunned. He has done a lot, but he has not yet started to take action against the four nobles. You do have some conscience, and you want to hide it for your Yuaki Shifen-jin. Your Yuaki? Ah, oh, I see, that's right, it's her. Only then did Genzuki realize that she had misunderstood, and quickly explained, Teacher, she and I are ordinary friends, we have no special relationship. Shut up, it's not your decision whether it matters or not. Yamamoto said angrily. He stared at Ayazaki Meisuki and gradually calmed down, his eyes flickered slightly, and he didn't know what he was thinking. This matter must not be spread outside, and I will handle the rest. After a long time, Yamamoto continued. Your sword pressing is very good, but it's not good enough. You need to continue practicing. Today's class is white hits. I will teach you the combat technique I created. Is it 1 bone and 2 bones? Jinayu said excitedly. He is still very interested in this kind of physical skills. Yamamoto's white hits were fully demonstrated in Shinigami. 1 punch shattered half of the fire extinguisher Prince Wanda Wise's abdomen, and 2 punches completely shattered his body except for his head. You must know that Wanda Wise's spiritual pressure is truly Espada level. Yamamoto was able to kill him with his bare hands, something even Benkai, including Rokyuka Kenishi, couldn't do. Today's lesson is about the basics. With your white hits level, it's too early to learn the first and second bones. Yamamoto said, Taijutsu training is a process of continuous accumulation. It needs to be done step by step and down to earth to go further. If you are too ambitious and blindly pursue the power of moves, it will be like a loft in the sky. It only has its own form. It will only make you take detours and lose your direction. Chapter 26. What are you going to do? Seeing that Yamamoto was about to talk nonsense again, Ayazaki Meisuki quickly raised her hands to stop. It's okay to let him practice, but just listen to the truth, and he won't be interested at all. Captain, you have said these words so many times that my ears feel numb. Let's start practicing as soon as possible. UBD, how dare you interrupt an elder's speech? Seeing that this boy had the same virtue as Kiriko Shunsui, Yamamoto was furious. Fortunately, he is very experienced in dealing with such disobedient students. He raised his fist and hit Ayazaki Mizuki on the head, and Mizuki immediately became more honest. Seeing Genzuki lowering his head and stroking his head, Yamamoto nodded with satisfaction. In the process of educating Kiriko Shunsui, his boxing skills have already been perfected. With 1 punch, it can be done without losing the pain, causing no damage to the body, and will not delay the student's learning at all. In the following time, Yamamoto seriously handed over every bit of his understanding of white hits to Maya Ayazaki. As for Ayazaki Mizuki, she also turned on the serious mode during practice and remembered everything Yamamoto said. Then after I have practiced these basics, can I learn the first and second bones? Yamamoto replied. It's not that simple. The first bone and the second bone are my unique secret skills, and they won't be spread easily. So far, it has only been taught to my disciple, Captain Kiriko Shunsui of the 8th Division. Yamamoto couldn't help but sigh as he thought of his other disciple who was weak. They are all his beloved disciples, and he doesn't want to be partial, but Jaishur Yukate's body is really not suitable for practicing this technique. Ah, why is this like this? If you don't accept me as your disciple, wouldn't I be unable to learn for the rest of my life? Ayazaki Jinayu said in despair. In his opinion, this move is the strongest white hits, and he really wants to learn it. Yamamoto frowned slightly. Ayazaki Mizuki is a genius, there is no doubt about it. In Joe Fist and Walking Ghosts, his talent in slashing is most prominent. He knew all the sword moves at a glance and could master them quickly, so Uzawa was full of praise for him. But this does not mean that the talents in other aspects are not good. On the contrary, the talents in other aspects are very good. It's just that the other three basic abilities require the accumulation of spiritual body and spiritual pressure to gradually become apparent, so the growth is not obvious yet. Only a teacher like Yamamoto, who is a top-level teacher in all aspects, knows how terrifying Ayazaki Meioki's qualifications are. Yamamoto couldn't help but be moved by such an excellent talent. If there is no big problem with his character, it would not be a bad idea to accept him as a disciple. Thinking of this, he nodded and said, "If you can practice these basic skills well, I can consider recruiting another disciple to teach you 1 bone and 2 bones. But if you don't want to practice seriously, I won't force you." He decided to continue to stimulate this boy's ambition to prevent him from slacking off. "You are young and it is the age to work hard. You must not become like Kurako Shunsui. If he teaches another Jinraku Shunshui, he will definitely doubt his own teaching level. No, he will not only doubt his own teaching level, but also doubt whether he is misleading his students by establishing the Yuan Liu School and Yuanzi private school." Ayazaki Mizuki agreed. "Captain, we have made an agreement and cannot go back on it. But I'm still a little worried." "Otherwise, you can swear on one arm." Seeing Ayazaki Mizuki's sudden change of expression, Yamamoto wanted to kick him, and he was also prepared to do so. "Get out." "Okay." Ayazaki's sharp eyes immediately discovered Yamamoto's restless right foot and ran away without stopping. "Hey, isn't this brother Ayazaki?" Hearing the sound, Ayazaki Mizuki and Yamamoto looked towards the entrance of the dojo. Then he saw a girl with purple hair and black skin, exuding youthful vitality, walking in with a smile. She hugged Ayazaki Meioki and put his head under her arm. It looked very intimate. Ayazaki Mizuki smiled bitterly in pain and happiness. Although the face is very comfortable, the height difference makes the body uncomfortable. Yoriyuki couldn't help laughing. "It's been so long, do you miss me? Obviously we just met yesterday." Feeling the increasing force on her neck, Ayazaki Mizuki muffled, "I miss you." Shifunjin Yoriyuki. Seeing the girl with a playful smile, Yamamoto frowned slightly and shifted his gaze to Maya Ayazaki. "Is this what you call an ordinary friend? Are you telling the truth anymore?" Yamamoto looked behind Yoriyuki, where several covered mobile members were guarding, and said in a deep voice, "Ayazaki Meioki, go back first, we have important matters to discuss." Yoriyuki let go of Shinzuki, patted his shoulder with a smile, and whispered into his ear, "I have something important to tell the old man. You go first. We will meet at the same place in the evening." Ayazaki Meioki's eyes lit up. When it comes to Seoul Society's white hits technique, Mr. Yamamoto is ranked number 1, and the girl in front of him should be ranked number 2. What a great sparring tool this is. "Then I'll wait for you first." A vein appeared on Yamamoto's forehead. "Ayazaki Mizuki, what are you going to do?" After leaving the team building of the first team, Ayazaki Mizuki did not go back to Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy, but went straight to the secret training ground under Shuangshao Hill. Walking into the underground, looking at the endless training ground, he looked around to make sure that he was the only one here. He found Urahara Kisuk's warehouse and had a hearty meal to recover the energy consumed by training. It wasn't until night that Yoriyuki Shifunjin came to the underground training ground. As soon as he came in, he saw Ayazaki Mizuki naked from the waist up, with a pair of fists without any protective gear, constantly beating Kid S enhanced wooden golem puppet props. It's still not enough. Ayazaki Mizuki looked at her bleeding fists and used the kide she learned from Anohanaretsu this week to heal. Seeing Ayazaki Mizuki's reaction, Yoriyuki chuckled and said, "Really? I think he has the charm of a captain. Especially this bad habit of going topless. It's obvious that he learned it from the captain." Ayazaki Mizuki wiped the sweat from her body and said with an 8 trigrams smile, "How do you know that the captain likes to go topless?" Shifunji Yuan Yoriyuki stuck out his tongue and scratched his face. "When I was learning white hits, I went to the first team's dormitory and secretly learned a few moves. Then who do you think is better between your white hits and the captain? Why do you ask such a stupid question? Of course the captain is very powerful. Shifunji Yuki rolled his eyes, suspecting that the other party was deliberately sarcastic. With my small body, does it look like I can withstand a punch from the captain? Ayazaki Mizuki smiled awkwardly, looking at the coquettish Yuki, feeling a little weird. My fault, I didn't make it clear. What I mean is, no matter the spiritual pressure or just the moves, how does your shunko compare with the captain's 1 bone and 2 bones? Yuki thought for a while, then shook his head. I really don't know about this. After all, although I have seen the captain use it, I have never practiced it myself, nor have I experienced it myself, so it is difficult to judge. That's it. Then I'll let you feel it when I have the chance, and you can make your own judgment then. Ayazaki Mizuki said regretfully. Shifunjin Yuki. Chapter 27 I don't know. Ayazaki Mizuki made Yuki a cup of tea, then sat across from her and began to explain the white hits technique she learned from Yamamoto. At first, Shifunji Yuki was very calm, listening and drinking. But soon, she showed surprise and nodded from time to time, looking like a good student. That's it. It seems that the moves I secretly learned in the past are really useless. Captain Yamamoto's force-generating skills are really amazing. According to this set of techniques, the spiritual pressure and the spiritual body are highly coordinated, and you can produce super explosive power. With this set of training methods as the basis, the white hits performed may seem to be the same as ordinary white hits, but the power hidden in them may be greater than most kid. In terms of explosive power alone, my instant coax is slightly inferior. Listening to Yuki's talk, Ayazaki Mizuki's attention was instantly attracted, and he secretly wondered if this was a genius who could create combat techniques. In this way, he actually figured out the effects of Yamamoto's white hits technique. Shifunji Yuki tilted his head, stretched out a hand to support his face, looked at him with interest, and said with a smile, "Is this how you tell me such an important secret technique?" Ayazaki Mizuki curled her lips. Old man Yamamoto only said that the first and second bones cannot be passed on, but he did not say that the others cannot be passed on. Besides, didn't you also say that you wanted to teach me the shun cow? Can the shun cow be transmitted externally? If so, I will teach it to Mr. Yamamoto, and we will be mutually beneficial and win-win. I may not feel comfortable teaching it to others, but the captain's words are fine. Shifunji Yuki blinked. I'm afraid, the captain doesn't like my fighting skills at all. Ayazaki Mizuki has been sizing up Yuki, and found that Yuki didn't even frown when he said this, looking very casual. Ayazaki Mizuki's heart was racing. This seemed a bit interesting. What would it be like to use the double bones when turning on the instant coax? Shifunji Yuki is still smiling. Matsuki, how far have you learned this set of white hits skills? Now it's your turn to teach me, right? Ayazaki Mizuki just learned it today, giving guidance to the white hits master in front of her. This thing is really difficult to do. Scratching his head and thinking for a while, his eyes suddenly fell on Yuki and smiled slightly. I've almost learned it all, the rest is a matter of proficiency. Shifunji Yuki rolled his eyes and said directly, if he wanted to find a sparring partner, you are too shy to have S*X with me. Who doesn't know who you are? Yuki saw his thoughts, pursed his lips and smiled and said, no matter any move or skill, proficiency is very important. If you are not proficient yourself, you will inevitably make mistakes when teaching others. In that case, I will practice with you. Ayazaki Mizuki smiled, cupped her hands and said, thank you so much, Princess Yuki. Chiffon Yuki is called the princess of the chiffon family, and it's not wrong to flatter him. Princess. Yuki was startled, and the smile on his face became wider. Seeing her rosy face, Ayazaki Mizuki suddenly smiled and said, so cute. Before he finished speaking, Shifunji and Yoryuaki slammed the teacup on the table. If you want to talk more, drink quickly, and let's go and compare notes after drinking. After drinking tea, the two came to the White Hits dojo, put on White Hits training clothes, and began to practice according to Yamamoto's White Hits techniques. When he first started practicing, Yoryuaki was still a little unaccustomed to it, and the timing of releasing his spiritual pressure was always uncertain. But with the guidance of Ayazaki Mizuki, she gradually became more comfortable. Drink. Shifunji and Yoryuaki's expression was serious. The sky suddenly lost color, and a blue light fell like a meteor, piercing the space and coming in the blink of an eye. Not to be outdone, Ayazaki Maya released her spiritual pressure and punched out at the same time, colliding with the brilliance. With an earth-shaking loud noise, both parties flew out, adjusted their bodies in mid-air, and landed firmly on the ground. The seemingly powerful punch was blocked by Ayazaki Mizuki. Shifunji and Yoryuaki couldn't help but swallowed, knowing where the name of this genius came from. After a while, Shifunji and Yoryuaki finally uttered a sentence with difficulty: "You did a good job, but the spiritual pressure is not restrained enough and the utilization efficiency is too low. This is a huge waste." Ayazaki Mizuki came over and nodded, remembering the scene where Yamamoto used White Hits. On the surface, it looks very ordinary. There is no external spiritual pressure, and it doesn't shine like myself. Shifunji and Yoryuaki chuckled lightly and said, "That's it for today's training. It's getting late. Let's go and take a rest. You have classes tomorrow." The two sat down at the tea table, and Shifunji and Yoryuaki's eyes fell on Ayazaki Mizuki. Ayazaki Mizuki also looked at herself, but she really couldn't figure out what she meant, and she wasn't hurt either. Yoryuaki suddenly said, "Don't you want to know what I talked about with the captain today? You all said it's an important matter, so naturally it's not convenient for me to ask. But if you want to say something, I'm all ears." Ayazaki Mizuki spread her hands. Shifunji and Yoryuaki said pitifully, "I didn't expect that you don't care about me at all. I really misjudged you." Ayazaki Mizuki said calmly, "If you want to say something, just say it. If you don't say anything, I will go to bed." "No." Shifunji and Yoryuaki grabbed Ayazaki Mizuki, looked at each other for a moment, and then was defeated. "Actually, it's about taking over as the captain of the 2nd Division. How about it? Soon, you will call me Captain Yoryuaki." Ayazaki Mizuki said expressionlessly, "Oh." Yoryuaki narrowed his eyes and pouted, "Aren't you not surprised at all? Isn't it only a matter of time before you become the captain of the 2nd Division? There's nothing surprising about it." Ayazaki Mizuki pinched her little face. Shifunji and Yoryuaki did not break free, and suddenly said, "Ayazaki Ayazaki Mizuki raised her sword eyebrows. Captain, what advice do you have?" Shifunji and Yoryuaki looked into his eyes. "You probably won't be able to learn anything about your strength in the Spiritual Arts Academy. How long do you plan to stay in that small place?" Ayazaki Mizuki never expected that Yoryuaki would say such a thing, and said in shock, "I don't know." In fact, his original plan was to study at the Spiritual Arts Academy for 6 years and graduate according to the normal process. But what he saw Aizen did last time gave him some other ideas. So he is very confused now. Shifunji and Yoryuaki knew what he meant. This answer made her ponder for a moment, and she didn't know how to speak. It took a long time before she said, "Just think about your own future. Don't worry too much. You can stay at Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy for at most 5 years. 5 years is not a long time. The door of the 2nd Division will always be open to you." Ayazaki Mizuki was moved after hearing this, and walked to Yoryuaki Shifunjin with a smile on her face. "Oh, our princess is reserved, you don't need to use the 2nd Division as a cover if you want me." Shifunji and Yoryuaki smiled and put his hand on Jinayu's face. "Sleep peacefully, kid." Chapter 28 One Bone. In the following time, in addition to necessary training and courses, Genzuki focused most of his energy on practicing the white hits taught by Yamamoto. Shinigami mainly relies on the Zanpakuto to fight, but cannot rely entirely on the Zanpakuto. After all, Aizaka Majiki is not only a time traveler, but the teacher at Mao Spiritual Arts Academy is Kukaki Sojun. This teacher has a brother-in-law named Kukaki Hibiki. He will not ignore a sword that can drive a wedge between Zanpakuto and Shinigami like Muramasa. In addition, in the bloody battle of the next 1,000 years, the Quincy of the Invisible Empire can also capture Shinigami's Benkai through the star metal. If he fails to successfully obtain Hagyaku's power or the power of the void before then, he will undoubtedly fall into an extremely dangerous situation. At this time, the importance of other abilities becomes apparent, and White Hits is one of them. White Hits is an ability that is very boring to practice. If you want to exert its power, you need to have good spiritual quality. Improving the quality of the spiritual body is impossible without long-term training, and it took Jinayu nearly half a year of training to get a glimpse of it. After training, he often consults with Shifunjin Yuriyuki. After Yuriyuki became the captain, he recommended Urahara Kisuke to join the 12th Division. Originally, he wanted to stop by Urahara Kisuke to inquire about the progress of scientific research. As a result, after all this time, the two have met more than a dozen times. What is certain is that Urahara Kisuke's Hagyaku experiment has not yet begun. Regarding this, Aizaka Mizuki is not impatient. If he can't get Hagyaku, he can just establish a good relationship with him first. Time just passed. Rainy days are really troublesome. Shifunjin Yuriyuki is walking in the mountains of Rukanga, holding a white umbrella and looking around. This girl is always full of energy. She prefers chasing each other with the man using shunpo in the sun than walking in the rain. I prefer the weather with light rain. Of course, it is only light rain. If there is no dirt, the smell of the earth is still very fragrant. Aizaka Meioki raised her head, looked at the white feathers on Yuriyuki's body, and said with a smile. Under the gaze of Shifunjin Yuriyuki, he took a deep breath, closed the 5 fingers of his right hand, clenched it into a fist at his waist, and then blasted forward. His movements were not very fast, but Shifunjin Yuriyuki felt like he was facing a ferocious beast. She couldn't turn her eyes away, and she could easily dodge this punch, but she was very curious about what effect Jinayu's punch could achieve. Boom! The waterfall in front of Jinayu exploded in the rain, causing a large pit to sink into the rock wall, and the broken rocks smashed into the pool. After a while, the water flow of the waterfall returned to normal. The huge impact made Yuriyuki's eyes widen. There seems to be nothing wrong with Jinayu's punch, as if anyone who has practiced white hits can punch it. But the power is definitely not what a spiritual pressure of his level should have. She had a keen eye for fire. The moment her fist came into contact with the waterfall, a terrifying spiritual pressure suddenly erupted. The power of the spiritual body and the spiritual pressure were superimposed, and the cliff was shattered by the water flow. Aizaka Jinayu stood below and looked at her hands with a calm expression. One bone. He had tried this trick several times before Yuriyuki Shifunjin came, and the broken trees around him were all his masterpieces. It took him nearly half a year to practice Yamamoto's basic white hits skills, and it wasn't until last night that he figured out this trick. Shifunjin Yuriyuki came to his senses and hurriedly came over. Mizuki, how are you? She didn't forget that Yamamoto hadn't officially accepted Mizuki as his disciple yet, and this guy actually relied on basic skills in his own exploration. I understood it, it's really terrifying. It feels pretty good. Aizaka Mizuki flicked her wrist and smiled slightly. Why are you here? Of course I am reminding you to go to class. If you are late again today, the captain will definitely fix you. Yuriyuki Shifunjin said leisurely. It's class again. Aizaka Mizuki sighed and mocked. I really envy a certain captain who can leave the team duties to the vice-captain and run out to play by himself. Yoryuki from Shifunjiyuan looked a little confused and snorted, I came out to pick you up, so I asked that guy Nazuki-jin to do it for me, okay? Really? Ayazaki Meisuke was too lazy to argue with her. After spending so long with her, he knew nothing else about her playful nature. It's strange that Yoryuki can calm down and deal with team affairs. This guy is not a person who likes to take care of things. He became the captain for 4 or 5 months, and he didn't even know if he stayed in the second team's dormitory for 2 months. Ayazaki Mizuki carefully recalled the time she spent with her, and really doubted whether she was still the captain of the second division. Maybe she was the reason for the decline of the Shifunjiyuan family. Yoryuki threw a set of clothes over and said teasingly, you gangster, do you want to go back to Shirai like this? Change your clothes quickly. Ayazaki Meisuke looked down. My pants are soaked through, so I can see things that I should and shouldn't see, but they are all vaguely visible anyway. You still haven't turned your face away. Shifunjiyuan Yoryuki said and smiled at the corner of his mouth, what part of your body have I not seen? Now you know you are shy. Ayazaki Mizuki said calmly, it was an accident that time, and don't forget who it was because of. The accident he mentioned can be traced back to 2 months ago, when Shifunjin Yoryuki took the initiative to show Ayazaki Mizuki instant coax. When the two were sparring, the thunder-type spiritual pressure on Yoryuki's body accidentally tore the clothes on Ayazaki Meisuke's body. In desperation, Ayazaki Mizuki showed her perfect figure. However, Ayazaki Mizuki suspected that this might not be an accident, but Yoryuki's prank. She did it on purpose just to embarrass herself. So Jinayu was not as good as she wanted. Anyway, there was no one else at the time, so he simply showed it to her openly without covering up. Yoryuki Shihoan did nothing but call him a rascal and cover his face with his hands to peek between his fingers. Generally speaking, if something like this happens, you will be beaten even if you don't talk about it, but he didn't get a beating. This made Zhenyu even more convinced that his judgment was correct. Under the gaze of a certain girl who pretended not to care, Ayazaki Mizuki changed her clothes and the two of them walked towards the Shirai together. You look cute when you blush. Ayazaki Meisuke suddenly came closer. No. You don't need to tell me, I am very cute. Shifunjiyuan Yoryuki said harshly, and quickly asked, what do you want to do? I didn't want to do anything, I just told the truth. Ayazaki Jinayu said indifferently. I am always teased by this woman, so if I have the chance, I will definitely find my way back. And he didn't tell lies, the other party was indeed very cute. With brown skin, exquisite facial features and a good figure, she is definitely not ugly, on the contrary, she is very good looking. With a blush on her cheeks, she has a different kind of charm. Shifunjiyuan Yoryuki was startled and nudged him with his elbow shyly. This posture would definitely make outsiders' jaws drop when they see it. They would never have expected that the normally carefree princess of the Shifunjiyuan family would be shy. Chapter 29 Senior Brother. Ayazaki Mizuki and Shifunjin Yoryuki enter the Shirai from the Blue Stream Gate on the east. As soon as he entered, Ayazaki Jinayu found that many people had surprised looks. Is that girl the princess of the Shifunjiyuan family and the newly promoted captain of the second division? The girl who usually only plays pranks was taking a walk peacefully with a handsome man today. The most important thing is that the two seem to be similar in age and behave very close. Entering the first team building, the team members were already used to seeing this scene. Before Shifun Yoryuki became the head of the Shifun family and the captain of the second division, they would help cover up the two of them, but now there is no need. The Shifun family and the Tsuneya Shiro family are different. The Tsuneya Shiro family implements the family elder system. Family affairs are discussed by the family elders, and there are many internal factions. And the Shifunjiyuan family is the head of the family, and the family elders cannot stop what the head of the family wants to do. Not to mention the two of them making love to each other in public, Even if Shifunjin Yoryuki wanted to marry Ayazaki Meihoki back home, no one could care about her. But seeing the younger generation living so well, I suddenly avoided thousands of years of detours. The team members had mixed feelings in their hearts, they were both happy and a little sour. Along the familiar stone path, Ayazaki Meihoki and Shifun Yoryuki came to the first team dojo. As soon as he arrived here, Jinayu discovered that someone had already gone in to see old man Yamamoto. On the wooden floor in front of the dojo, there are 3 pairs of straw sandals. After studying with Yamamoto for nearly a year, he clearly knew that Yamamoto was not some genetically mutated alien with only 2 legs. In the dojo, there were faint sounds of conversation, and the tone seemed to be that they were having a good conversation. It seems we came at the wrong time. Ayazaki Mizuki pulled Shifunjin Yoryuki and stood silently by the paper door of the dojo. Not far from him, 2 lighting team members wearing eaves-shaped hats looked toward the corridor with wide hawk-like eyes, but they showed no reaction to the growing number of team members around them. The team members clung to the squad leader, almost wishing they could stick to him like this. They just clung to each other, their little eyes looking ahead. This position was very uncomfortable, but they couldn't find a better angle. The team members looked at the 2 people sitting side by side, and their hearts were filled with excitement. "Captain, can you be so quiet? The eldest lady has finally grown up. Captain Yoryuki actually likes a man, how unreasonable." The team members all looked at the female team member who spoke last. The female team member scratched her head in embarrassment. The men and women sitting side by side are beautiful. The man had an extraordinary handsome face, with a smirk on his lowered lips. The girl has a beautiful face, warm eyes, and soft short hair pulled behind her ears, looking like a girl next door. The team members were in disbelief that their captain, who obviously had a royal sister style, would show such a sweet girlish attitude. "How about we go out for a walk? It would be bad if we hear something we shouldn't hear," Yoryuki Shifun said, turning to look at the courtyard. "That's right, that old man never arranges his time in advance," Ayazaki Meisuki said. "You can't blame me that time." Shifunji and Yoryuki shrugged habitually, that was the time they set. Ayazaki Mizuki nodded slightly, "I don't blame you. That class was already over, and you came at just the right time." "No way, although the matter is simple, it is related to the succession of the captain of the 2nd Division and the Commander-in-Chief of Covered Mobile." Yoryuki still shrugged, "This matter cannot be bypassed by the Commander-in-Chief, we must discuss it with him. I'm curious why you have changed so much now. Captain and Commander-in-Chief are not suitable for you." Meihoki looked at Yoryuki's face, "You look very tired." "Maybe it's what you said." Yoryuki glanced at Genzuki, "But this is my responsibility." She would not deny that it was because of her family that she had lived a good and carefree life for a long time, but now it was time to pay. "Are you and Yoshiro twins?" Genzuki admired it for a moment. "That kid looks so much like her, but the more she gets along with them, the more Shinzuki can sense Yoryuki's unique charm." "Of course not. We are dozens of years apart, otherwise he wouldn't be such a little idiot and look nothing like me." Yoryuki said seemingly insignificant words and curled his lips, as if he was unhappy that Maya was comparing himself with his brother. "Do you look stupid?" She was a little unhappy, which made her shyness more real. This expression made the surrounding lighting team a little embarrassed to look at her. "It can't be said that they don't look alike at all," Ayazaki Meisuki said. "I don't know how this girl behaves in front of other people, but she can still be quite silly and cute in front of him occasionally." The 2 were about to get up and go out for a walk when Yamamoto's voice came from inside. "Have you had enough chatting outside? You've had enough chatting, and why don't you come in? It seems that walking can only wait until next time." "I'll go in first." Ayazaki Mizuki scratched his head and showed an apologetic smile to Yoryuki. "Go." Yoryuki nodded, thought for a while, put the paper umbrella next to him, and watched the raindrops fall quietly. As soon as Genzuki entered the dojo, he saw Yamamoto and two young men drinking tea. It seemed that they were holding a tea party. One of them has frivolous eyes, long brown hair tied into a ponytail, two fancy hairpins, wearing a pink feather-woven jacket with embroidered patterns, and a slight beard on his chin. The other person has soft eyes, a white ponytail, handsome appearance, and is wearing a white feather fabric. Through the clothes and appearance of the two people, Ayazaki Meioki judged their identities. Captain of the 8th Division, Kiryu Shunsui. Captain of the 13th Division, Jaishur Yukatake. Yamamoto saw Yoryuki's back through the crack in the door and let out a dissatisfied snort. "Are you the genius student that the teacher misses so much?" Jinraku Shunsui put down the tea set in his hand, turned his head and grinned. "I am Kiryu Shunsui, and I am considered your senior brother." Yamamoto glanced at him and was about to say something. Ayazaki Shinzuki said without hesitation, "Hello, senior brother Kiryu, junior brother Ayazaki Shinzuki, I have met my senior brother." Jaishur Yukatake was stunned. As if he saw someone's shadow in this young man. "That's not a good memory. Does the teacher like this?" Jinraku Shunsui also became interested. As soon as Yamamoto started teaching Ayazaki Meioki, he got the message that he wanted to see what kind of genius he could be spotted by Mr. Yamamoto and worthy of his personal training. But because of the rebellion by the rebels, I never had much time, so I took this opportunity to take a look today. Today's meeting was a bit of a surprise for him. Old Man Shan hadn't officially accepted him as his disciple yet, so he called him senior brother in front of Old Man Shan without any embarrassment. And this talent is indeed a bit scary. I heard that he was promoted to the 5th level of spiritual power half a year ago. Now it seems that it may not be long before it can be upgraded to another level. Chapter 30 Apprenticeship. Hello, Mr. Ayazaki, I am Jaishur Yukatake, and I am also a disciple of Mr. Yamamoto. Please take care of me. Jushiro smiled. Ayazaki Genzuki smiled and said, "Hello, senior brother Jushiro, please take good care of me in the future." The sound of senior brother made Jushiro feel relieved, his face was full of smiles, his face turned rosy, and he was about to nod. Unexpectedly, Yamamoto suddenly stood up, his old face full of seriousness, and said in a deep voice, "Ayazaki Mizuki, today is the entrance exam. You must have not forgotten it, right?" Seeing his serious expression, Ayazaki Meioki sighed slightly in her heart. "When you checked the homework last week, didn't you say it was okay? You couldn't be fooling me, right? Then why did you find these two senior brothers today? You want to see me make a fool of yourself on purpose? It's not that boring, right?" He recalled the scene of Yamamoto roasting sweet potatoes with Rijinjaka, and suddenly felt that this was not impossible. But no matter how difficult it is, he is 100% sure that he can pass the test. "Your Excellency, Commander-in-Chief, white hits are basically meaningless. I want to show something different today." "What is this brat doing?" Yamamoto showed a kind smile, exuding some spiritual pressure. He made a decision in his heart. If Ayazaki Mizuki couldn't give a reasonable explanation, he must let him feel the bone he dreamed of in person. Feeling the aura emanating from Yamamoto, Jaishur Yukatake subconsciously became nervous. Like two quails, they curled up and drank water silently without saying a word. This junior fellow apprentice is too brave. He hasn't officially started yet, but he has already learned how to make the old man angry. Yamamoto opened his narrowed eyes slightly. "Ayazaki Meioki, I hope you won't disappoint me." "Your Excellency, Commander-in-Chief, just take a good look at it. I guarantee that you will be satisfied with the things I show you." As he spoke, Ayazaki Mizuki had already taken a stance, clenching his hands into fists, spreading his legs and stepping on the ground, and the wind around him suddenly rose. Yamamoto frowned and stared at Ayazaki Meioki, looking at him with a serious look on his face, not joking at all. Did this kid really realize something? With this thought in mind, he waved to Aizaka Mizuki, signaling him to attack. Aizaka Mizuki took a deep breath, took a step forward, and punched Yamamoto. Bang! Yamamoto raised an arm to block, his fist collided with his arm, and a wave of air spread out, blowing the hair tips of Kiriko and Jushiro. Hey, you can't do that move. Kiriko Shunsui and Jaishiro Yukate's eyes suddenly widened. They are so familiar with this trick, isn't it the old man's signature white hits? Feeling the power coming from his arm, Yamamoto couldn't help but show an expression of disbelief. This kid really figured it out. Just relying on some basic skills taught by myself, I figured it out. He had always felt that Kiriko Shunsui and Jaishiro Yukatake were already geniuses that ordinary people could look up to. Now compared with Aizaka Mizuki, the two of them are simply mediocre. In a few months, without anyone's guidance, I just relied on basic skills and my own exploration to figure it out. How long did it take Kiriko Shunsui to learn Yuga from him? 5 years, a full 5 years. Yamamoto was shocked at first. Then couldn't help but feel ecstatic, and finally fell into deep thought. He sat behind the tea table, and after a while, he slowly said, Aizaka Mizuki, are you willing to become my teacher and become my disciple? Aizaka Mizuki looked at the old man Yamamoto in astonishment, a little at a loss. Wasn't the apprenticeship ceremony rehearsed last week very complicated? Why did it go to the last step? Jinraku Shunsui's eyes lit up and he quickly winked at Jaishiro Yukatake. Jaishiro Yukatake immediately understood what he meant and walked to Aizaka Mizuki with a cup of tea. Aizaka-kun, please serve tea. Oh. Aizaka Mizuki came back to her senses, took the tea, bowed slightly, and respectfully brought the tea to Yamamoto. Teacher. This teacher he shouted willingly. He knew he had talent, but talent did not mean strength, and geniuses who died young were nothing. If Yamamoto becomes his teacher, then he will have a backing in Seoul society, and there will be a few people who dare to touch him in the future. Moreover, after studying with Yamamoto for nearly a year, he really learned a lot and his strength improved rapidly. He did not feel that Yamamoto was not qualified to be his teacher. On the contrary, it would be difficult to find a better teacher than him in Seoul society. Yamamoto took the tea with a smile and nodded slightly with satisfaction. At the beginning, Yamamoto asked Aizaka Mizuki to learn from him, mainly to protect him and block the harassment and assassination of the nobles. But now, Yamamoto really wants to accept him as his disciple. It's hard not to be excited by this kid's talent. He is a piece of rough jade, and after careful consideration, he can become a great asset in the future. After getting along for nearly a year, Yamamoto also examined Shinzuki for nearly a year before confirming that there was no major problem with the other person's character. Today, he is officially accepted as a disciple, which can be regarded as getting his wish. Yamamoto drank the tea, nodded solemnly, and recognized Aizaka Mizuki's identity. After this cup of tea, Aizaka Mizuki officially became Yamamoto's disciple. Genzuki originally wanted to seize the time and take advantage of this happy atmosphere to ask Yamamoto to learn double bones. As a result, after Yamamoto finished drinking tea, he said that he would have a day off today. In the future, there is no need to come to the team building at a fixed time. If you have any questions about cultivation, you can come to him at any time. Then, he and his 2 senior brothers were kicked out of the dojo. Thinking that the day of learning double bones is far away, Aizaka Mizuki couldn't help but sigh. Why do I feel like this disciple is not as good as a cram school student? I feel a little regretful. There are so many unreliable things about this old man. Where is this? Kiryako Shunsui looked at the clearing sky, his frivolous temperament becoming more and more obvious. Indeed. Aizaka Mizuki nodded. After all, old man Yamamoto is a person who can cook, heat, and roast sweet potatoes with Rijinjaka, so it is normal for him to be unreliable. Jushiro shook his head helplessly, and after thinking about it, he still had to say a few words for the teacher to protect his image. Turning around and looking around to make sure there was no one around, Jushiro lowered his voice and said, "Actually, the teacher also has difficulties. The rebels are getting stronger and stronger. The team that fought against the rebels recently had no survivors in several battles. The Godii 13 suffered heavy casualties. In addition to witnessing your apprenticeship ceremony, we are here this time to report the recent situation to the teacher. The teacher is worried that the forces behind the rebels may use some trump cards that will threaten the safety of Seoul society." Hearing Jushiro's words, Ayazaki was slightly startled. The first thing he thought of was not the Tsuneyashiro family, but Aizen, whom he had seen on the battlefield. In the battle against the rebels, the Godii 13 sent many high-ranking officers. The spiritual pressure of some of these captains has actually reached the level of deputy captain. However, the number of deputy captains is limited, so they serve as captains in each team. He had a rough idea of the strength of the rebels. It was almost impossible for them to deal with the Godii 13 without letting anyone go. Unless the nobles send a captain-level Shinigami, but this is very unlikely. No one survived, and thinking about what Aizen did in the last battle, it was difficult for him not to doubt Aizen. Chapter 31 Good idea. Ayazaki Mehoki nodded and looked away from Jaishur Yukitake. Looking at Jinraku Shunsui, he seemed to have thought of something and said straightforwardly, "Teacher is busy, does senior brother Jing Le have time? I remember the teacher said that senior brother Jing Le has also learned double bones. That's what you're talking about." Jinraku Shunsui burst into laughter, and then suddenly said seriously, "Actually, I don't know how." Ayazaki Mehoki and Jaishur Yukitake were stunned at the same time. Jaishur Yukitake recalled it carefully, confirming that his memory was correct. Kiriko Shunsui had indeed learned the double bones, and then looked at him with doubtful eyes. "Chun Shui, you don't have to hide anything from your junior brother, right?" "I don't want to hide anything, but I really can't." "What do you mean?" Jaishur Yukitake still didn't understand. "After studying for so many years and passing the teacher's test, why did I suddenly lose my ability? Actually, I didn't study seriously at all. It was too tiring to learn that stuff. I just pretended to learn how to fool the old man." Jingle Chun Shui spread his hands. "Can you pretend to learn this?" Ayazaki Genzuki asked. Kiriko Shunsui subconsciously glanced into the dojo, as if to confirm whether old man Yamamoto had come out, turned back and whispered. The white hits test back then was completely different from what it is now. When I tested white hits, I used props that had been enhanced by Kid. I made some changes to the props in advance, so... Jaishur Yukitake looked at him in shock, and his teeth itched with hatred. "What I wanted to learn but couldn't learn, you didn't study seriously because you wanted to be lazy, and you even cheated to fool the teacher." Kiriko Shunsui was also a little embarrassed by the look in Jaishur Yukitake's eyes. He scratched the back of his head in embarrassment and said with a smile, "Although I haven't learned it, I still remember a little about the theory. I still have a few bottles of good wine in the wine shop in West Rukonga District 1. How about this? Let's talk while drinking. It happens to be close to the Spiritual Arts Academy. Junior brother can go back and rest directly after drinking. Or you can go to the 8th division. I have a lot of good wine hidden in my room. There are also nice ones in Miss Lisa's room. I'm sure my junior brother will like it. Our 8th division is safer than Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy. When you are tired from playing, you can just sleep without worrying about being in danger." Jaishur Yukitake waved his hand and quickly refused. "Forget it. If the method of practicing white hits is wrong, it will definitely cause damage to the body. The teacher's white hits training method was not suitable for everyone, and insufficient talent would damage the body, so I didn't let the Spiritual Arts Academy teach me the white hits method I created. Don't mislead me. Let me go back and have a good rest. Let's learn from the teacher next time." Jinraku Shunsui sighed. In this case, there is nothing we can do, but if Janayu wants to come to the 8th team, I will welcome her at any time. Afterwards, the two said goodbye to Ayazaki Mehoki and left the dojo along the corridor. In that case, why not come to my house? Hearing the sound, Ayazaki Mehoki looked towards the beam. The short-haired girl jumped down from above. Have you been waiting for me? Ayazaki Maya thoughtfully. That's right. Shifunji and Yoryuaki admitted generously, I have nothing to do anyway, so I'll just hang out in the first team and wait for you to finish class. Ayazaki Mizuki wondered, then why are you waiting for me? Do you want to sparring again? Shifunji and Yoryuaki sighed, can't I have other things to do with you? This matter is important to both of us. There are benefits. Seeing her serious expression, Ayazaki Mizuki was slightly moved. Maybe this time was not an ordinary prank. Shifun Yoryuaki said again, seriously, don't you think it's troublesome to use medicine and kide to treat injuries every time you train? Ayazaki Mizuki scratched her head, then what good idea have you come up with? He remembered that there should be a recovery hot spring in Yoryuaki's playground in the original work, which is the underground training ground. It was Yura Harakisuk, an imitation of Kairanji Tenshiro Soup Hall, which could quickly recover from injuries. Kairanji Ten's hero, a former Godi I-13 Shinigami, was promoted to the Zero Division and became a royal agent due to his achievements in creating kide and the medical hot springs. He invented two kinds of hot springs, the bone hell and the blood pool hell. The former can squeeze spiritual pressure and blood, while the latter can replenish spiritual pressure and blood. But Yura Harakisuk has been talking about building a hot spring for half a year, and Shinetsu hasn't even seen the shadow of the hot spring. There are too many people here, so it's not a good place to talk about this kind of thing. Yoryuaki Shifunji said, go to Shifunji house, that is my territory, find a quiet place where no one will disturb you, I will slowly tell you. Ayazaki Mizuki was silent. You don't need to think too much to know that this is a troublesome matter. If you want to practice, you must first solve the problem of injuries. Shifunji and Yoryuaki said seductively. After leaving the first team, Shifunji and Yoryuaki no longer walked leisurely as when he came back, but instead hugged Mehoki's waist. Janayu thought for a moment and finally did not choose to resist. The two figures disappeared in the eyes of the team-building guards in an instant. Leaning in the soft embrace, with the fragrance lingering on the tip of her nose, Ayazaki Mizuki's arm rested on her soft place, and he could even touch her hair as soon as he lowered his head. We're here. Almost in the blink of an eye, we arrived at Shifun's house. Shifun Yoryuaki seemed to take a breath before putting down Genzuki and said, this is Shifunji house, how about it? Not bad, right? The two of them walked into the gate of Shifunji house as they spoke, and what they saw was the endless Japanese-style courtyard buildings. Ayazaki Mizuki couldn't help but think of her memories in this world. The family he was born into in this world was not only a swordsman family, but also a small noble family, but it was completely incomparable to the luxury of the Shifunji family. Ayazaki Mizuki lamented, it's so sinful. This is the hard work of the working people, and it has been wasted by nobles like you. What's even more disgusting is that I don't have any of these things. Shifunji and Yoryuaki rolled his eyes and said cut angrily. For a moment just now, she thought that Ayazaki Mizuki hated the nobles because she was born in Rukanga. Only when she came back to her senses did she react. Although Ayazaki Mizuki is not a noble, his living standard is not much different from that of some minor nobles. He is definitely not someone who likes to live a hard life. He often teaches Yoryuaki, learn to enjoy life. When he is not practicing, this guy is good at eating, drinking, and having fun, and he is not willing to let himself suffer a little bit. Seeing Ayazaki Mizuki shaking her head and sighing at her own Kyangla pavilion, she murmured, the sky is dead, Huang Tian is here to stand. Yoryuaki suddenly thought of something and his eyebrows flew. If you want to become a noble, enjoy glory and wealth, and live a wonderful life of luxury and lust. I have a good way here. What can I do? Ayazaka Janayu's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 32, Hot Spring. If you join Si Fenjayuan's family, won't you be able to become a noble? Saying that, Yoryuaki blinked at Ayazaka Meioki, showing great excitement. Our Shifunjayuan family is not only a noble, but also one of the 4 great nobles. It is one of the highest status families in Seoul society besides the royal family. How about it? Are you not moved? Ayazaka Mizuki thought for a moment and murmured, does that mean I can reach the sky in 1 step? That's natural, but you have to change your last name to Sifenjayuan Janayu. This name sounds good too. That's a really good name. Ayazaka Mizuki winked back and said with a smile, I don't mind changing my last name, but I still have 2 questions to ask. Yoryuaki looked at Genzuki for a few seconds before saying, ask me. In fact, she was joking, but after hearing Ayazaka Meisuki's words, she couldn't help but let the topic continue. First, if I marry into Sifenjayuan's family, will I marry you? That's natural. Somehow, Yoryuaki felt a little nervous and stammered to explain. Don't underestimate your status. Although you are not a noble, you are still the captain's disciple. Besides me, who else in the Sifenjayuan family is qualified to marry Captain Yamamoto's disciple? That's true, but it's okay, after all, I quite like you. Ayazaka Meiyu thought carefully for a moment and nodded. Shifunjayuan Yoryuaki looked up at the sky and said nothing. Ayazaka Mizuki then asked, then the second question, after I marry you, can I continue to fight for my ideals? You're really persistent. Yoryuaki was stunned. She understands the other person's personality, and also knows that the ideal the other person refers to is something inappropriate, but this is not what she should say now. I don't want to lie to you, so is it okay? Janayu asked. Nonsense, how could I agree? Yoryuaki blushed, clenched his fists and shouted, attracting the attention of the servants on the road, but he was afraid of getting into trouble, so he hurriedly looked away. Janayu showed a disappointed look, shook her head and said, forget it, my great ideal must not end here. Yoryuaki. Although she knew it was all a joke, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. The 2 of them arrived in front of a quaint house. The noise of the high-rise buildings gradually faded away, a bit like returning to tranquility from the world. Ayazaka Mizuki and Shifunjayuan Yoryuaki are both silent, making this meaning more distant and complicated. Lord Yoryuaki. Soon the guards bent down, and the indescribable strange atmosphere suddenly broke. Shifunjayuan Yoryuaki looked at Genzuki for a few seconds, then turned to the guard and asked, you have worked hard, but has anyone come to see me? I don't know if he felt the atmosphere was weird, but the guard was trembling a little and whispered. Vice Captain Omida came here once and brought some files. The files are placed in the study room. Shifunjayuan Yoryuaki. The guard lowered his voice. Vice Captain Omida said that he has already processed the file. You only need to sign it after reviewing it. Shifunjayuan Yoryuaki looked a little calmer and walked into the door. Ayazaka Janayu looked around, waved when she saw her and followed her. The 2 walked through the long corridor in the courtyard, made twists and turns in the mansion, and finally walked into a simple room. Seeing Ayazaka Meisuki entering the house with Shifunjin Yoryuaki, guard Shinigami, and the servants looked at him strangely. This is the first time that the eldest lady has brought a man into her room. Normally, no one is allowed in except the cleaning maid. Even the eldest lady's childhood sweetheart, who has been together for many years, does not receive this kind of treatment. Moreover, the man who followed him was handsome and unlike any ordinary person. He was an aristocratic young master from an unknown family. The most important thing is that the relationship between the 2 seems to be very close. Just when the maids were about to imagine a scene in their minds that would not pass the trial, they saw the door being opened from the inside again. Come over and make a pot of good tea, using the best tea leaves. Yoryuki stuck his head out and said to the maids, "Oh, by the way, don't let that Yoshiro guy know that I'm back." A maid hurriedly responded. Yoryuki nodded and closed the door. Ayazaki Mizuki sat casually on the tatami and looked around. The layout of the room is simple, fresh, and elegant, and there are not many furnitures. They are all handmade with exquisite craftsmanship. The appearance does not look luxurious, but it is certainly valuable. Jinayu clicked her tongue. "You brought me into the boudoir, could it be that you wanted to corrupt my will and then plot against me?" Yoryuki suddenly smiled, blew gently into his ear, and murmured, "If you regret it now, it's still too late, I can give you another chance." Jinayu sighed, "Otherwise, there is no need for me to marry you. When I become the captain, you can just marry me." Yoryuki sighed with emotion, "You have just become the captain's apprentice, and you are already thinking about plotting to usurp the throne. But you have a bad idea. You really don't want to suffer any losses. But if I marry outside, the position of head of the family will definitely be given to Yoshiro. I regret to tell you that your plan has failed. I don't care about the position of the head of the Saifanji Yuan family. It has nothing to do with me in the first place." Ayazaki Genzuki said nonchalantly. "Then what do you care?" Ayazaki Jinayu looked at her without saying anything. Yoryuki turned away and hummed softly, the meaning of which was unclear. After a while, a clear voice came from outside the door, "Master Yoryuki, tea has been delivered." Yoryuki seemed to be relieved and said in a low voice, "Put it outside, I will get it myself." She stood up, stretched, brought the tea into the room, took a deep breath and said calmly, "Do you know Ten's hero of Kirin Temple?" Ayazaki Mizuki was a little surprised and pointed at the ceiling, or a place higher than the ceiling. "That's right." Yoryuki nodded. Jinayu smiled and said, "I heard from the teacher that he was the former captain of the 4th Division. He entered the 0 Division more than 100 years ago and became a royal agent serving the royal family. The method you mentioned to treat injuries and illnesses couldn't be his healing hot springs, right? You know this too?" Yoryuki was a little surprised. "You don't even know who my teacher is, the captain of the Godi I-13. Ayazaki Meisuki smiled, picked up the teacup and took a sip, showing a satisfied expression. "The tea is good. It's natural. This tea is the best in Seoul society." Chiffon Yoryuki grinned and said, "Mizuki, come with me to steal his hot spring." Ayazaki Mizuki was stunned. "Are you talking nonsense? He currently lives in Seoul King Palace, and there are 72 layers of barriers between him and Siraidai. How can we steal him? Is it possible that you want to use Konghee's flower crane cannon? If so, I advise you to give up. It's okay to use that thing to attack the Siraidai in the air, but it's impossible to sneak into the Siraidai palace." Chapter 33 Kitten. Shifunji Yuan Yoryuki shook his head and said, "There is no need to go to Seoul King Palace, let's go to the 4th Division." Jinayu was a little surprised. 4th Division? You mean there are healing hot springs in the 4th Division, but why have I never heard Captain Anohana mention it? Because Kiranji Ten's hero only left a little hot spring, which is not enough to use. Chiffon Yoryuki made a hold gesture with his index finger and thumb. When Kiranji Ten Shiro was still in the Siraidai, the Urahara family had a good relationship with him. He was also very optimistic about Kisuk's talent, so he specially reserved a hot spring. But Kisuk was still young at that time, so we temporarily stored it in the 4th Division for him to pick up when he grows up and joins the Godi I-13. Why don't you just let Kisuk get it? Why do you have to steal it? Ayazaki Meisuki said. Because it's more interesting this way. Shifunji Yuan Yoryuki grinned, "Look how nice I am to you. When something fun happens, you will be the first one to think of me." Ayazaki Meisuki covered her face. He should have guessed this. Suddenly, he saw a black cloak hanging on the wall, and his eyes lit up. Then what benefits can I get from stealing with you? That thing belongs to Kisuk after all. You and I can only borrow it for use, but it doesn't belong to us after all. If you let me play nonsense with you, you have to give me some benefits. What do you want? Shifunji and Yoryuki was stunned. She really hadn't thought about this problem. I want you, the secret technique to turn into a cat. Genzuki deliberately prolonged his voice, and Yoryuki couldn't help but shrink back when he heard it. In fact, he originally wanted to say shuttlecocks, but then he thought about it. Yoryuki had promised to teach him instant coax, so there was no need to mention it again, so he simply changed it to the secret technique of turning into a cat. What do you want that thing for? Yoryuki seemed a little embarrassed as he recalled some bad memories. I don't even use it much now. She also had some doubts in her heart. The secret technique of transforming into a cat cannot enhance strength, so Jinayu should not be interested in it. You don't understand this. I have my own magic. You can teach me first. Ayazaki Mizuki said plausibly. You're not attracted to a little female cat, are you? Yoryuki felt that Maya's statement was really strange, and she felt that this wonderful effect was not simple. Jinayu looked directly into her eyes. Yes, that's the one in front of me. Yoryuki's pretty face turned red, and his voice became inaudible. You guy, you are so disgusting. What? Nothing. Yoryuki became embarrassed again and shook his head. I'll just teach you, don't get so close. However, this secret technique is very difficult. Yoshiro has been learning it for many years and still hasn't mastered it. You don't have to worry about this. You just need to teach me the method. It doesn't matter if you can't learn it. That's because I don't have the talent. I won't force it. Jinayu shrugged. In that case, I will teach you the secret technique of transforming into a cat. Yoryuki raised his head and smiled at Genzuki. This secret technique requires talent. Don't hide in my arms and cry when you fail to practice it. When you say that, I don't want to succeed so much. Loquacious. It took nearly a quarter of an hour for Yoryuki to explain in detail the principles and practice methods of the secret technique of transforming cats. After listening to Yoryuki's story, Ayazaki Mizuki understood why a genius like Yoshiro couldn't learn this secret technique. If you want to learn this secret technique, you must have super control over the spirit sun and change the spiritual body structure of the soul from the spirit sun level. The control of spirit children is Jinayu's strength, but he has never tried to control the spirit children that make up himself. After sorting out the method Yoryuki said from beginning to end in his mind, Jinayu seemed to have some clarity in his heart. He raised a hand and shook his head, not knowing what he felt. He sat up and was about to retract his hand when he was suddenly startled. His palms changed, gradually becoming shorter, the hair grew longer, and a small flesh ball grew in the palm of his hand. Yoryuki was drinking tea to soothe his throat. When he saw this scene, his eyes widened and he choked and coughed. This is obviously cat-like, but I have just finished explaining the method and haven't officially started practicing yet. Jinayu's right hand quickly transformed into a cat. It looked a little funny, but the funniness was only temporary. Because his cat transformation began to spread throughout his body, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Under the gaze of Shifon Yoryuki, Ayazaki Mizuki's body gradually shrank. In the blink of an eye, the handsome man sitting there disappeared. She leaned forward and found a small thing moving slowly in her clothes. Yoryuki stretched out his hands into his clothes, took out the small thing, and placed it on the tatami. In the eyes of humans, it is a cute and handsome kitten with black and white hair, but I don't know if it is good looking in the eyes of cats. Genzuki raised his head and saw the shocked Yoryuki Shifon. The difference is that Yoryuki, who is usually half a head shorter than him, has become very tall now, like a giant. He lowered his head and saw a pair of paws covered with black and white gradient hair. Looking back at the body, his eyes were first attracted by a swaying tail, then looked down at the black and white body covered with fur. He subconsciously lowered his big, bushy tail to cover his exposed fatal weaknesses to avoid being attacked by the enemy. I succeeded. Jinayu nodded, looked at the cat claws popping out between her fingers, and accepted her new posture. Hey! How did you do it? How could you do it so fast? Looking at Shinzuki, who was unable to walk steadily, Yoriyuki lay down in front of him and asked excitedly, "Did you learn this trick a long time ago? How is it possible? If I knew how to do it, I wouldn't ask you to teach me. Do I look like someone who will suffer a loss?" Jinayu accidentally fell to the ground and turned into a creature crawling on 4 legs for the first time. He was still a little unaccustomed to it. Just as he was about to get up, he found that his body was pressed by something soft, making it difficult to get up for a while. He was shaking his body, still recalling the feeling just now, when he suddenly noticed a lightness on his body. "Sorry, I didn't mean it just now." I thought Yoriyuki was angry, so Aizaki Mizuki immediately raised his head and apologized. Yoriyuki rubbed his face and smiled, "I think you did it on purpose. Accept the punishment." She hugged Jinayu into her arms, relying on Jinayu not to turn into a human form, and rubbed her as she pleased. The kitten made of real moon looks a bit like a Norwegian forest cat, with long fur and silky feel. Yoriyuki couldn't put it down after touching it, couldn't help himself, and kept jerking off. Feeling the slender hands that kept wandering around her body, Jinayu felt a little embarrassed, but very comfortable. This feeling made him hesitate for a long time between rejection and acceptance. It's really annoying to be a genius. Do you know how many years it took to develop this secret technique? No one in the Sifenji-Yuan family learned it except me, but you learned it so easily. Yoriyuki played with Shinetsu with his hands, and he was not forgiving, and finally shouted, "It's so abominable." Chapter 34 Plan. Jinayu felt very comfortable being touched, but he soon realized a problem. How should I change myself back? Hey! Yoriyuki, stop playing. Jinayu protected her indescribable parts and smiled at Yoriyuki, "Tell me how to change back. Don't forget that we still have important things." Shifunji-Yuan Yoriyuki said as if he still had some unfinished meaning, and said, "Just use the secret technique in reverse. After you change back, we can talk about the details of the operation." Jinayu tried it and found that it was indeed feasible. After a few seconds, she returned to her human form and said with a smile, "When we go into action, do we have to turn into cats and go to Division 4? No, if you turn into a cat, you won't be able to carry many things with you. It will be very troublesome." Shifunji-Yuan Yoriyuki said casually, and Genzuki couldn't tell whether this was true or not, so he smiled and said, "That's true. The relationship between the two of them is really strange now. It seems that if they take a step forward, they are indifferent to each other, and if they take a step back, they are so close to each other." Jinayu didn't know how to deal with this complicated situation, so she could only take it one step at a time. Shifunji-Yuan Yoriyuki took out a booklet from his arms and patted it. "The plans are all in it. I studied it all night to ensure that it is foolproof." "You haven't slept all night?" Jinayu put on her clothes, sat across from her, and said softly, "Why do you have to work so hard? You can just leave this kind of mental work to Kisuke. It belongs to him anyway. What kind of job do you think stealth maneuvers are for? I can do it even if I don't sleep for a week." Shifunji-Yuan Yoriyuki laughed dumbly. "It's better to care about yourself than to care about me. Don't think that your body is very powerful and you don't know how to control it. Don't look at what Kukaki Sojun has become." Jinayu. Shifunji-Yuan Yoriyuki did not continue chatting and turned to the topic. "My plan is this. Tomorrow night, you will hold Anohana in the guise of learning kendo, and I will secretly sneak into the 4th Division team building." Jinayu listened solemnly. Shifunji-Yuan Yoriyuki was very satisfied with his attitude and continued to explain. Kisuk figured out the location of the hot spring. To put it simply, when Anohana focuses on you, I will find the hot spring without anyone noticing, and then escape unscathed. Is it that simple? It's that simple. Janayu blinked. Did you come up with this thing after being up all night? He looked at Yoriyuki, who was smiling, and after thinking about it, he understood. For her, it was just a little game to relieve her fatigue. The plan did not need to be very thorough, and it might be more interesting if something unexpected happened. They made an appointment to visit the 4th Squadron with Yoriyuki the next night. It was already late at night. Mayo had been staying in Yoriyuki's room at Yoriyuki for too long, so he said goodbye and went back to the dormitory of the Spiritual Arts Academy to rest. He left alone. Yoriyuki Shifunjayuan stood upstairs, watching his leaving figure indifferently, without holding back. Because she knows very well what kind of person Ayazaki Meioki is. He may behave frivolously, but he has his own ideas in his heart and is calm enough. He knows what he can and cannot do, and he will never put himself in a dangerous situation easily. Breaking a taboo with Yoriyuki is a dangerous situation. Shifunjayuan Yoriyuki himself knows it, and Ayazaki Mizuki also knows it, and there is no need to consider this matter for the time being. Unless Ayazaki Mizuki becomes a captain and barely possesses the ability to protect himself in this turmoil, he can take the next step. Ayazaki Mizuki walked onto the familiar streets again. It was still the same dark moon, high wind, and the same howling cold wind, but the vague smell of blood could no longer be found. It seemed like a long time passed in a daze, but in fact he knew that it was only more than 5 months. Janayu. At the door of the dormitory, Matsumoto Rangiku was still shouting like this, and she seemed to be getting closer to him the more he shouted. Janayu said yeah with a smile on her face. Matsumoto Rangiku arranged Meioki's clothes casually. You didn't come back from Shifunjayuan's house, did you? Genzuki lowered her head and looked at Matsumoto Rangiku. She had grown up a lot, her height was close to Yoriyuki Shifunjin, and she would probably surpass Yoriyuki in the near future. The growth process of the soul is different from that of humans in the real world, but it can be roughly divided into 3 stages: fast, slow, and fast. The growth rate in childhood and the aging rate in old age are relatively fast, and the maintenance period in young adults is the longest. Of course, there are also surprises, such as that kid hit Shugaya Toshiro. In the original Sky, he was nearly 100 years old and still looked like a boy, which was extremely rare in the Soul Society. Matsumoto Rangiku's current situation is not normal, she is growing too fast, and Ichimaru-jin still looks like a teenager. Ayazaki Mizuki was stunned. Why do you say that? Matsumoto Rangiku smiled. I have changed my clothes, and they are embroidered with the family emblem of the Shifunjayuan family. This kind of clothes is generally only worn by members of the Shifunjayuan family. For those who don't know, I probably thought you were married to Shifunjayuan's family. Having said that, Matsumoto Rangiku's tone was still very casual. Obviously, he didn't really regard Ayazaki Meisuki as the son-in-law of the Shifunjin family, but it was still a strange tone. How should I put it? Closer to be resentful. The point of these words was just to blame Ayazaki Meisuki for not coming back to find her as soon as possible and causing her to worry until midnight. I did almost move into my wife's house. Ayazaki Mizuki said with a smile on her lips. This time the person who was stunned was Matsumoto Rangiku. This woman is a born actress, and her eyes immediately turned red. Janayu really couldn't bear to see her crying, and hurriedly explained, but I refused. After all, I still have great ideals to realize. It will be inconvenient to realize my ideals after getting married. Matsumoto Rangiku immediately stopped his efforts, pouted and whispered, then you have to accompany me tonight. This is something I wanted to say many years ago, but I didn't dare to mention it because I had never heard of it before. Now that she has become a young and graceful blonde beauty, she is much bolder. Ayazaki Janayu lowered her head, sniffed, and smelled the unique fragrance of a girl. After a long time, she said, "I'm not going anywhere tonight." Matsumoto Rangiku smiled, "Can I understand that you are fascinated by me?" Ayazaki Meioki nodded and said, "I think so. After all, you are Matsumoto Rangiku, and I am Ayazaki Meioki. Isn't it natural for me to be fascinated by you?" Funny words. Matsumoto Rangiku shaved his face, "But I just like to hear it." At this point, the two of them had already left the living room and entered the bedroom where the bed was vaguely visible in the darkness. Matsumoto Rangiku stopped and said with a smile, "Go and wash up quickly. After washing, go to bed early. It's getting late." Ayazaki Janayu nodded, her heart twitched, and she looked at her seriously. He felt that there was something else in Matsumoto's words. Matsumoto Rangiku didn't wait for Ayazaki Manzuki to respond. She just lay on the bed, stretched out, and inadvertently showed her growing proud figure, tightly wrapped in a large quilt. Chapter 35 Flowers. Until the evening of the next day when she accompanied Yoriyuki Shihoin to the 4th Squadron, Ayazaki Mizuki was still in a daze along the way. He is not a fledgling who knows nothing, but a swordsman who has been on the battlefield for a long time. According to his situation, Matsumoto Rangiku shouldn't have disturbed his mind last night. Could it be that she discovered the power of fingertips? What a sin! Ayazaki Meisuke pinched his head with a headache. He had an intuition that Matsumoto Rangiku might awaken a strange power. Next to him, Shifunji-Yuan Yoriyuki was wearing night clothes and walking quietly through the 8 streets and 9 streets, without any intention of hiding himself. There was a Shinigami on the road who seemed to recognize her. His expression changed drastically and he hurried away. It seemed that he clearly knew that this girl was a troublesome person. Ayazaki Mizuki looked at Shifunjin Yoriyuki's walking figure. Even though he was wrapped in a night suit, he still looked charming. "After we hand over the hot spring to Kisuke, when can we use it?" Ayazaki Meisuke asked. "You can't wait until I surpass the teacher, and the hot spring will still be an empty pool, right? It should take less than a few years." Yoriyuki Shifun whispered, "Kisuke has already researched almost all the relevant information about the Urahara family, and now only the real hot springs are needed as experimental materials." "Where is the hot spring?" Ayazaki Meioki asked. "It's the safest and most dangerous place in the 4th Division, the captain's dormitory. So that's where my goal is," Yoriyuki Shihoin said. "Safety and danger are relative. It is the safest for the 4th Division and the most dangerous for intruders. No wonder I was asked to lure Captain Anohana away." Ayazaki Meisuke said, "Then, the remaining dangerous person in the 4th Division is Vice Captain Yamada Sanoshuke. That guy is a fanatic who worships Captain Anohana. Originally, he thought of a character who appeared in the original work with a surname." After hearing this, Shifunji-Yuan Yoriyuki thought he was reminding him intentionally, and nodded. "He is not suitable for fighting. His spiritual pressure is only at the deputy captain level. With his strength, he should not be able to detect me." Janayu shook her head, "I have confidence in you. But we are almost at the 4th Division. Should we give them some face and separate here? I'm leaving first." Shifunji-Yuan Yoriyuki rolled his eyes at him, "You have to be careful, don't get drilled to death by that woman Anohana." Well, all members of the 4th Division of the secret channel of Ayazaki Maya are big mouths. Even Yoriyuki knows the ugly behavior he showed under Anohana's teachings. Then again, it's not the time for Jandeo class this evening, so wouldn't it be a bad idea to go to Anohana rashly and tell her that she wants to learn kendo? It seems a bit easy to arouse suspicion. After thinking about it, Janayu had other ideas and decided to go back first. "Hey, where are you going?" Shifunjin Yoriyuki asked. "I'm going to buy something. You wait for me outside the 4th Division." Ayazaki Mayaka smiled faintly, "Don't act without permission. Wait for me to find Captain Anohana first." "Okay then." Shifunji and Yoryuki shrugged, I'll wait for you first. Ayazaki Mizuki turned around and looked around, her eyes lit up. And she found her target deep in the street. A quarter of an hour later, Jinayu carried colorful flowers and came to the gate of the 4th team building and informed Shinigami, who was standing guard. Why did this guy buy so many flowers? Yoryuki, who was hiding in the shadows, was puzzled and narrowed his eyes slightly. Captain Anohana is over 1,000 years old, does he also have such thoughts? She lay on the roof looking at Jinayu's back, frowned slightly, and let out an unhappy hum, not knowing who she was talking to. Angry. Under the guidance of Division 4 Shinigami, Ayazaki Meisuki quickly entered the team building. Opening the dojo door, Anohana Retsu gave him a strange look, you are quite popular. Ayazaki Mizuki thought for a long time before she understood what Anohana Retsu meant, and shook her head, what are you thinking about? This was not given to me by a girl, I bought it for you. Mao's Hiwa turned her head and looked at him for a while, her eyes becoming more and more strange. Although we are not called teachers and students between you and me, we are actually teachers and students. Send these flowers to me. She glanced at the flowers. A pale pink branch was not conspicuous, but the blossoming cherry blossoms were adorable. You really don't think anything is wrong? Ayazaki Jinayu thought for a moment and shook her head, I really don't think so. I don't know much about flower arranging. I didn't know what kind of flowers you like, so I just bought them all. If you don't like anything, tell me, and I won't buy it next time. Anohana Retsu was stunned. It's true to say that, there are all kinds of flowers in those flowers, how can anyone give chrysanthemums when they express their feelings? Sending flowers is not normal for others, but for me, it is really normal. After all, I like to arrange flowers and the entire 4th Division knows. Anohana Retsu maintained a smile and said casually. Why do you want to give me flowers all of a sudden? I have learned kendo for so long and you have never given me anything. Ayazaki Mizuki didn't know what to say. He felt that he heard some hints of embarrassment and anger in the words, but he didn't understand where the anger came from. He just thought it was a reminder to respect his teacher. Speaking of which, I feel really ashamed of her. Even though I spend more time with her, I am closer to Mr. Yamamoto. Anyone who values themselves would probably feel uncomfortable if they were treated so differently. But when this woman taught him swordsmanship, she would always reveal murderous intent from time to time. How could he dare to act shamelessly like he did to Yamamoto? Now it seems that he misunderstood her. Perhaps he accidentally failed to control his murderous aura during sparring. He should be closer to her. I usually receive instruction from Captain Anohana, and today I come to trouble you at this time. Some of the flower materials are just trivial little things. Ayazaki Mizuki smiled. I heard that the 4th Division holds a flower arrangement party every week. I wonder if I, an outsider, can participate. You are the disciple of His Excellency the Captain. How can you be an outsider? If you are interested, you can come and participate. Anohana Retsu shook his head, as if he felt that being angry with a young man was not the mentality he should have, so he also laughed. When it comes to kendo, Jinayu is really pleasing to her eyes now. A man who is obsessed with her lifelong pursuit is truly a once-in-a-lifetime experience, and you may not meet one in this life. Even the child I met hundreds of years ago was not as good as the man in front of me. A little guy who relies on instinct to fight is ultimately a little less interesting than a person who truly walks on the Tao. For someone like her who can devote her life to exploring the way of swordsmanship, the exploration of the way of swordsmanship is truly a soul-level enjoyment. The man in front of her was the one who could bring her this kind of enjoyment. Not only did she teach him the art of swordsmanship, he could also give her feedback. Even though I had already felt that I had reached the peak of kendo, recently I could vaguely see a path that I could continue to improve on. Chapter 36 must be bullied back. It's a pity that he is too weak, otherwise. Anohana Retsu smiled and said, if you are willing to come to the flower arrangement party, I will teach you flower arrangement. Okay, okay. Ayazaki Mizuki just wanted to be polite and get closer to Anohana. She really didn't want to continue to struggle with her about flower arrangements, so she smiled and said, "Now I know there are some things I can say, such as, when will the captain teach me the way of the sword?" Anohana Retsu couldn't help but laugh. This kid really didn't give up any opportunity to become stronger. He just started to talk about kendo as soon as he gave him some good looks. Not only was she not angry, but she responded naturally, "You can start at any time. What do you want to ask? Do you need to practice with me to find out the problem?" Ayazaki Mizuki's heart almost melted, and she secretly knew that the gentle and caring elder sister was really powerful. This kind of gentle temperament is not comparable to young people like Yoriyuki and Ranjaku. It actually makes Mayuki feel a little excited. It would be better if he is not a fighting maniac who likes to fight. A cold snort sounded from the roof not far away. "This damn guy, I am here to observe the enemy's situation, and he is actually sitting there chatting." Ayazaki Janayu suddenly turned around, feeling a sudden chill on her back, and a gust of cold air shot straight from her back to Tianling Gai. If his eyesight were better, he would have been able to see Yoriyuki lying on the roof, looking at the fellow travelers on the path of the pair of swords with contempt. Ayazaki Mizuki said seriously, "Captain Anohana, there is no need for sparring. I have some small problems." Anohana Retsu tilted his head and looked at the knight, raised his hand and interrupted, "Don't worry, just close the doors and windows first, so as not to be disturbed by some other people." Obviously, with Anohana's strength and years of fighting experience, it was impossible not to know that Yoriyuki was lying not far away observing, but he still chose to concentrate on discussing kendo with his student indifferently. Shifunjayu and Yoriyuki saw that the doors and windows were closed, and he was obviously too lazy to continue observing the process of the two people's heart-to-heart talk, and disappeared in place with a whoosh sound. Anohana Retsu took Ayazaki Mayuki inside, and the two of them sat on the floor without being particular about it. Ayazaki Mizuki told Anohana the questions she had prepared in advance. Anohana Retsu answers all questions and tells everything he knows. The moon rises higher and higher, the time becomes longer and longer, and the night becomes more and more quiet and beautiful. Janaya was really addicted to it, as if she had completely forgotten the purpose of coming here. You can't blame him for this. In line with the principle that you have come, you must not waste it. Before he came, he really sorted out the existing problems in kendo and sincerely asked Anohana Retsu to solve the problems. Anohana Retsu is a kendo master who embraces all rivers. As the first-generation Kenpeki, he is the highest level 10th degree of Shirai Kendo. No matter how talented Ayazaki Mizuki is, her ideological level is still far behind her opponent. She has a higher understanding of kendo than Mr. Yamamoto. So it is natural to ask her for advice if you have any questions. The two people's minds were completely absorbed in it. The swordsmanship allowed the two to overcome the barrier of spiritual pressure and discuss intensely. When I came back to my senses, it was completely dark. Oops. Seeing the dim sky outside the window through the gap, Ayazaki Mayuki thought of a certain kitten. "Captain Anohana, thank you for your teaching." With all the problems solved, he felt he had to leave. The kitten must be very angry now. He could just imagine Yoriyuki's puffy face. "This is just a trivial matter. If you still have problems with the sword, you can come to me at any time," Anohana Retsu said calmly. Ayazaki Mizuki cupped her hands towards Anohana Retsu and said, "Then I'll leave first. It's getting late, so you should rest early." He pushed the gate of opening, and the lanterns in the corridor were lit, giving off a faint light. He looked up at the sky, and the weather was gloomy, as if he would shed tears at any time. The weather did not disappoint him either. As he was walking on the road, the sound of rain suddenly sounded. A thunder broke the quiet and beautiful atmosphere of the rainy night. It was as if ghosts were playing a tragic symphony on the boundless land. It was also like countless swords colliding. Life was passing by in the sparks of friction, which made people sad and helpless. Listening to the lonely sound of rain, Ayazaki Mizuki was silent for a long time, as if she felt something in her heart, but she didn't say much. He walked to the team building gate, where Shinigami was still standing guard. He borrowed a paper umbrella and walked slowly on the road. A cold voice came from the front, "You are finally out." Ayazaki Jinayu suddenly looked up and saw a small courtyard at the end of the street. Shifunji and Yoriyuki was standing under the eaves, looking at him with a bulging face. As expected. Ayazaki Mehoki laughed and said, "This is an accident. You also know that I tend to forget everything once I start practicing. Besides, I don't know how long it will take for you to steal the hot springs. Naturally, you can delay it as long as you can." Obviously, Shifunji and Yoriyuki also knew the nature of the man in front of him. Although he rolled his eyes, he still accepted this false-sounding reason. Just because this man's name is Ayazaki Mehoki, and he is a recognized cultivator. Shifunji and Yoriyuki didn't want to get into this topic with him, so he waved his hand and said angrily, "Why don't you come over to pick up this captain?" "Captain, the young one will be here soon." Ayazaki Mizuki walked forward holding an umbrella and immediately took on the role of a loser. He said with a smile, "Captain, you have worked really hard. Are you tired, Captain? Do you need it? Will the little one carry you? You have a conscience." Shifunji and Yoriyuki did not refuse. Looking at Jinayu's back, he lay down. Feeling the softness on her back, Ayazaki Mizuki felt that there was nothing wrong with being a mount, but the direction was not right. He stretched out one hand to drag the young girl behind her up and down, and held up the umbrella with the other hand, saying, "My conscience is not as good as yours." "That sounds nice." Si Feng Yuan sneered and pinched Ayazaki Mizuki's ears. It hurts, what are you doing?" Ayazaki Mizuki pretended to be in pain and cried out, and Yoriyuki let go. "Who told you to talk nonsense? When I said these words to the little girl, you were not born yet." Yoriyuki lowered his head and blew a breath beside Genzuki's tugged ear. This exciting feeling made him shiver. "I didn't think that much." Ayazaki Jinayu curled her lips. "I don't care, I'm unhappy, so I just want to bully you," Yoriyuki said lying behind him, with a coquettish feeling in his words. Ayazaki Mizuki turned around and saw Shifunjin Yoriyuki's little face resting on his shoulder, her arms hugging him tightly and pressing against his body. Okay, if you bully me, just bully me," Ayazaki Mehoki said helplessly, "we are just common people. We can't afford to offend nobles like you. Don't you like being bullied by me?" Yoriyuki blinked. "Who likes to be bullied?" "Humph." Yoriyuki's breath mixed with the cold wind went straight to Shinzuki's neck. "I like being bullied by you at the head office, right?" Ayazaki Mizuki sighed, and secretly swore in his heart that if there was a chance in the future, he would have to bully me back. Chapter 37 Captain Level Rebels. The two chatted sometimes fought, and soon walked out of the street. The beautiful lady behind her body exuded a delicate fragrance, Jinayu's arms were supporting her indescribable place, and her lips could even touch the side of her face when she turned her head. But at this moment, Jinayu couldn't think of any strange thoughts, because he noticed something unusual. The street is too quiet, but it shouldn't be so quiet. This is the Siridii, the most prosperous place in the Seoul society. Even the most remote roads should not be devoid of any trace of living people. It seems something happened. Ayazaki Mizuki sniffed and smelled a familiar smell. The two looked at each other and nodded, understanding each other's meaning without any words, and ducked to the roof. Jinayu felt it carefully and found a familiar scene, a familiar collision of spiritual pressure, a familiar life and death situation. That's... Both of them opened their eyes wide, and the scene of the battle between the two armies was reflected in their pupils. He was able to detect me and block my sneak attack. He is worthy of being the legitimate son of the Kokaki family. At this time someone from the rebels came out. A man wearing the rags of a rebel, with short black hair and a bloodthirsty smile. He held the bloody zanpakut, looked at the beautiful man in front of him and spoke slowly. Kokaki Sojun, I am Takasuji Sanosuke, remember this name, because I am the one who is about to kill you. As he spoke, he flicked the long knife in his hand, and the spiritual pressure in his body completely exploded. Third-class spiritual power captain level. Kokaki Ongjun was stunned for a moment, and raised the zanpakut that was stained red with blood with his injured right hand. I thought it was an ordinary operation to suppress the rebels, but now from the other party's tone, it seemed that it was directed at me. Moreover, the opponent deliberately hides his spiritual pressure and waits among the rebels, and his sneak attack skills are not like ordinary Shinigami. Someone among the rebels shouted, "Kill them!" On the battlefield, there was a noisy clash of swords, the sound of friction, the sound of killing, the sound of wind, the sound of rain, all kinds of sounds sounded at the same time, making people feel like hearing a tragic song that suddenly started to be sung. This tragic song has a strange magical power, prompting more and more people to devote themselves to fighting. Burn it all, Onion Meru! The moment the words of liberation were spoken, the zanpakuto in Takasuji Sanabashira's hand flashed with light and changed its posture. The katana stretched out and turned into a large naginata, with a flame like a red cherry blossom burning at the edge of the sword. Kokaki Sojun is too weak. He can handle ordinary rebels, but if his opponent is a captain, he may be in danger. Yoryuki said to Maya, "Let's go help." After saying this, without waiting for a response, he dashed into the battlefield. Aizaki Mizuki hesitated for a moment, and then said yes firmly. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw something. Careful! He came to Yoryuki's side in an instant, put his arm around her waist, and held his Senra in his left hand to block. Clang! A super-large shuriken, blocked by Yongzhen Senluo, splashed out dazzling sparks in the night sky. Aizaki Mizuki barely flicked away her shuriken, flew several meters away and landed on the ground. She staggered 2 steps and quickly regained her footing. Captain level again. Yoryuki's pupil shrank, and he fell firmly to the ground after being let go by Genzuki, and pulled out the short sword from his waist. The sudden burst of spiritual pressure just now is absolutely unmistakable. There is also a Shinigami with 3rd-level spiritual power hidden among the rebels. She really didn't expect that there were 2 captain-level Shinigami hidden in this small rebel army. The Godi I-13's counterinsurgency team does not have such luxurious configurations. A man wearing rags and long black hair jumped into the air and caught the bounced shuriken. Hey! Seeing his knife being blocked, the man showed an unexpected expression. Interesting, the legendary genius can actually block my sword. As he fell, the man changed his aim, and the shuriken flew out. Obviously, he is not interested in Aizaki Mizuki, his goal is Kokaki Aokun. The blow just now was not to kill Shifunjin Yoryuki, but to prevent her from rushing to the aid of Kokaki Sojun. Reflect, Yongzhen Senluo. Aizaki Mizuki waved the long sword, and Azen-mori completed the shikai in an instant, and at the same time, the half-moon-shaped sword pressure shot out. In the blink of an eye, Shifunji Yuan Yoryuki had rushed in front of the shuriken, raised his leg and kicked the shuriken. The powerful spiritual pressure and penetrating power even made the air explode with explosions. Shifunjin Yoryuki, it's really troublesome. Facing the simultaneous kicks and sword pressure from the 2 men, the long-haired man sighed helplessly. The strong wind blowing against his face ruffled his long hair, and he saw that the tip of the sword was getting closer and closer to him. He could even hear the sound of breaking through the air, but there was no trace of panic on his face. The next second, his figure disappeared. The sharp sword passed by his original position and cut a rebel into 2 pieces. Shifun Yoryuki kicked away the shuriken. The shuriken flew back at an extremely weird angle and fell into the hands of the long-haired man who suddenly appeared. The long-haired man's pupils shrank. No matter how hard he used the shuriken, the zanpakuta in his hand, which was an extension of his soul, still didn't move at all. "Look up!" The purple-haired girl came in front of her at some point, her shoulders dancing with highly compressed spiritual pressure that looked like lightning. Her thin arms grabbing the shuriken were like iron pincers, unable to be shaken. "It seems that you are not very good at close combat, which happens to be my strength," Yoryuki said calmly. "Both are captains, how is this possible?" The long-haired man roared hysterically, and simply gave up the fight for control of the zanpakuto in his hand. His hands and feet burst out with dazzling spiritual pressure, and whipped towards Yoryuki while pulling. "Idiot!" Ayazaki Meisuke sneered and rushed forward. Even at the captain level, there are strengths and weaknesses. The long-haired man's spiritual pressure is obviously not as good as Yoryuki's, not to mention that he is not good at close combat. Competing with Yoryuki in the instant coma state for white hits is purely an act of seeking death. The fists that kept swinging were easily blocked by Yoryuki as expected. The long-haired man was completely unable to guard against Yoryuki's fist, and within a few seconds he was already covered in bruises. The long-haired man's expression flashed with horror. My own white hits were completely suppressed by the opponent's physical skills? Before he could react, he only felt a blur in front of his eyes, and the short-haired girl in front of him had disappeared. What a fast speed! The bursting wind blew beside him, and the long-haired man gritted his teeth, sending chills down his spine. The shuriken in his hand started to rotate again, and he wanted to raise his hand to block it in front of him. Yoryuki winked at Genzuki in mid-air, and Genzuki understood instantly, and lightning-like spiritual pressure burst out from his body, attracting each other with Yoryuki's spiritual pressure. Zhyla! The flashing short sword and the pure white long knife slashed at his arms one after another. At this moment, Jinayu's speed was far higher than it should be, and it actually made the long-haired man's eyes dazzle. He looked horrified. This was definitely not the speed a vice-captain-level Shinigami should have. At extremely fast speed, two young men removed the arms of the powerful captain-level rebel. Wow! Blood sprayed out. Before the actions of Ayazaki Meisuke and Shifunjin Yoryuki were finished, they quickly turned around and leaned over to sprint. The sword flashed again, the two of them stood firmly, and the long-haired man was bleeding profusely. Damn it! This is impossible. My spiritual pressure is obviously captain level. I can obviously become a noble. The long-haired man whose limbs were chopped off fell to the ground and roared. Yoryuki Shifunjin and Maya Ayazaki sighed. Another genius who was seduced. Chapter 38 Don't Kill Me. If you want to train your spiritual pressure to the captain level, you can't do it by hard work, it requires talent. This man must have been what people called a genius hundreds of years ago, but he just accepted the nobility's wooing and became a sword in the hands of the nobility. How does it feel to defeat the captain level before you officially become a Shinigami? Yoryuki patted Ayazaki Meisuke on the shoulder. I don't feel anything. If you hadn't defeated him, how would I have had the chance to take action, he said, spreading his hands. This guy probably hasn't learned Bankai yet. It will be troublesome if he learns Bankai. Shifunjin and Yoryuki grinned. Captain-level Ryutsu is a prerequisite for learning Bankai, but it does not mean you can learn Bankai with Captain-level Ryutsu. The long-haired man hasn't used Bankai after being abused by her for so long, so he obviously hasn't learned it yet. Oh, it's so lively. It seems that everyone needs help. The sudden sound seemed to be floating directly in everyone's ears. Just by listening to this beautiful voice, you can tell that she is a gentle and beautiful woman. Feeling the pat on the shoulder, Ayazaki Meisuke suddenly turned her head and looked behind her. Captain Anohana, why are you here? Hearing this, Uzawa hid her face and smiled. After you left, I have been paying attention to your spiritual pressure. I felt the fluctuations in your spiritual pressure, so I guessed that you might have encountered trouble. Jinayu finally looked away and looked behind Yuajawa. Sure enough, there were many members of the 4th Division following her. Most of the rebels didn't know who the visitor was, but when they saw this beautiful woman wearing a white feather fabric, they retreated quickly like a mouse meeting a cat. Takasuji Sanashuk's eyes widened and he stared at Anohanaretsu, his hand holding the zanpakut trembled slightly. Seeing Takasuji Sanashuk's ugly appearance, Ayazaki Meioki felt a little strange. Could it be that this guy was also a person from 1,000 years ago and knew Anohana Yasunryu? I tremble when I see it. Isn't that a bit useless? Is it worthy of my captain-level spiritual pressure? He looks so cowardly, no wonder he hasn't become famous after thousands of years of existence. Takasuji Sanosuke swallowed and shook his hands unconsciously. Of course he is not the Shinigami who was born 1,000 years ago, but he was sent by the Tsunoya Shiro family to assist the rebels, and he knows far more than the rebels. The other party is one of the people that the family has specially ordered not to mess with, and he is the top combat power of the Godai 13. What's more, he doesn't know how to bankai, and 10 heads are not enough for the opponent to chop. Unlike Takasuji Sanosuke, who was facing a formidable enemy. Facing the rebels with drawn swords, Anohanaretsu didn't feel nervous at all. She lowered her head and looked at Ayazaki Meioki and the long-haired man at his feet, and asked, "Did you do this?" "No, I only slashed him twice with the help of Captain Yoryuaki. I can only defeat the enemy thanks to Captain Yoryuaki." Ayazaki Meio waved her hand and pointed to Yoryuaki aside. Yoryuaki smiled and looked at Anohana, his eyes a little embarrassed. After all, I had just stolen something from the other person's house and knew the other person's legend, so I was inevitably a little nervous. There is also a gap between being the same captain. She is not yet a match for Anohanaretsu. It was Captain Yoryuaki who came into my room at night, right? Anohanaretsu seemed to have thought of something and smiled at Yoryuaki. Hearing this, Yoryuaki was shocked and was considering whether to tell the truth. Sneaking into the captain's dormitory was no small matter, but it would be troublesome if he was accused of having evil intentions. Anyway, the things belong to Kisuke, she just helped to take them back, so nothing will happen, probably. But before she could speak, Ayazaki Jinayu smiled and said, "She just wanted to help her friend get something back. I guarantee she never did anything else. Don't blame her." "How could I blame her? That thing was just stored by Kairanji. It doesn't belong to me. It just needs to be returned to its original owner." Anohanaretsu nodded, "And I'm very happy tonight." Hearing this, Shifunji and Yoryuaki looked a little weird. This statement is so easy to misunderstand. Anohanaretsu seemed not to notice, and continued, "Speaking of which, you are indeed a descendant of the Shifunji family. When I was your age, I didn't hunt many captains." After speaking, she showed a somewhat regretful expression. "Yoryuaki. Is Captain Anohana so scary? At 100 years old, he has already begun to kill captains as prey? It is said that the Shinigami of that era were all fierce and aggressive due to their living environment. She can also kill captains as prey, she is indeed a monster." Ayazaki Mizuki smiled and said, "Captain Anohana, please don't scare her, she is timid." "I'm very courageous." Shifunji and Yoryuaki said weakly, but his tone didn't sound confident. Ayazaki Meisuke and Anohanaretsu looked at each other and laughed out loud in unison. Watching the three of them chatting leisurely, Takasuji Sanosuke finally couldn't help it anymore. "I am at the captain level after all, and Anohana is strong, but you shouldn't ignore me. How dare you be so defenseless in front of me? In this case, don't blame me for not practicing martial ethics." His eyes turned cold, and the Zanpakuto's blade ignited with flames, forcing Kokaki Sojun to retreat. Then using the fastest speed, Shunpo came behind Anohanaretsu. "Go to hell!" He was heartbroken, swung the Zanpakut in his hand, and slashed at Anohanaretsu's neck at a speed that was difficult to detect with the naked eye. Anohanaretsu, who was talking to Aozaki Meioki, had drawn out his sword at some point. The blade was placed across the back of his neck, holding it casually with one hand, blocking his full blow. Takasugi Sanosuke sheathed his sword and then slashed several times in succession. Under the crisis of life and death, his strength was even stronger. Anohanaretsu faced away from him, holding a sword in one hand, with the blade across the back of his neck. His movements were casual and natural, as if there were eyes behind his back, and he knew his attacks well. The spiritual pressure is good, but the swordsmanship is too rough. If it were said that before, Sanosuke Takasugi had only heard about various deeds of Anohanaretsu, and there was a trace of awe in his heart. So now, he really felt the fear deep in his heart, which was a fear stemming from the threat of death. The Anohanaretsu in front of him exuded suffocating pressure. Takasugi Sanosuke's heart was filled with despair. He realized that no matter how hard he tried, he could not defeat the woman in front of him. His fighting spirit gradually dissipated in fear, and his only thought was to escape from here and stay away from the threat of Anohanaretsu. "Have you lost your will to fight?" Facing Takasugi Sanosuke's back, Anohanaretsu stretched out her hand and pointed at him. The Kudes 61-6 Staff Light Prison. 6 paths. A huge piece of light formed instantly, suddenly gathered from 6 directions, and firmly imprisoned Sanosuke Takasugi. He struggled for a moment, but found it was useless, and then shouted in horror, "Mr. Anohana, please don't kill me, I'm from the Tsuneyashiro family, I know." Before he finished speaking, under the gazes of Maya and Yoriyuki, Anohanaretsu flashed and appeared in front of Takasugi Sanosuke. In the latter's horrified eyes, Anohanaretsu's scimitar fell and his head flew high. Chapter 39. A Model Among Nobles. Aozaki Mizuki and Shifunjin Yoriyuki looked at the headless body of Sanosuke Takasugi, their expressions showing that they were speechless. Even after confessing all the Tsuneyashiro family, it was still in public. The 4 nobles participated in the rebellion, and if word spread, it might shake the foundation of Siraidi's rule. It's okay if you have nothing to do with the 4 nobles. At most, it's a crime of slandering the nobles. The most important thing is that you are really from the Tsuneyashiro family, and you are now a rebel. If you are taken back to be tried for crimes, the person who judges you will be afraid of getting into trouble. Who will die if you don't die? Did you hear something just now, Maya-kun? Wiping off the blood on his face, Anohanaretsu turned around and asked Genzuki. "I didn't hear anything." Aozaki Mizuki responded quickly and shook his head vigorously. Anohanaretsu nodded with satisfaction, secretly thinking that the child he was interested in was indeed smart. "What about you?" She turned to look at several Division 4 members who were close by. "We didn't hear anything either." They followed suit and followed Aozaki Mizuki's actions. Anohanaretsu looked at Genzuki's feet again and paused for a second. "I didn't hear anything. Don't kill me. I'm willing to do anything." The long-haired man reacted quickly and immediately began to beg for mercy, crying with snot and tears. These Shinigami, who are willing to be butchers for glory and wealth, are completely different from the dead warriors trained by their families. They cherish their lives the most. If you can't bear it, let me do it. This is what our stealth maneuver is for. Yoriyuki said with a blank expression, as if doing this kind of thing was a common occurrence for her. Janaya was slightly startled. Usually in front of him, this girl was sometimes charming, sometimes cute, acting like a quirky girl next door. I had forgotten that the covert maneuvering ability that the other party had practiced since childhood also included assassinations and executions, and the other party had also performed many missions. "No need, I won't be soft-hearted if I kill this guy." Aozaki Mizuki turned around, walked slowly to the side of the long-haired man, danced her sword lightly, and with a shoo sound, the man's head fell off. The cries of ghosts and wolves howling for mercy suddenly stopped, and he felt that the world was much cleaner. Seeing Aozaki Mizuki's happy face, Anohanaretsu raised his eyebrows, feeling relieved and surprised in his heart. Why do I feel that these captain-level Shinigami are so weak? They feel incomparable to the captains of the Godei 13. Under the long-haired man's lost gaze, Aozaki Maya sighed in despair. Anohanaretsu smiled. It's natural. Once you reach the third level of spiritual power, you are called captain level, but it does not mean that you can become a captain after reaching the third level of spiritual power. Just like Captain Rokukaru Kensai of Division 9. Although he is also a third-class spiritual power like this little guy, he learned Bankai. You have learned Shikai. You should know that using Shikai can increase your spiritual pressure by 3 to 5 times, while Bankai can increase your spiritual pressure by 5 to 10 times. This is the difference between them. And these Shinigami who are raised by others, most of their spiritual pressure is just superficial. They follow those people not to improve their strength, but to enjoy themselves. Except for spiritual pressure, all aspects have not been trained as they should be, and they cannot even exert the fighting power that spiritual pressure should have. So their combat capabilities are completely unworthy of being called captain level. You guys? Why do you feel like Anohanaretsu is using the gentlest tone and saying the most vicious words to Rukyuka Kenishi? Aozaki Mizuki thought this, and then nodded, while feeling a little more longing for Bankai in her heart. After a long and in-depth exchange with his Mori, his use of Shikai has reached an extremely high level. Using Shikai can increase spiritual pressure 5 times. This is already the limit of Shikai. If you want to continue to improve, you need to learn Bankai. Before that, he needs to practice his spiritual pressure to the third level of spiritual power, which is the threshold for learning Bankai. Seeing that Genzuki did not continue to ask questions, Anohanaretsu clapped his hands and directed the members of the 4th Squadron to go deep into the battlefield. With the killing of 2 captain-level Shinigami who were among the rebels, the massive riot aimed at killing Kokaki Sojun finally came to an end. And Kokaki Sojun? Where is Kokaki Sojun? Hanyo, have you finished chatting? If so, can you find someone to help me treat me? A polite voice came from behind. Hearing this voice, Aozaki Mizuki hurriedly looked behind her. What came into view was a handsome man with a pale face. The black death suit he wore was soaked in blood and dyed red. Kokaki Ongchun's body shook. Bang! The Zanpakut fell to the ground with a crisp sound, and Kokaki Sojun then collapsed to the ground and passed out. Teacher King is indeed Teacher King, a model among nobles and a man among men. He fell to the ground so gracefully. Aozaki Mizuki touched her chin with an expression of shame and sighed. The sleeping look is unexpectedly cute. The little sister from Division 4 will definitely be fascinated by it when she sees it. You're still making sarcastic remarks here, why don't you take this guy to Captain Anohana quickly? Yoryuki slashed the head of this shapeless guy with a hand knife. Oh, you're right, the injury is so serious that you need to be sent to the hospital for treatment as soon as possible. Aozaki Mizuki came to her senses, quickly picked up Kokaki Sojun, and ran in a hurry in the direction where Anohanaretsu left. The way Aozaki Mizuki ran with Kokaki Sojun on her back was a bit funny, but in Yoryuki's eyes, she found it inexplicably cute, and she couldn't help but laugh. 10 minutes later, covered mobile members of the 6th Squadron headed by Kokaki Jinling, and members of the 1st Division Special Forces headed by Kokaki Zyonghi rushed over. Shifunjin Yoryuki and Kokaki Sojun, their influence is so huge. In the commotion, Kokaki Jinling took Kokaki Zyonghi to find Aozaki Mizuki and Shifunji Yuan Yoryuki, and solemnly expressed his gratitude to the two. This old man's character is really bad. He looked serious even when saying thank you. He was completely incomparable to the gentle teacher King. However, as the head of the Kokaki family, this old man was willing to bow and thank Aozaki Mizuki, a Rukanga brat. And let Mizuki feel his deep fatherly love for Kokaki Ao-kun. Perhaps the old man was not good at showing his feelings, but there was no need to question his love for his son. Aozaki Mizuki and Shifunjin Yoriyuki left the scene under the protection of stealth maneuvers. After walking some distance, Yoriyuki whispered, "Matsuki, what do you think of Mr. Jinling? He looks a little serious, but he is actually a gentle person at heart." Aozaki Mizuki was expressionless, obviously not very interested in the grandfather's topic. "As expected of you, I can tell after just one contact." Shifunji and Yoriyuki showed admiration, and then sighed, "It's a pity that some people can't see it." Aozaki Mizuki glanced at her and knew that she was talking about the unlucky child Kokaki Zyonghi. Chapter 40, Being a Teacher in Vain. The Shihoan family and the Kokaki family have a good relationship. Yoriyuki and Kokaki Sojun's son, Byakuya Kokaki, are close playmates. It is normal for her to care about their family's situation. However, Aozaki Mizuki is not interested in the emotional entanglement between the stubborn old man and the aggrieved young man at all, and does not want to get too entangled in this topic. Under the protection of secret maneuvers, the two quickly returned to Shifunji Yuan's home. Back in the room, Shifunji Yuan Yoriyuki took out his trophies. A red and white liquid in two special containers, as well as a piece of information. Yoriyuki didn't have anything to hide, he opened the scroll and read it with Aozaki Mizuki. Although she was mentally prepared, after reading the information about the hot springs, Aozaki Mizuki couldn't help but be speechless. The bone hell can squeeze the soaker's spiritual pressure and blood. In the process, injuries and illnesses will also be discharged with the spiritual pressure and blood. He felt that this ability was close to that of the conceptual system. Of course, the two hot springs have significant effects and obvious side effects. If you soak in the bone hell for too long, you will collapse and die, being squeezed until only a pile of bones is left. If a soaker in the blood pool hell has sufficient spiritual pressure and blood, it will over-recover, causing the body to fester. Both hot springs have amazing positive and negative effects. The two discussed for a while and decided to immediately hand over the hot spring and information to Urahara Kisuk and ask him to make the hot spring as soon as possible. Without Kairanji Tenshiro's spiritual pressure, it would be almost impossible to make a hot spring the same as the original one. But it doesn't need to be exactly the same as the original version, a simplified version is enough. After discussing it, the two of them left Shifunji Yuan's house under the cover of night and came to the playground under Shuangshao Hill. When I walked into the training ground, I saw Urahara Kisuk sitting by the empty pool, looking like he was thinking seriously. "Kisuk, you're still up so late, here we come." Aozaki Mizuki approached him, patted his shoulder, and shouted cheerfully. Urahara Kisuk raised his head and sighed. "The longer you spend with the other person, the more difficult you will feel." Compared to the affectionate name Kisuk, he still prefers when the other party calls him Mr. Urahara. Urahara Kisuk's voice was very helpless. "What's going on with you? Captain Unohana started fighting with you?" "No." Aozaki Mizuki scratched his head, looked at the blood all over his body, curled his lips and said, "Something unexpected happened. I encountered rebels ambushing Teacher Ong on the road. But it's not a big problem. Captain Yoriyuki defeated a captain-level Shinigami with just a few moves, and Ao-sensei was also rescued by us." Shifunji Yuan Yoriyuki crossed his arms, raised his head with a proud face, and said, "You can praise me all you want." Urahara Kisuk glanced at her, and in her expectant eyes, he turned back to look at Maya and said, "Captain-level Shinigami, are you not injured?" Yoriyuki was almost furious. He raised his fist and wanted to teach this guy who ignored him, but was stopped by Genzuki in time. Holding her slender waist, her legs kept kicking. Aozaki Mizuki said with a labored smile, "Don't worry, we are not injured, the blood belongs to the rebels." Shifunji Yuan Yoriyuki finally calmed down. "Those rebels are too weak, so they can only bully Kokaki Sojun. They will be unlucky if they meet my captain." Aozaki Mizuki let go of Yoriyuki Shifunjin, remembered the purpose of the trip, took out the hot springs and information and handed them to Yura Harakisuk. Yura Harakisuk opened the information and examined it carefully. His brows first furrowed and then relaxed. After a while, he clapped his hands and said, "It's similar to the results of my research. I'm confident that I can get some useful research results. The specific time will require more analysis and experiments before I can give you an answer." Shifunji Yuan Yoryuaki smiled and made a high five. Ayazaki Mizuki had no expression on her face. Under Yoryuaki's gaze, she still chose to cater to her. Crack! The two slapped their hands together, making a crisp sound, and then started fighting. Yura Harakisuk inspected the hot spring while listening to the two discuss what happened tonight. After listening to the two people's stories, he frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. Although the rebel and long-haired man named Takasuji Sanosuke is average in strength, he is still at the captain level. Two captain-level figures openly joined the rebels and ambushed Kokaki Sojun. This is an extremely dangerous signal. So far, although there have been minor conflicts between the rebels and the Godi I-13, there has never been a collision between the top combat forces. Therefore, the captains of the Godi I-13 have been taking a wait-and-see attitude and have not personally participated in suppressing the rebels. However, the ambush incident of Kokaki Sojun may change this situation. This not only involves captain-level combat power, but also involves top nobles such as the Kokaki family, Shifunji Yuan family, and Tsunoya Shiro family. With these big nobles involved, Central 46 can no longer choose to maintain the status quo. The Godi I-13, a former killer group, may show its claws again, and the entire Shirai will be plunged into turmoil. Thinking of this, he looked at Ayazaki Mizuki and said seriously, "Jinayu, from now on, you need to be extra careful. Because of you, the rebels' plan to ambush Kokaki Sojun failed. They are likely to retaliate against you. I suggest you seek help from Captain Yamamoto to see if he can arrange some escorts for you to protect your safety." "Why is this? Yoryuaki is obviously trying to be a hero, how can you blame me?" Ayazaki Mayaka was stunned, tilted his head and complained. That's what he said, but he also understood the reason and wasn't really complaining about Yoryuaki. Behind Kokaki Sojun is the Kokaki family and the 6th Division, and behind Yoryuaki is the Chiffon family and the 2nd Division. He was the only one who, even though he had the reputation of being the disciple of the captain, made those guys anxious. This false reputation could not save his life. Old man Yamamoto has the ability to overturn the table, but he doesn't know how to make amends after overturning the table. This is the reason why he confines himself within the rules. Yoryuaki heard that Meihoki was joking, but still acted like a child who had done something wrong. He knelt down next to Meihoki obediently and whispered, "Why don't Jinayu move to my house? The Shifunji Yuan house will be absolutely safe with me and the secret maneuver here. You saved teacher Aokun, but you still seem to have done something wrong." Ayazaki Meihoki joked, "But there is no need to go to Shifunji Yuan's house, I will go find Mr. Shan. When students are in trouble, how can teachers not help them? No, this is not a favor. I'm usually so nice to him. If he just stands by and does nothing, he will be useless as a teacher. This teacher is so incompetent for putting me, a student, in such a dangerous situation. I must talk to him about it." Shifunji Yuan Yoryuaki and Yura Harakisuk looked at each other with helpless smiles on their lips. They had a feeling that this guy was going to suffer again. Chapter 41 Captain's Meeting. "Teacher, you have to make the decision for your disciples." Looking at Ayazaki Meihoki standing in front of him pretending to wipe away tears, Yamamoto's eyes twitched. He really wants to know who this kid learned his shameless look from, or is it because he is his disciple that he has this kind of virtue? But Jaishur Yukatake is not like that either, it's all Kurako Shunsui's fault. Yamamoto stood up with a cane, glared at Ayazaki Meihoki, and said sternly, "Stand still, what do you look like crying? There is no such weak Shinigami in the Godi 13. If Captain Sifenjiyuan hadn't taken action, would you still be standing here complaining? Ayazaki Mizuki pretended to wipe her tears, glanced at Yamamoto secretly, and rolled her eyes. Among all the students of the Spiritual Arts Academy for thousands of years, who at his age can have higher spiritual pressure than himself? Probably the only one is the pervert Aizen. This time the opponent is a captain. No matter how strong I am at the vice-captain level, can I still beat the captain? Of course, he would only say this in his heart, but he would still moan and complain non-stop. He knew Yamamoto's temper very well, so when he refuted Yamamoto at this time, what greeted him was not a casual scolding, but Yamamoto's white hits teaching. Seeing Ayazaki Mizuki wiping her tears, Jaishur Yukitake felt a little distressed, but Kiriko Shunsui smiled happily. Before the junior brother became the old man's student, he was usually the one standing here to be scolded, but now the old man no longer makes fun of him. Well done to my little junior brother. I am finally liberated. Suddenly, he felt a chill in his heart. He looked up and saw his cute little junior brother smiling at him. I don't know if it was an illusion, but he felt a strong malice in this smile. Yamamoto followed Maya Ayazaki's gaze and became even more angry when he saw the smiling Kiriko Shunsui. I didn't train him today, but he got carried away. Yamamoto said angrily. UBD, what are you doing? Is it funny? Don't forget what you do. As an intelligence unit, the 8th Division didn't find out that there was a captain-level Shinigami among the rebels. Do you know how bad the consequences would be if the rebel ambush was successful? Jinraku Shunshui was about to cry but had no tears, knowing that the old man was really angry. What he was angry about was not that he didn't find out that the opponent had a captain-level Shinigami, but that Kukaki Sojun almost died because of it. At that time, the person who manages the intelligence force will definitely have to bear a lot of responsibility. Yamamoto's troubled and sad look made him feel a little guilty, but the guilt lasted for a full second before disappearing. Seeing Kiriko Shunsui standing with him, Ayazaki Mizuki felt much better and said pitifully. Teacher, I don't blame Brother Kiraku, but I saved Vice Captain Kukaki. In any case, I am a great contributor to the Godi 13. I believe that as the captain, you will not let me down. My requirements are not high. You can just send 2 beautiful captains to protect me. How come it all of a sudden became my fault, and I shamelessly took all the credit on myself, and was even thicker-skinned than me? Jinraku Shunsui's eyes widened, and he suddenly felt that he had someone to succeed him. He felt comforted and at the same time speechless. Seeing that the young disciple dared to play tricks, Yamamoto's anger suddenly rose again. He was about to get angry, but was blocked by the sound of reports outside. Your Excellency, Captain, the captains of each division have arrived. The expression on Yamamoto's face suddenly became very exciting. After a few seconds of mental struggle, he finally regained his composure and sighed helplessly. Forget it, let them in. He glanced at Jinayu sharply and said expressionlessly, Jinayu, you don't have to leave, go to the back and listen. Ayazaki Mizuki was a little surprised. Under normal circumstances, even the vice-captain was not allowed to attend the captain's meeting, but he, a student of the Spiritual Arts Institute, was actually qualified to attend. He didn't dare to continue acting like a monster in this kind of occasion. In this kind of formal occasion, the teacher's face must be given. He responded respectfully, walked behind Yamamoto, and stood against the wall. Soon, the conference room door opened and a figure walked in. Captain of the 2nd Division, Yuriuki Shihoan. She walked to the right side of Yamamoto, her eyes lit up slightly, and she looked at Ayazaki Mizuki, who also looked at her. The 2 people began to wink as soon as they looked at each other, trying to exchange information through their eyes. The senses of the captains were so sharp that the small movements of the 2 men could not be hidden from everyone's eyes. The captains who came in behind had subtle expressions when they saw this scene. And the person who entered the conference room right after him was Deputy Captain of the 3rd Division, Shooting Range Sentetsu. Captain of the 4th Division, Anohana Retsu. Division 5 Captain, Hirako Shinji. Captain of the 6th Division, Kokaki Jinling. Captain of the 7th Division, Aikawa Ratake. Captain of the 9th Division, Liu Chaichuan Xi. Captain of the 10th Division, Ishin Shiba. Captain of the 11th Squadron, Kenpei Kiganjo. Captain of the 12th Division, Hikifun Kiryu. As figures wearing white haori entered the room one after another, Ayazaki Meisuki finally got to know all the captains of the Godai 13th team. When the captains arrived, Jaishur Yukatake and Jaishur Yukatake looked at each other and stood in their seats. They are standing here now, not as Yamamoto's disciples, but as captains of the Godai 13. Shiba focused on watching the interaction between Ayazaki Meisuki and Shifon Yoryuaki, pursed his lips, and looked like he was hesitant to speak. It seems that after the meeting, he is considering whether to tell his niece about the situation of Ayazaki Meisuki and Shifon Yoryuaki. Anohana Retsu is a quiet Yamato Nadeshiko in front of everyone. She has a low eyebrow and seems to not care about everything. Kokaki Jinling, this serious old man, took the time to glance at Jinayu, but he only glanced at it and then looked away. This old man is really... Kokaki Zyonghe became like that for no reason. Ayazaki Meisuki secretly cursed, but still maintained a well-behaved appearance on the surface. Except for these captains who have met before or are simply old acquaintances. When other captains saw Ayazaki Meisuki, they also showed curious eyes, wanting to see what the legendary genius spotted by Captain Yamamoto was like. With Yamamoto's crutch tapping lightly on the ground, the captains all looked away, and the captains' meeting officially began. The main content of this meeting was naturally about the attack on Kokaki Sojun, the deputy captain of the 6th Division. The reason why the matter of a vice-captain was mentioned in the captain meeting was mainly because of his identity as the next head of the Kokaki family. Ordinary vice-captains don't get this kind of treatment. When talking about business, all the captains became serious. With everyone watching, Yoryuaki stood in front of the captains and told what happened last night. Chapter 42 Promise. Yoryuaki's description contained a lot of exaggerations, taking the responsibility for killing the captain-level rebels on himself, and Ayazaki Mizuki only provided a small amount of help under her instructions. Of course, this is not to grab credit, but to help Jinayu reduce the trouble and danger she may encounter. Because she was not sure whether any of the captains present were related to the Tsuneyashiro family. Ayazaki Jinayu understood what she meant and didn't say much. She was even a little moved in her heart. Merit is not important at all. In the Godai 13, if you want to improve your status, you must rely on strength. Yamamoto, Anohana, and Kokaki Jinling, who knew the truth, remained silent. It seemed that they had preset Yoryuaki's approach. While Shifunji and Yoryuaki was explaining what happened to everyone, Ayazaki Meisuki began to observe the other captains. Each captain has his own characteristics, especially Hikifun Kiryu, whose broad mind always attracts the attention of Ayazaki Meisuki. Hikifun Kiryu seemed to have noticed Ayazaki Meisuki's gaze, and turned around and gave him a kind smile. Ayazaki Mizuki smiled back. It seems that he did not expect the captain to be so generous and decided to communicate with her more in the future. Unfortunately, according to rumors, she will be promoted to Division 0 soon, and I'm afraid we won't have much time to get along with her. Besides Hikifun Kiryu, the only person who could distract Ayazaki Meisuki would have to be Rokusha Kensai. This Shinigami's world-famous combat unit, crossed out, captain-level powerhouse has a spiritual pressure level as Anohana said, reaching the 3rd level of spiritual power. Feeling his gaze, Liu Chekwangzi turned around and took a look. What a pair of beautiful eyes! This was his first reaction. But soon he discovered something was wrong, and felt that these beautiful eyes seemed to hide deep malice towards him. It's not that he is plotting against him, it's more like, it's to harm him mentally. It's an illusion, it should be the first time we meet. He shook his head, and this very unrealistic feeling was quickly forgotten. While Aizaki Mizuki was busy observing the captains and making eye contact with Yoriyuki from time to time, Yamamoto said, "Central 46 has issued an order regarding the rebels captured in this operation. The rebels rebelled against the party, conspired against the government, and committed extremely heinous crimes. It has been decided to sentence them to death. From now on, they will be taken to the Palace of Confession to await execution. In recent days, the rebels have become increasingly rampant, and all teams must do their best to wipe out the rebels." Having said this, he glanced at everyone. Today all the captains are attending this meeting on behalf of each division. Only the captain of the 3rd division is up for grabs. Can you recommend a candidate? This was the real purpose of his meeting today. As a support force, the 3rd division's duty is to supplement the casualties of other divisions in the battle, which is not unimportant. The position of captain of the 3rd division has been vacant for more than 10 years. Since no suitable candidate can be found, Deputy Captain Sentetsu Kaiba has been handling team affairs. These are turbulent times, and it would be best if we could find someone to fill the vacancy. As soon as these words came out, everyone subconsciously looked at Kyuntai at the shooting range. Under the gaze of everyone, shooting field Kyuntai shook his head slightly. Yamamoto was a little disappointed, but that was expected. If there is a good candidate, the other party will report to you in advance, there is no need to wait until today. Yamamoto glanced at the other captains, but no one stood up to speak. He already had the result in his mind and could only say calmly, "Forget it, the captaincy matter will be discussed in the future." Now the deputy captain of the shooting range is given the position of captain agent to temporarily act as the agent for the affairs of the 3rd division. Although Sentetsu the shooting range has been managing the 3rd division for many years, Yamamoto's the order finally formally confirmed her legitimacy in managing the 3rd division. The captains had no objection to this. They saw the other party's years of hard work and she deserved it. Aizaki Mizuki was thinking that the meeting should be almost over at this point, and he was ready to leave the meeting room at any time. Yamamoto did not end the meeting. Instead, he turned to look at him and spoke slowly, with an unquestionable tone in his tone. "A student of the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy, Aizaki Mizuki. Before the end of your studies this year, apply for early graduation and participate in the Soul Burial Internship. After graduating from the Spiritual Arts Academy, get your diploma and report to the 2nd Division. Last night, the 3rd seat of the 2nd team submitted an application for retirement. You will take over this seat at that time." Hearing this, Aizaki Janayu was stunned. He had thought that Yamamoto would let him graduate early. Even after Kokaki Sojun was attacked, the other party asked him for his opinion more than once, and his answer was to accept the arrangement. But Yamamoto expected that he would join the 1st team, or if not the 8th team or the 13th team. After all, these 3 divisions are all his own. I really didn't expect that he would take the initiative to put himself in the 2nd division. In the middle of Yamamoto's words, he had already thought of the scene where Yamamoto ordered him to join the 1st team, and then Yoriyuki cried and made trouble, demanding that he fulfill his promise. Shifunjayu and Yoriyuki showed a successful smile, and at the same time made an okay gesture to Aizaki Mizuki. Yamamoto, who had been angry all day, now had a smile in his eyes and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Thinking of the coincidence that the 3rd seat of the 2nd team applied for retirement last night, I don't believe it if they didn't have a premeditated plan. Aizaki Mizuki suddenly realized. There was a conspiracy, old man Yamamoto sold me out. Aizaki Janayu's eyes were red and she looked at him with sorrow and anger. Trying to ask Yamamoto why he betrayed himself through his affectionate eyes. Yamamoto thought for a moment, opened his mouth, and was about to speak. Aizaki Mizuki immediately responded, "Thank you for your trust, teacher. I will definitely work hard to become an excellent Shinigami, and I will definitely live up to your high expectations." Looking at the respectful Aizaka Meioki, Yamamoto nodded slightly after being silent for a long time, turned around and said, "Captain of the 4th Maple Academy, Aizaka Mizuki, I leave it to you." Shifunji Yuan Yoryuaki hurriedly bowed, "Please leave it to me." "Your Majesty the Captain." Yamamoto hummed and nodded slightly. He also told the captains to pay attention to the rebels' actions in the near future, and then announced that the captains' meeting was officially over. The captains saluted Yamamoto one after another, then turned and left. "It took me a lot of effort to find out that you are graduating early." Walking on the corridor, Shifunji Yuan Yoryuaki chuckled and poked Aizaka Meioki with his elbow. "You can't run away now. Don't forget your promise. I will become the captain of the 2nd team, and you will be my 3rd seat. How dare you disobey the teacher's orders?" Aizaka Jinayu smiled and said, "What's more, I have never forgotten the agreement between you and me. Just don't forget what you promised. Otherwise, I will use you to pay off the debt." The last words, Genzuki said in Yoryuaki's ear. Yoryuaki felt a little itchy in his ears, and the roots of his ears turned red all of a sudden. The crimson slowly spread to his neck, and it was so cute when it was dark and red. She patted Jinayu on the shoulder at a loss and said, "Don't worry, in a few years, that kid will join the team, but I will only introduce you to him, I don't care about other things." Chapter 43 Graduation Application. That evening, behind the west gate of Siridii is Shenyang Spiritual Arts Academy. In the luxurious mansion dormitory, Aizaka Jinayu informed Matsumoto Rangiku and Ichimaru Jin that she was going to apply for early graduation. Applying for early graduation this year? How could the captain issue such an order at such a dangerous time? In the dormitory, Matsumoto Rangiku looked nervous as she listened to Aizaka Meisuki's words. Is this too dangerous? Ichimaru Jin also looked solemn. Unlike the heartless Rangiku, he has been paying attention to the news from the outside world. Captain Yamamoto's decision made him unable to believe his ears. They just killed the rebel captain level Shinigami a few days ago. Can the Tsunoya Shiro family swallow this sigh of relief? Seeing the calm and kind smile on Jinayu's face sitting cross-legged on the ground, others didn't know and thought he was going to enjoy happiness. This is simply stupid. This situation is not a good time to graduate. How about you come up with a reason to reject the captain? Ichimaru Jin suggested, you are usually so unreliable, just make up a reason, and the captain should be able to accept it. The Godii 13 and the rebels are about to start fighting, and the next battle will definitely be particularly brutal. Joining the Godii 13 at this time is not as comfortable as staying at the Shino Spiritual Arts Academy. Of course the teacher will not let me die. Aizaka Mizuki rubbed the handle of his Ensenra's sword, smiled and comforted. After I join the team, I will directly become the 3rd seat of the 2nd division. This position will also serve as the captain of the covered mobile surveillance team. I will be responsible for guarding the maggot nest and will not go to the front line. Furthermore, the covered maneuver is a special force independent of the Godii 13. It is fully controlled by the Shifunjin family, so there is no need to worry too much about hidden dangers from within. To be honest, joining the 2nd division is safer than staying at the Shenyang Spiritual Arts Academy. Having said this, he looked up at Matsumoto Rangiku and Ichimaru Jin. If they are willing, they can graduate with them. The two of them haven't understood Shikai yet, but they should have no problem passing the graduation exam. Original Sky Ichimaru Jin is a genius boy who graduated from the Spiritual Arts Academy in 1 year. Now that Matsumoto Rangiku has a complete soul, his talent is still above him. When he was distracted, Ichimaru Jin opened his eyes and asked, "How are the rebels who launched the attack doing now? Do they know you killed a captain-level Shinigami? This is a big deal. The captain-level Shinigami is not only the face of the nobles, but also the real high-level combat power. Even the 4 nobles cannot ignore this loss. With the Tsunoya Shiro family's cruelty, domineering and ambition, how could he possibly be spared?" You are Captain Yamamoto's beloved disciple. You are not Captain Yamamoto. Will those rebels shut up? Ayazaka Janayu came back to her senses, thought for a moment, spread her hands and smiled. Those rebels were sentenced to death and imprisoned in the penance palace. They were guarded secretly and mobilely, and no one could visit them. The rebels who saw me killing people were all killed by Captain Anohana. Not many people know the truth now, so they probably won't leak it. Not to mention Yoriyuki, Old Man Yamamoto, Kokaki Jinling, and Kokaki Aokun, no one dares to cause trouble for them. Even the members of Division 4 who saw him killing people were placed under strict guard by Anohana Retsu and would not be released until the news was over. Hearing Ayazaka Mizuki's words, Ichimaru-jin frowned. He looked at Ayazaka Mizuki's confident look and knew that he had really handled it well. Although I don't know what method this guy used to get so many big shots to help him cover up the facts. But things finally got such a result, which was pretty perfect. He saved Mr. Kokaki, and the fact that he killed the captain-level rebel was not exposed, and he was about to join the 2nd Division and become the 3rd chief. Everything seems to be developing in a good direction, but is this really a good thing? Ichimaru-jin looked at Ayazaka Mizuki solemnly, feeling worried about his careless smile. He knew very well that what Ayazaka Janayu had done was enough to cause an uproar. Although the captain can protect him for a while, how can he guarantee that he can protect him forever? This is very different from the future plans they had when they arrived. The other party also asked me to keep a low profile. True Moon. Ayazaka Mizuki looked at him strangely. What's wrong? He thought for a moment, narrowed his eyes again, and said slowly, I also want to apply for early graduation. I want it too, Matsumoto said hurriedly. Ayazaka Mizuki and Ichimaru-jin both rolled their eyes, their heads covered with black lines. They clearly remembered that the eldest lady looked confused just now, but now she was joining in the fun. Reason? Ayazaka Mizuki tilted her head and asked. I don't feel comfortable letting such a crazy guy like you wander around alone. Ichimaru-jin sighed. Matsumoto Ranjaku nodded. Ayazaka Janayu was stunned for a moment, then smiled with satisfaction. Sure enough, I did not misjudge the person. Now it seems that I made the right decision by bringing you to the Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy. It's not like Ranjaku, who gives me a headache all day long and doesn't practice seriously. He can't do it without my supervision. Listening to Ayazaka Mizuki's complaints, Ichimaru-jin glanced at Matsumoto Ranjaku, whose face was gradually turning dark, and a strange look appeared on his face. In short, since you have the heart, let's come together. Ayazaka Janayu hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter yet, and she became more and more excited as she talked. Ahem. Sensing that Ranjaku's eyes were getting colder and colder, and her body began to exude a dangerous aura of choosing others to eat, Ichimaru-jin couldn't help coughing twice. Ayazaka Mizuki. What I mean is that Ranjaku is so attractive to me that I am willing to stay by her side. Supervising her training is just incidental. This time it was Matsumoto Ranjaku's turn to be silent. Ichimaru-jin, who had been observing the two of them, covered his forehead with pain on his face. This conversation was too blunt. But not a second later, Matsumoto Ranjaku laughed again and jumped on Ayazaka Mizuki. I knew it. Ichimaru Silver. Ayazaka Mizuki hugged Matsumoto Ranjaku tightly in her arms, waved to him and said, I'll leave it to you for the graduation application report. I know. Ichimaru's silver eyes twitched and he gritted his teeth. Looking at the two people who suddenly started making love to each other in front of him, he felt tired. These two people are totally the same. After Ichimaru-jin completed the application report, Ayazaka Mizuki approached Sato Kaito to submit an early graduation application. After explaining the reasons to Sato Kaito, he readily approved Janayu's application. At the same time, he allowed Janayu not to continue attending the Spiritual Arts Academy courses and let him concentrate on preparing for the graduation exam. In the following time, Aizaki Mizuki devoted himself to practicing the double bone technique he got from Yamamoto. Matsumoto Ranjaku and Ichimarujin also trained with him, hoping to improve their strength as much as possible before taking the graduation exam. Chapter 44 Divine Gun. The sky was dark and overcast. The huge dojo was weighed down by dark clouds as if it would collapse at any time, and the old houses made creaking sounds from time to time. In the dark white hits dojo, Aizaki Mizuki stood alone on the wooden floor, with her upper body naked, exposing her perfect muscle lines, and her eyes closed. The light of the oil lamp cast a blurry shadow on the wall of the room. Air currents burst out from the solace of his feet and blew up his long hair, surrounding his body. If anyone were here, they would probably be surprised. Because these rising air currents surrounding Aizaki Shinzuki do not have any trace of spiritual pressure. The next moment, as Aizaki Mizuki stepped out gently, Guangfeng and his figure disappeared at the same time, appearing in front of Kid's enhanced puppet in an instant. Aizaki Mizuki opened her eyes, raised her fists, and then swung them out. Double bones. The puppet that suffered a heavy blow was like a fragile ceramic product, turning into pieces and completely shattered. He breathed out gently, and a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, you need to give yourself some sense of urgency so that you can force yourself to work harder to grow. Aizaki Mizuki picked up the fragments on the ground and examined them carefully, and couldn't help but say something with emotion. In the past few months, his cultivation progress has basically slowed down a lot, and his spiritual pressure growth has almost come to a standstill. Although as he continues to increase his training intensity, various abilities are still slowly improving, but the speed of improvement is no longer satisfactory. However, after a battle with the captain-level rebels, I don't know if it was due to psychological reasons, but Aizaki Mizuki's training efficiency has improved significantly. It's a pity that those rebels were not good enough and couldn't really get me into the state. Aizaki Mizuki smiled and wiped the sweat from his body with a towel. In fact, those rebels are not weak, they are just weaker than Yoryuki and stronger than themselves, and they cannot let go to fight. Without Yoryuki, he would not have been able to risk his life to participate in the battle. Without him, Yoryuki could easily kill the rebels. I really miss sparring with Yoryuki. Aizaki Mizuki's eyes were filled with emotion. But Yoryuki doesn't have much time now, so he comes to see him once a week at most. When they were training together, Yoryuki would suppress the Ryutsuo and accompany him in various special training sessions. During that time, I would get injured almost every day, but the hardy fighting and constantly pushing myself to the limit during the battle made Zhenyu intoxicated. That was also the period when his strength improved the fastest. Unfortunately, that is all in the past tense. The battle between the rebels and the Godi I-13 was intensifying. Although she did not personally participate in the battle, the heavy team duties had made her miserable. Thinking like this, Aizaki Mizuki slowly got dressed. He was in no hurry. The graduation exam is about to start. If there are no accidents, he will be able to enter the second team within a month. Although the strength is far inferior to monsters like Yamamoto and Anohana, Aizaki Mizuki believes that with his talent, he can definitely stand to the end in the Shinigami world. But before that, he must improve his strength. Transform this talent recognized by both Yamamoto and Anohana into real strength. A firm light flashed in Aizaki Mizuki's eyes. He walked out of the dojo and opened the door. The rain was dripping down, and a police team member was patrolling outside the courtyard, conducting daily investigation of the surrounding environment. In the spacious sword dojo opposite, Matsumoto Ranjaku and Ichimarujin were concentrating on training. The former is holding a zanpakuto with a serious look on his face, practicing the way of swordsmanship in a methodical manner. The sharp blade cuts the air, making bursts of sharp whistling sounds. The latter was holding a shallow knife on his leg, sitting cross-legged on the ground, doing blade zen training with a calm expression. The two of them worked really hard. Ayazaki Mizuki looked at this scene with satisfaction and smiled at Anohana, who came over. Ms. Hiwa said softly. They are all good kids. District 62 of Rukanga is really a treasure land for feng shui. 3 of you geniuses appeared at once, especially Rangiku, who has made rapid progress. With the fanatic Sana Yamada as her vice-captain, she is now the most relaxed of all the captains. Ayazaki Mizuki couldn't help but laugh when she thought of that guy with a poisonous tongue. When he usually went to the 4th division, he was often tortured by Yamada Sanashuk's bad mouth. Boom! At this time, a crack of several centimeters opened on one side of the dojo pillar. The spiritual pressure mixed with the impact of air came, and the Shinigami outside the courtyard looked sideways. What happened? Who is bursting with Ryatsu? This spiritual pressure seems to belong to that silver-haired brat. The faces of the Shinigami outside the courtyard changed slightly, but they did not pay too much attention and continued their patrol mission. Ayazaki Mizuki looked at Ichimaru-jin with a burst of spiritual pressure with interest. Next to him, Matsumoto Rangiku subconsciously stretched out his hand and took back the zanpakuto in his hand, looking about to make a sound. However, Ayazaki Jinayu held her shoulders and shook her head. Rangiku was stunned for a moment, but heard a murmur not far away. Magic gun. The moment the low murmur came out, the shallow blow in Ichimaru's silver hand turned into a short blade with an S-shaped blade and a seemingly ordinary rib. Have you learned Shikai? Ayazaki Mizuki asked. Ichimaru-jin opened his eyes and nodded slowly. Yes, its name is the Divine Spear. Do you want to try its power? Jinayu's eyes lit up. Now? I still can't control it well. Ichimaru waved his hand and said in denial. It doesn't matter, let me see it. Ayazaki Mizuki had already put his hand on his Enmori, grinning and said, with Captain Anohana here, you don't have to worry about hurting me. Ichimaru couldn't say no in the face of those scorching eyes, so he could only agree. Well, be careful of Shinetsu, the magic gun can extend the blade instantly. He pointed the tip of the knife at Ayazaki Mizuki, as if he felt it was not safe, and waited for a few seconds before loudly reciting the liberation words, shoot him, sharp gun. Call out. Short sword quickly extends. The blade visible to the naked eye flew out like a divine spear. The speed is very fast, but in Jinayu's eyes it is not fast enough. This is the difference in spiritual pressure. His expression remained unchanged, he chuckled and pulled out Yongzhen Senluo, blocking the sharp spear's thrust with a gentle wave. The blades of the two knives collided and caused sparks, and then the blade of the sharp gun was inserted into the ceiling. Ichimaru-jin breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this scene, thankful that no accident happened. If Jinayu accidentally tilted his head, he would really have no place to reason. But then, he felt the spiritual pressure behind him and couldn't help but sigh. Matsumoto Rangiku drew his zanpakuto and shouted, Ichimaru! Everyone could see that she was really angry. I told you that I couldn't control it. Ichimaru said helplessly, and the blade of the magic gun shrank back into short sword. Jinayu, who was still happy to get the new Shikai, came to her senses and hurried out to smooth things over. Chapter 45 Kid Examination. Mao Spiritual Arts Academy, Kid Training Ground. The students slowly walked into the dojo. The door opened, and the Ayazaki trio headed by Jinayu slowly entered the open training ground. As soon as he entered the training ground, Ayazaki Mizuki had a look of surprise on his face. It seems different from the exam in my memory. Jino Spiritual Arts Academy is the only Shinigami training school in the Soul Society, but in fact, the number of students enrolled in the Spiritual Arts Academy each year is not large, usually no more than 200 people. Among these 200 people, it would be considered good if 1/5 of them could successfully graduate. Geniuses are not found everywhere. Only Shinigami born from noble families can be born with high-strength spiritual pressure. This is common sense in Soul Society. Precisely because he was born in Rukanga, Shinzuki was called a genius with his 16th level spiritual power when he entered school. In the Spiritual Arts Academy, there are not many geniuses or nobles. Most of the students are the children of ordinary Shinigami, so graduates of the Shino Spiritual Arts Academy are usually 20th level Shinigami. People who exceed this limit are either geniuses who are rare to see in several years, or children of nobles. But what he saw was somewhat beyond his expectation. Not only are there more people taking the graduation exam than before, but more than 20 people have reached the professional Shinigami level of spiritual power, and several people have spiritual pressure that exceeds the 12th level of spiritual power. Because this year many college students have applied for early graduation, some of them are nobles, and the rest are college students with good qualifications from Rukanga and civilian backgrounds. Aizen had just finished showing Shikai to the students. At this time, he walked up to Aizaki Mizuki and explained in a low voice. As for their purpose of applying for early graduation, it is said that it is for a certain person, but who is that person? It makes them so interested. Matsumoto Ranjaku and Ichimaru-jin were stunned when they heard this. However, Aizaki Mizuki couldn't help but smile, but she was not surprised at all by Aizen's appearance. They all came here specifically to remind themselves, who else could that person be if they weren't themselves? But this is normal. The Tsuneya Shiro family is the most powerful noble in the Seireidii, and together with their family's supporters, they have the most seats in the Central 46. If a low-class untouchable like Aizaki Meihoki, who was born in Rukanga, dares to go against them, he must be killed as a warning, otherwise no one will be afraid of them in the future. Now there happens to be an opportunity for the untouchables to encounter an accident. As subordinates, these little nobles and commoners must of course behave well. Even if you strive for a good impression, maybe the person above you will be happy, and just a few words can bring him or their family to the top. Thank you Aizen-sensei for the reminder. Aizaki Meisuki said. I just said it casually, but I didn't remind you of anything. Aizen chuckled, adjusted his black-rimmed glasses, turned and walked away. Looking at Aizen's leaving figure, Aizaki Meihoki nodded with a smile. It's a bit interesting. So those people are all enemies. Matsumoto looked into the distance. Those people had been staring at the three of them, and they seemed to have bad intentions. We are all classmates, how can we be enemies? Jinayu sneered, turned to look at Rangju and Jin, and whispered. Be extra careful when practicing soul burial. Once you find that they are hostile to us, don't show mercy. Of course, if you want to do it cleanly, your own life is the most important. He is not interested in the fights between nobles, but if the other party insists on seeking death, then just go and die. As long as the killing was not made public, Old Man Yamamoto would not blame himself if he knew about it. If exposed, it might be a bit troublesome. The Shifunji Yuan family and Old Man Yamamoto protect themselves, and the Kukaki family also owes me a favor, and there is a high chance that they will help me. He probably won't die, but he will probably be imprisoned in a nest of maggots. Aizaki Meisuki doesn't want to be locked up. Maggot's nest is the territory of the Shifunjin family. It's not that there is anything wrong with being imprisoned in it, but joining the Godi I-13 team obviously has a brighter future. Then what do you do? Matsumoto Ranjaku frowned and looked at Aizaki Meihoki. Naturally, she had heard about what the Tsuneya Shiro family had done, not to mention that they were still enemies, so killing them had no psychological burden at all. What she is worried about is Aizaki Mizuki's future. The Tsuneya Shiro family does not have the final say at the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy. The teachers who will protect the academy students for internship this time are all carefully selected by Mr. Yamamoto and Dean Sato. Aizaki Meisuki smiled at Matsumoto Ranjaku and Ichimaru-jin, who was deep in thought. The soul burial internship is in the present world. It is not the territory of the Seireidii. You may encounter various dangers. Isn't it normal for accidents to happen? He lowered his voice and continued, if they really take action, it's best to kill them all without leaving any trace behind. The most important thing is not to leave any clues. The two nodded silently. Since Ayazaki Meisuki said so, they decided to give it a try. I have been following Ayazaki Meisuki for so many years, and I have also been hanging out in Rukanga for so long. They know that in a life and death fight, it is taboo to look forward and backward. No matter what the outcome is at that time, the big deal is just to bear the burden together. Next, Maya Ayazaki. In the training ground, the teacher took the roll call and shouted. There was a smile on his face. Unlike other college students, this one was a real genius. Ayazaki Mizuki walked out of the crowd, stood next to the teacher, and saluted him. Head number 4, White Thunder. He raised a finger and pointed it at the target, white electric light dancing on his fingertips. The next second, it turned into a thunder pillar and flew out. Boom! The target exploded directly in the electric light, and a deep pit exploded on the ground more than 10 meters away. All the college students taking the exam stood there blankly, staring at the broken ground as if they were stupid. This is ballet. Are you kidding? Can ballet have such power? Did I learn fake ballet? Idiot, this is the difference in spiritual pressure. It's the same as kid. Different spiritual pressure will naturally lead to different powers. The students in the hospital began to whisper among themselves, and were secretly frightened at the same time. I had heard before that how powerful this genius was in my first life, but I finally saw it today. No wonder he became the disciple of the captain. With a slight smile on her lips, Ayazaki Maya looked at many people with shocked expressions and nodded with satisfaction. This is the effect he wants. This white thunder is more like a warning, letting those guys who don't have a clear understanding of their own strength to retreat. After all, if you kill too much, it will be difficult to explain it to the teacher, and you will inevitably have to be reprimanded again. Your performance is very good, both in terms of destructive power and accuracy. Full score, 100 points. Upon seeing this, the teacher nodded with satisfaction and indicated that Ayazaki Meisuki could go back. This is a student of their Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy, and he will definitely stir up trouble in the Godi I-13 team in the future. The teacher thought proudly. Chapter 46 Becoming an Enemy. After receiving the approval of the assessment teacher, Janayu left the examination room and walked towards the crowd. Halfway through the journey, there was a sudden commotion among the crowd. An alliance of minor nobles and commoners formed a line of defense. There were probably dozens of people, clustered together. Damn waste! You can't even handle this! A furious curse came from the crowd, accompanied by the sound of slapping. Soon, the frightened students from the front row knelt on one knee one after another, their faces gradually turning pale. Accompanied by a figure wearing aristocratic clothing and wearing a zanpakut at his waist, he walked out of the crowd arrogantly. In the silence, the wave of kneeling spread silently around. Tsuneya Shiro Keiho was very angry. She never expected that these servants would make her so embarrassed this time when she was so excited to fight against the rebels on behalf of her family. What she didn't even expect was that a mere untouchable would dare to demonstrate against the Tsuneya Shiro family, while the losers around her could only tremble. If it weren't for her accompanying attendants who couldn't participate in this soul burial practice, these untouchables from Rukanga wouldn't even have the qualifications to kneel in front of her. This was the most embarrassing moment for her since she was born. It's so damn. The dark green-haired Tsuneya Shiro Chaofeng gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. She glanced at the two students behind her who were wearing the uniforms of the Spiritual Arts Academy. They were her strongest servants. Go away. Don't block this lady's way. Feeling unhappy, she kicked down the dean who was kneeling on the ground in front of her. She looked up and saw a handsome man walking towards her. Miss Chaofeng, I am Tetsuya Tsujigami. I come from the Tsujigami family. I am here to ensure your safety under the orders of my father. Tetsuya Tsujigami walked over, knelt on one knee and saluted, and said with a flattering expression. Tsuneya Shiro glanced at Chao Feng with a dismissive attitude and sneered disdainfully. Humph, I've never heard of a lower-class noble. Why is he a low-ranking official? Where are the other members of the Shugamai family? Tetsuya Tsujigami clenched his fists, then quickly released them, and said in a deep voice. Among this generation of my family, I am the only one who studies at the Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy. Your safety will be protected by us together until the end of the soul burial internship. TCH. I don't expect you, a bunch of useless people who can only beg for mercy, to protect me. Anyway, the soul burial internship is not long anyway, so I'll make do with it. Tsuneya Shiro said to Chao Feng casually, not caring about the ugly expressions on everyone's face. These wine bags and rice bags, which were trembling when they saw Ayazaki Meioki, were not taken seriously by her, and they turned to look elsewhere. The moment she saw Ichimaru-jin, her eyes suddenly lit up. The greed and desire in his eyes made Ichimaru-jin frown, feeling uncomfortable all over, and subconsciously took a step back. Tisk tisk tisk, this child looks very good. Tsuneya Shiro Keiho looked at Ichimaru-jin up and down, his eyes full of aggression, and he clicked his tongue. Matsumoto Ranjiko looked strange. Ichimaru's silver face changed slightly, and he couldn't help but take a step back. He had heard that these nobles who looked like dogs on the surface were having a lot of fun secretly. If she really set her sights on him. It's a pity that I'm too young. It will take a few years to grow up. I can't wait that long. I still prefer strong and powerful men. Tsuneya Shiro Keiho looked away from Ichimaru-jin and looked behind him, with a flush of excitement gradually appearing on his charming face. There was a strong greed and possessiveness in her eyes. It was an extremely twisted obsession that made it difficult for people to understand the excitement within it. It was as if a naughty child saw a toy he had never seen before, his eyes flashing with uncontrollable excitement and desire. Matsumoto Ranjiko's body suddenly tensed up, and then he began to gnash his teeth. Who are you? Tsuneya Shiro held his face in front of Feng, breathing heavily. A big hand was placed on Matsumoto's head, ruffling her hair to comfort her. He pulled Ranjiko behind him and walked slowly to the smiling woman. The tall figure blocked the sun, and the shadow cast shrouded Tsuneya Shiro Keiho. He looked down at this noble lady and said with a smile. Student of the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy, Ayazaki Meioki, nice to meet you, Miss Tsuneya Shiro. The handsome man's magnetic voice slowly fell, echoing in the silent training ground. Ayazaki Meioki. Tsuneya Shiro Chao Feng was stunned for a moment when he heard this, then said with a smile. Are you the pariah they say is provoking the Tsuneya Shiro family? She paused and continued without changing her tone. I didn't expect him to look like this. He looks pretty good. Why do you want to be an enemy of our Tsuneya Shiro family? Ayazaki Mizuki suddenly laughed, and the curve of the corner of his mouth made it easy to mistake him for a sunny and cheerful boy. No, Miss Chao Feng, I have no intention of becoming an enemy of the Tsuneya Shiro family. I just want to get a good score and not embarrass Mr. Captain Yamamoto. Tsuneya Shiro Chao Feng was stunned, and a proud smile suddenly appeared on his face. Very good. As expected of the captain's disciple, he is completely different from these wastes. Ayazaki Mizuki smiled and said. The Godi I-13 exists to protect the Siraidii. I will join the Godi I-13 soon. It is my responsibility and obligation to serve the nobles. Matsumoto Ranjiko and Ichimaru-jin looked at Genzuki in astonishment, wondering what he was doing. He is not someone who bows his head so easily, otherwise he wouldn't have made such a big mistake. But based on their understanding of Jinayu, they know that there is a high probability that he will not do anything good. Ayazaki Mizuki took a step forward, approached Tsuneya Shiro Keiho, and lowered her voice. Miss Chao Feng, with your identity and status, there is no need to worry so much about me. You may have heard of me. If you don't mind, I'd like to give you a gift as a small token of my personal gratitude. Tsuneyashiro Keiho narrowed his eyes slightly, took a piece of paper from Aizaki Meioki, opened it, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. She put away the note, stared at Janayu with a greedy face, and said with a trembling smile. Very well, I'm waiting for you. With your talent, joining the Godai 13 is simply an understatement. If you could join the Tsuneyashiro family, wouldn't it be better to become a noble? The students in the college looked shocked when they heard this, as if they were wondering if they had heard wrongly, and couldn't help but look at each other. Matsumoto Ranjiku's eyebrows knitted together when he heard it not far away, and his chest kept rising and falling. Janayu smiled and shook her head. Miss Chao Feng was joking. Tsuneyashiro Chao Feng nodded when he heard this and said, "You still have time, you can think about it slowly. The Tsuneyashiro family is always tolerant towards geniuses." After saying that, Tsuneyashiro turned around and left without looking back, and the students in the college followed her, not daring to breathe. Looking at her back, the smile on Aizaki Meioki's face gradually disappeared. Chapter 47 The Dark Sun. That afternoon. This world. Genzuki, what do you mean by that woman? Matsumoto Ranjiku waved his fist, and hit Genzuki's chest with his soft and weak fist. She never cares if Aizaki Maya is messing around outside, but there should be a limit no matter what. Yuriuki and the others forget about it. This Tsuneyashiro Aseho doesn't look like a good person. What do you mean? I don't understand. Aizaki Mizuki hugged her tightly with an expressionless face. Ichimaru-jin glanced at him with a complicated expression, then opened his eyes suddenly and asked uncertainly. Janayu, you don't want to kill her here, do you? Watching Janayu curl her lips and remain silent. Ranjiku was even more angry, her cheeks were bulging, and her eyes were filled with tears. Janayu, please say something. As expected of Ichimaru, your guess is really accurate. Genzuki took a long breath, stroked the handle of his Ensenra's sword, and broke the silence. It's almost time, that woman is here. He suddenly looked into the distance and said calmly. That woman? Matsumoto Ranjiku and Ichimaru-jin were stunned. Janayu didn't say it clearly, but they all guessed who this person was. But why? Weren't the two of them chatting happily just now? What made Zhenyu suddenly have murderous intentions? They remembered one small detail. Ever since they came to this world, Janayu has been looking into the distance from time to time, as if waiting for something. Before they could react, Janayu had already let go of Matsumoto Ranjiku, and her eyes gradually became cold. True Moon. A voice rang in his ears, and Genzuki turned his head to look at Ichimaru-jin, who was approaching. The latter pondered for a moment and said seriously. Are you sure you want to go? That is the Tsuneyashiro family, one of the 4 great nobles. No Shinigami would dare to do such a thing. Although she is an enemy, if you want to kill her, now is not the right time. Maybe we can wait until later to figure it out. Kill this eldest lady of the Tsuneyashiro family. His last words failed to come out. I never thought that I would have such a bold idea. But after this thought came to him, he was surprised to feel that it didn't seem to be a big deal. I was really infected by this crazy idiot. Ichimaru-jin smiled bitterly and shook his head. Aizaki Shinzuki suddenly smiled and said. Ichimaru, I definitely want to go. What's the reason? Ichimaru-jin asked doubtfully. Janayu smiled, her tone was cold but cold, and she said word by word. This was not a whim. I had 3 reasons for killing her. First, you should have noticed that she is the backbone of that group of people and our real enemy. Second, she wanted to kill me, whether before she recognized me or after she recognized me. But she was too young after all. She reacted immediately when she saw me, but she couldn't hide the murderous intention towards me and us in her eyes. Third, she is so smart. She is willing to act with me, which just shows that she is not as crazy as she seems. Smart people like this are our enemies. If we miss this opportunity, it will definitely become very troublesome in the future. Aozaki Mayuki smiled almost cruelly. Foreseeable dangers should be nipped in the bud before they happen. In the dense forest, the two people looked at each other from a distance. And the sunlight shone on them through the gaps in the green leaves. Ichimaru-jin felt that it was colder in the sun than in the shade of the trees, and it was cold to the bone. The smile on Aozaki Mizuki's face became more and more intense, even crazy. The Tsunoya Shiro family, the four nobles, are really famous. But do you know that I have tolerated them for a long time, and I'm fed up with these clowns jumping around in front of me. I've never been one to sit still and wait for death, so let's start with this woman. His tone suddenly became meaningful. What no one dares to do. Oh, from now on, someone will dare. As soon as these words came out, Ichimaru's body trembled slightly as if struck by lightning. Maybe it's because Jinayu is usually too good to them, treating them gently and indulgently. At some point, he forgot that this man was ferocious and crazy. But it is precisely because of this that he and Rangiku have survived until now. Their killing skills were learned from this man. Their first murder was also witnessed by this man. Ichimaru-jin was still trembling, but he didn't have any fear, he only felt unprecedented excitement. He clenched his fists hard, raised his head with determination in his eyes, and gritted his teeth and said, "I'll go with you." Aozaki Jinayu smiled with satisfaction, as if he finally got the answer he wanted. However, he refused directly. "No need, it's more convenient for me to do it alone. And even if something happens to me, Rangiku still needs someone to protect her. This kind of protection has nothing to do with strength. As long as you stay here and watch over Rangiku, I can have nothing to worry about. I'll be back soon." After saying that, Jinayu turned around and left without hesitation. It wasn't until Genzuki's back disappeared into the depths of the forest that Ichimaru-jin, who stood as stunned as a statue, slowly let out a breath. He actually noticed that a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back at some point. "For us." I remembered the two words that Jinayu kept talking about. He was silent for a moment, then suddenly turned toward the depths of the forest and bowed solemnly. "Even though there is no one there." Suddenly, Ichimaru-jin looked towards the sky unconsciously. The sun was shining brightly, shining on the grey earth, reflecting silvery light that made people's eyes dazzle. A familiar scene. Ichimaru-jin was stunned, lowered his head, and looked at his hands silently. The scolding echoed back to his ears through several years. "Pull this kid away. What is he doing? Damn it. Let go. I'm warning you not to get yourself into trouble. Because of that new guy, we don't have much food left. How dare you steal our things?" He still remembered the pain of being beaten, and he also remembered the ferocious appearance of the drifting souls surrounding him with tattered samurai swords. At that time, he looked up at the only light in the sky, hoping that he could be like a tree or a grass and only needed the light from the sky to survive. I don't know how long it took, but a scream woke him up from his dream. When they came back to their senses, everyone who had been showing their teeth and claws just now was already lying on the ground, and the blood stained the grass red. The handsome man with long black hair held a blood-stained samurai sword. The blood color gave the man a more enchanting beauty. The whole man was like a dark sun, emitting a dark light that enveloped him. The handsome man squatted in front of him and said enthusiastically, "Kid, are you okay? Silver hair is really rare. To tell you the truth, I used to fantasize about having long silver white hair, and preferably a pair of heterochromatic eyes. As soon as I open my eyes and shout a matraz, the person I see will be ignited with black flames that will never go out. How's it going? Isn't this a pretty good ability? Speaking of which, what's your name, kid?" "Ichimaru, Ichimaru Silver." He only opened one eye because the other eye was swollen. Chapter 48. It's not necessary. The dark light must be a shadow. How could I misunderstand it and think that guy was glowing? Ichimaru-jin raised his head and narrowed his eyes as he looked at the sun hanging high in the sky. How can there be such a dark and gloomy Sunday? He clenched his fists. Zhenyu is right. It's useless to go alone. With my own strength, I am not qualified to help him. But if you stay, you can still be of some use. The Matsumoto Ranjaku next to her is different from the yellow and black Meihoki. Although this blonde lady is not stupid, her mind is so focused on Jinayu that her brain is often not enough when dealing with other things. After a while, Ayazaki Jinayu came to the north of the forest alone. This is a land of rolling mountains, lush forests, chirping birds, and fragrant flowers, with a pleasant environment. It is a good place to sleep. After making sure that no one discovered her whereabouts, Ayazaki Jinayu stretched out 2 fingers and pressed them on the ground, and her spiritual pressure spread like an invisible ripple. Found you. A light spot appeared in Jinayu's eyes, corresponding to a location in the dense forest. Track Kid. This is what Yoryuki taught him about tracking Kid. Lifting his fingers into the air, he could clearly feel his own weak spiritual pressure. After determining the direction, Ayazaki Meihoki stood up. Although it is indeed risky to act at this time, Jinayu is not a person who acts recklessly. He was able to fight his way out of Rukonga's gangsters and become the overlord of the first district, not just by force. If he had no brain, he would have been killed by those wandering souls countless times. When he entered the present world, he had confirmed to his teachers that the only people who came to protect Tsuneya Shirokoho this time were the students. That was a group of students who had never even experienced actual combat. This also means that this group of college students who have no spiritual pressure and skills are unable to resist themselves. That's enough. Thoughts drifted through her mind. Jinayu took a step forward. An invisible spiritual pressure instantly spread from his feet. His spiritual pressure instantly gathered at his feet, forming something like a stepping stone, allowing him to stand in mid-air. This is a technique that is difficult to achieve in soul society. It is to gather spiritual pressure at the feet and use the spiritual pressure as a foothold to fly and step into the air. The density of spiritual beings in this world is small, so it is not too difficult to use this technique. The density of souls in soul society is too high, making it almost impossible to do this. The next second, Jinayu began to walk through the sky, and soon disappeared into the clouds and disappeared into the distant sky. At the same time, in the dense forest to the north of the soul burial practice site, sitting on a large rock were 4 figures dressed in luxurious clothes. The green leaves turned into shadows in the sunlight and enveloped the 4 figures. What the hell kind of weather is this? This sun is really annoying. On the boulder, Tsuneya Shirokoho covered the top of his head with his hands, narrowed his eyes and glanced at the dazzling sun in the sky with disgust. The bright sky emits brilliant light, and the sunlight shines in the forest and falls on the ground and grass, casting a dazzling light on the green world. Such vibrant beauty fell into Tsuneya Shirokoho Feng's eyes, but it only made her feel dazzled. Lord Chao Feng. The escorts coming this time are only 12 students from Rukonga. A college student wearing a college student's uniform with aristocratic clothing lining came over respectfully, bowed and saluted with respect. Including the 2 of us and Mr. Shugamai, there are 15 people in total who will protect your safety during this internship. Tsuneya Shiro waved his hand towards Feng and said with some dissatisfaction. Why are they all from Rukonga? Where are those nobles? The heirs to the head of the Tsuneya Shiro family all have their own bodyguards, but due to the special circumstances of the soul burial practice, family bodyguards are not allowed to participate. Unless the guard happens to be a graduate of the Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy who came to participate in the soul burial internship. Normally, even without guards, you will not encounter much danger in such an exam. After all, the teachers of the Spiritual Arts Academy who were born in the Outer Protection Academy are not just decorations. They are basically at the level of mid to high level officers. The guard said with sincere fear. Reporting to Lord Chao Feng, we sent a message to those nobles, and many of them declined and wanted to complete the soul burial internship first. According to my subordinates, those nobles should be afraid of Ayazaka Shinatsu's power and dare not come. Tsuneya Shiro Chaofeng could only nod impatiently when he heard this. Although nobles and followers of Rukanga origin all attached themselves to the Tsuneya Shiro family for power, there were slight differences between them. Compared with the powerless Rukanga students, the noble students are considered rich and powerful, so naturally they are not willing to risk their lives. The Tsuneya Shiro family did not expect them to die for them, they only valued the family strength behind them. By the way, there's one more thing. Tsuneya Shiro Chaofeng paused and spoke again. That guy named Ayazaka Meisuki. The guard was stunned when he heard this. He remembered the gift given by the handsome man before, and bent down and said, "Lord Chaofeng, do we need to terminate the operation? After all, he is the disciple of Captain Yamamoto. Now he is devoted to the family and intends to accept the family's win. Perhaps we can report this situation to the family after the internship is over. This will definitely be a great achievement. When the time comes, your heir position will be." Tsuneya Shiro Keiho suddenly laughed, as if he had heard some good joke, waved his hands and sneered. "No, what I mean is not to kill him for the time being, but to leave here later and let the family send more people to kill him again." The guard was stunned, unable to follow Keiho Feng's thoughts for a while. Is she really crazy? Although the Tsuneya Shiro family has great power, they can easily decide a person's life or death. But Ayazaka Mizuki is no ordinary person, but a disciple of Captain Yamamoto. Shouldn't such a person's overtures of kindness be readily accepted? Even if you want to kill him, you still need a reason to kill him, otherwise the elder will not agree. Seeing the guard's confused expression, Tsuneya Shiro Keiho stepped on the latter's head and forced him to kneel on the ground. "Are you questioning my decision?" "No, what the hell, it's just, my subordinate is stupid." The guard was lying on the ground, his face pale and his body trembling uncontrollably. Tsuneya Shiro nodded with satisfaction and snorted coldly. "If you have to tell me the reason." She narrowed her eyes and spoke in a serious tone. "We are not sure whether his show of kindness to the family is sincere or just to please him. And the family elders promised me that as long as I can kill him, I can become one of the successors to the family head. In that case, why bother betting on whether he will surrender to the Tsuneya Shiro family and whether his joining will make the elders happy? It's not necessary, but before killing him, it's not impossible to play with him." After saying that, she stretched out her hand from her sleeves and lifted Tetsuya Shugamai's chin. The two guards immediately understood what she meant and stood up to retreat. Chapter 49. The show begins. Two adults, are you okay? The students in the hospital couldn't help but ask when they saw the guard's embarrassed appearance. "It's okay. It's our honor to be rewarded by Mr. Chaofeng." The guard smiled proudly, wiped the dust off his body, and arranged the noble lining inside his clothes. Call. Taking a breath, he felt relieved. It doesn't matter if he is kneeling in front of that woman, these college students still have to be respectful to themselves. They love this feeling. In order to please the Tsuneya Shiro family, these geniuses of the Spiritual Arts Academy were arrogant and respectful to little guards like themselves. Although they are not nobles, these stupid pariahs will bow down to their masters and look at them with flattering eyes, as well as those who follow them. This feeling made them intoxicated, as if they were no longer small domestic servants, but nobles of noble birth, and those untouchables were born to serve them. What makes them kneel down is not the so-called loyalty, but the disgusting and despicable desire. At this time, bursts of bird calls gradually came from the woods, faintly mixed with the muffled hums of the noble princes and the sweet laughter of the eldest lady. Lord Chaofeng has begun. I just don't know if the master will reward us after the young master is finished. They seemed to have remembered something worth recalling, with smiles of enjoyment on their faces. The students looked at them in silence. Only then did they realize that the two guards were not bad-looking, including Tetsuya Tsujigami, they could all be called handsome men. It was just that I had seen the appearance of Ayazaki Maehoki before, which temporarily raised my awareness of handsome men and ignored the looks of the three of them. The two guards were about to say something, but were suddenly stunned. Because they discovered that these college students were staring behind them with horrified eyes. The wind whistled in my ears, and a chill surged into my brain. The two guards turned around, their eyes widening little by little. Not far from the dense forest, a huge monster wearing a white mask was floating in the air, with wide white wings behind it flapping in a howling wind. The guard swallowed and slowly put his hands on his waist. "We." The monster actually laughed out loud, raised its claws, and flew towards the crowd at high speed. The melodious voice gradually became louder. In the woods, the eldest daughter of the Tsuneyashiro family waved her hands wantonly, like a banshee bathed in blood, her nails scratching the noble prince's body mercilessly. Her expression was excited and crazy, with a twisted and sick smile on her face. Stab! Bang bang! The two voices were mixed together. Tetsuya Tsujigami gritted his teeth, and his body was already covered with dense blood stains. He felt the severe pain from the wound, but he did not dare to let out a cry. He just gritted his teeth tightly and struggled to maintain a cheerful smile on his delicate face. This madman! What? Are you enjoying it? UBD! Tsuneyashiro Keiho suddenly roared angrily, tearing and pulling at his face with his hands, the force getting heavier and heavier. You damn man! What kind of expression is this? You should be looking at me with unruly eyes. Take a good look at how you look. How do you look like a man, you useless thing? The noble prince understood, and the expression on his face immediately changed. Put on expressions of hatred, and disdain. These expressions are the emotions he really wants to express. What he was thinking about was not the proud woman in front of him, but his father, the aloof head of the Shugami family. Why choose yourself? Why not other tribesmen? Why do you want yourself to pay the price for their desires? He was furious and wanted to resist, but the woman in a high position grabbed his hand. Very good. Very good. Tsuneyashiro smiled ferociously at Feng and slapped the noble prince on the face. That's it, you damn guys should have such expressions and then be conquered by me. She stood up satisfied. The noble son just wanted to get up, but his chest was stepped on and he couldn't get up. What's the rush? The fun has just begun. Tsuneyashiro smiled and said to Feng. He picked up his zanpakuto and gestured with it. The cold light awakened the noble son from his sweet dream. Enjoy it, you will feel pleasure like never before. She looked down at the man begging for mercy, and her zanpakuto drew a shallow wound on his chest. However, at this moment, Tsuneyashiro Keiho suddenly saw the shock in the noble prince's pupils and the reflection in his pupils. He looked straight at the sky. Hey! Tsuneyashiro Keiho smelled a strange smell and frowned. Because this is what she is most familiar with and likes the most. The smell of blood. The extremely strong smell of blood. She raised her head and found the body lying in front of her. They were the two guards she had brought with her. Red blood flowed from the corpses, and as more and more corpses came into view, the blood dyed her sight red. In the sound of wailing, a tall figure wearing a blue and white school uniform walked in the sea of blood, with long black hair flying behind him, like an elf that was not stained by dust, and the noise in the world suddenly fell silent. Tsuneyashiro Keiho Feng's eyes suddenly widened and he couldn't help but exclaimed. It's you! She stared hard at Jinayu standing in mid-air, and from the corner of her eyes, she caught sight of the tragic scene in the woods. Broken limbs and broken arms were scattered all over this land full of life. From the outside, there were calls for help and wailing, and someone could faintly be heard shouting. Hurry and find Mr. Chao Feng, that Su has broken in. Virtual? Where is the weakness? Could it be? In an instant, a chill swept over Tsuneyashiro Keiho Feng's whole body, making her scalp feel numb. student of the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy, Ayazaki Mayuki, nice to meet you, Miss Tsuniya Shiro. With a gentle smile, Ayazaki Mizuki, like an elegant gentleman, stretched out her hand to the woman who fell to the ground. Call out. The Zanpakuto cuts the air. Jinayu stretched out 2 fingers and clamped the oncoming blade. With a flick of her fingers, the blade was flicked away. The accuracy is good, but the strength and speed are a bit lacking. You. When Tsuniya Shiro Keiho saw that his slashing attack was completely ineffective, his heart was shaken. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back, but he still said with a serious expression. Ayazaki Mizuki, what do you want to do? Don't forget my identity. What do I want to do? Don't you think this question is a bit ridiculous? Ayazaki Jinayu felt ridiculous and deliberately glanced at her and winked at her. What do you think? Lord Chao Feng. Tsuniya Shiro Chao Feng was stunned for a moment, and then he showed a flattering smile. I am willing, please spare my life, no matter what you want to do, I am willing. Looking at the handsome man getting closer and closer, her eyes flashed with a fierce light. Go to hell. Chapter 50. Sorry. Cry, soul-forgetting bird. The Zanpakuto and Tsuniya Shiro Keiho's hand instantly became slender and sharp. From the side, the double-edged sword looked like a large needle and pierced Ayazaki Mizuki's body. Poof! Bright red blood flowed from Jinayu's chest, dyeing the pure white kendo uniform red. Tsuniya Shiro turned the handle of the knife toward Feng and laughed wildly. You lowly, damn fool, do you think you can conquer me? Are you worthy of conquering me? You dare to stand in front of me even Shikai, do you think I will be afraid of you in this world? Shinigami who are above the rank of vice captain must limit their spiritual pressure to 80% when they come to this world. In other words, after the 5th level spiritual power Shinigami comes to this world, the riot soul level will drop to the 6th level spiritual power and return to the official level. If there were noble house students involved, and the chief ranking house students would attack in groups, she would be absolutely sure to kill them before Ayazaki Mizuki lifted the restriction. But after entering the present world, only a group of Rukonga students followed her. None of these students reached the rank of chief officer, so the possibility of the plan's success was too low. This was the real reason why she terminated the siege plan. What kind of gift, what kind of marriage? No matter how good-looking this man is, he is nothing compared to the position of the head of the family. I am the best person to become the head of the family, Seeing Ayazaki Mizuki in front of him transform into Tetsuya Tsujigami, Tsuniya Shiro Keiho's maniacal laughter suddenly stopped as he suddenly felt severe pain in his chest. She lowered her head to her chest, and a pure white and beautiful long knife came out of her body. As expected of a lunatic from the Tsuniya Shiro family. I didn't expect you to have the courage to fight to the death after seeing such a scene. Ayazaki Mizuki pulled out the Izen Senra that had penetrated Tsuniya Shiro Koho and flicked the blood off the knife. But, when did you have the illusion that I didn't use Shikai? Tsuniya Shiro Keiho let out a miserable wail, and the shrill screams resounded throughout the dense forest. What ability is this? Is he crazy? How dare you actually hurt yourself, one of the 4 great nobles? He doesn't want his life? This is a fight to the death with the Tsuniya Shiro family. No matter who it is, they will face crazy revenge from the Tsuniya Shiro family, and even Central 46 will be shocked by this. This is an insurmountable forbidden zone in Seoul society. You're too noisy. Ayazaki Mizuki frowned and waved Izen Senra impatiently. Following his movements, Tsuniya Shiro's eyes blurred, and a blood-stained arm fell. Tsuniya Shiro groaned at Feng, and his whole body twitched in pain, but he did not continue to yell. She endured the pain, pushed Tetsuya Tsujigami away from her and stared at Jinayu with bloodshot eyes. Your Ryutsu, haven't your Ryutsu been restricted? Ayazaki Mizuki smiled. Of course there are restrictions, but I happened to break through to the 4th level of spiritual power some time ago. Then your Zanpakuto. Before Tsuneya Shirokeiho finished speaking, Genzuki had already waved his long sword. Remember the Zando test? I was using Shikai. The dog you raised said that I was deliberately showing off in front of the teachers and students. In fact, I really wanted to say something to you at that time. You are right, this is deliberately shown to you, but it is not shown to you in vain, and the price is your life. Genzuki gave his answer calmly, but unfortunately Tsuneya Shirokeiho couldn't hear what he said. Because when Jinayu spoke, her head had rolled to Jinayu's feet. The face is full of doubts, confusion, fear, all kinds of emotions, all announcing the same thing. She is dead. Jinayu narrowed her eyes and raised a teasing smile. Originally, I simply wanted to eliminate you as an unstable factor, but I didn't expect that there would be an unexpected surprise. Giving the Zanpakuto the power of cutting is a very good ability, but it's a pity that it's a waste in your hands. I will use it well. Jinayu rummaged through the clothes scattered aside and found the one she had given him. Gift, a little card with his name and work content written on it. Are you satisfied with this gift? But I'm sorry. He looked down at her condescendingly and said calmly. My service object is to select people. The naked and scarred noble son looked at the four nobles lying in a pool of blood in horror. Looking at the spreading blood, he spit out a mouthful of blood and turned pale. You killed her. He only felt that everything in front of him was extremely unreal, as if he was dreaming. How could there be such a person in this world? You killed the four nobles. He murmured over and over again, stretched out his hand to touch the body soaked in blood, and felt the warm touch of the blood. His eyes gradually lost their luster. Jinayu walked up to him and stared at him indifferently. Swinging the knife, the body and head are separated. Soon after, the blood in the dense forest completely disappeared, as if it had never existed. As the guard slashed at Bai Yi's Higzu's face, Bai Yi's Higzu turned into a spirit and dissipated. Finally solved, this damn hollow. This kind of terrifying strength is definitely not just a piece of fish. I'm afraid it can be compared to a high-ranking official, right? Why is there such a terrifying guy in the soul burial area? Sir, thank you, sir, what's wrong with you? The two guards stood in front of everyone with bruises and ugly faces. On the ground, there were several pieces of clothing scattered here and there, but their owners could not be seen. How could this happen? Where has Lord Chao Feng gone? The students who had just breathed a sigh of relief suddenly turned pale and became nervous again. The virtual one just seemed to have escaped from here. Shut up and go find me. Even if you turn this place upside down, we still have to find Mr. Chao Feng. The guard's expression changed, and he suddenly felt a bad feeling in his heart, and roared loudly. If we can't find it back, you will all die. At this time, their spiritual pressure exploded without hesitation. They no longer had the joyful mood they had before, and the urgency in their hearts was even greater than that of the other students. If something unexpected happens to Tsuneya Shirokeiho, they will definitely die. The students' legs and feet went weak and they almost knelt on the ground. Not far away, Ichimaru-jin and Matsumoto Ranjaku also sensed these two streams of spiritual pressure and suddenly looked up. Don't look, the soul burial internship is not over yet. Jinayu's voice sounded from behind the two of them, holding three children who had fallen asleep in their hands. Children in the spirit state. If you fail to complete the internship, you will have to go back to the Spiritual Arts Academy and stay for a year before you can reapply for graduation. Don't say I didn't remind you then. There was a flash of doubt in the eyes of both of them, but they were smart enough not to ask. Mainly because of the relaxed look on this guy's face, the situation shouldn't be too bad. Matsumoto Ranjaku asked with a smile, Mizuki, where did you abduct this child from? Ayazaki Mizuki said angrily, I didn't kidnap this, but I found it from a nearby town. That town is not stable and is often haunted by ghosts. It is not safe for these three brats to stay in the town. Just let them help us complete the soul burial internship and send them to Soul Society at the same time.